This video is going to give a 2,500-year history of the concept of dictatorship, answering the question, when is it dictatorship? Or maybe just a much more straightforward question, what is dictatorship? Now, your first gut instinct might be to say, I already know what dictatorship is. It's not that complicated. It's when one big strong man who's the head of the government, right? He dictates and everybody obeys what he says. He's in office for life. He's in control. His dictum is obeyed. He's the dictator. That, first of all, the etymology of that word, that the dictator dictates, that might not actually be the background of that word, but much more importantly, that is not a description of what a dictator meant for the majority of the history we're going to be discussing today. It is the evolution of that office and the strange way that it morphed into something far more spiritual, like this weird metaphysical concept of sovereignty. That is where we get the modern concept of the dictatorship. So yeah, we're going to go back, we're going to do some of the legwork, and we're going to try to come towards the present with practical lessons. This is not just a political theory discussion for the sake of splitting hairs. This is to validate your concerns about what you might be seeing out in the world today and exploring ways to understand that, to give you vocabulary that you can use to perhaps combat what it is that you're seeing, or at least to understand it better. So let's just dive right into the weirdness here. Okay, I've put the name Machiavelli on the board. Anybody who knows that name knows it probably through its more casual use. You might describe a politician or a person who's involved in politics as Machiavellian. Machiavelli, of course, wrote The Prince in the year 1513. He was exiled out to a small farm outside the Italian city-state of Florence. And the work of The Prince was an attempt to ingratiate himself, Niccolò Machiavelli, with the leader of Florence, a man by the name of Lorenzo de' Medici, part of the Medici family that had been actually ejected from the city-state of Florence. In 1512, the papacy and the Kingdom of Spain intervened in this northern Italian city-state of Florence to place the Medici family, the powerful Medici family, back at the head of Florence. Machiavelli had been working for the Florentine Republic. He had been a foreign policy official, not so much a diplomat as a foreign policy advisor. And when the Medici returned to power, he was put on his back rump. He was kicked out of town. He was actually arrested and tried as he was tortured and interrogated, and eventually he protested his innocence so much and proclaimed that he really wasn't against the Medici, that they let him go into exile on his little farm. William, why are you telling us a story about Niccolò Machiavelli? Well, it is in 1513, roughly speaking, that he writes The Prince. The thing about Machiavelli is he doesn't like that he's been politically exiled. He wants to return to his old job. He wants to perhaps be a government advisor to Lorenzo de' Medici. If you open The Prince, this famous work by Machiavelli that most poli-sci students in undergrad will have to explore at least once, you will find a dedication to Lorenzo de' Medici at the very beginning. The book was not intended to be consumed publicly. It was an attempt to basically be received by Lorenzo de' Medici. He would, in theory, read the introduction that was addressed to him. You know, like people author their books and they say to mom and dad. This one said to Lorenzo de' Medici, please read my book, and heck, if you like what you hear, please hire me. I can help you hold on to your power. You are a new prince, and every new princeling needs a little help to stay in power. It's not so easy. Those lessons, like it is better to be feared than loved, the realpolitik, the harshness of Niccolò Machiavelli that is found in the pages of The Prince, is what he's known for today. However, there is another side to Niccolò Machiavelli. Here's one of my copies. There's our boy, Niccolò Machiavelli. This is a book with The Prince and a couple of other of his writings. But the reason I'm bringing him up today is because Niccolò Machiavelli had commentary on the concept of dictatorship. Specifically, Niccolò Machiavelli had commentary on the institution of the dictatorship in ancient Rome. That dictator in ancient Rome is where we are going to begin our exploration today of the concept of dictatorship. This is the work in which Machiavelli refers to the Roman dictatorship. It is not the prince, because as we will learn together, the prince or the monarch is not a dictator. We're going to explore why that is. We actually find a reference to dictatorship of Rome in the Discourses on Livy by Niccolò Machiavelli around the same time as he was writing The Prince. We think he was working on this book. And in my research, I found that there's actually an open debate. Which one did he write first? Which one did he write second? Did he write them both simultaneously? Because Machiavelli appears to have a bit of a split personality when you look at these two works side by side. In The Prince, he's telling a princeling how to be harsh to maintain his power, right? That's where we get the idea of Machiavellianism. It's, using power and pursuing it for power's sake. Certainly not a liberal Republican in that book. However, in Discourses on Livy, which may have been written about the same time, Machiavelli is writing about how great Rome's republic was and how it protected liberty. In fact, he looks a lot like a pretty chill Republican, as in an anti-monarchist who has some streak in him about balancing the one, the few, and the many with some democratic elements, having a good state, being a republic. Why the heck am I talking about this? Well, because when Machiavelli talks about dictatorship in his Discourses on Livy, what does he say about dictatorship? I hope this will pique your interest and will bring you along with me as we explore it, because he says some things that don't really sound like natural ways of understanding what a dictatorship is. Machiavelli says, "Experience shows dictatorship was always a useful institution." Always a useful institution. Among those things which were the source of greatness of the Roman Empire. A source of greatness, dictatorship? In fact, it is the name of one of the chapters of his Discourses on Livy. Dictatorial authority did good, not harm, to the Roman Republic. I know what you want to say. Machiavelli, the author of The Prince, of course, he's going to say dictatorship is good. He's going to be an authoritarian, right? That's what The Prince is giving advice to authoritarians. Okay, let's talk about some of the political theorists that came after Machiavelli. John Locke, not exactly known as the founder of dictatorship. John Locke, who gave us the famous idea that government should be there to secure life, liberty, and property, or as Thomas Jefferson put it, the pursuit of happiness. John Locke is the most libertarian of the social contract theories in political science. Here's a quote from John Locke, referring obliquely to Roman dictatorship. "Many accidents may happen wherein a strict and rigid observation of the laws may do harm." So this is in his work, Two Treatises on Government. In his second treatise, John Locke is saying, following the laws, that might actually do bad things. You might actually need someone to come along and break the written letter of the law. So Machiavelli thinks dictatorship was great. John Locke is even saying, yeah, sure, there are some times when you might need to break the laws. Here's Montesquieu, another political theorist. He says, there are cases in which a veil should be drawn for a while over liberty. So we should actually put the veil over Madame Liberty's eyes, right? There was actually a Greek god, a Greek goddess of democracy, right? We should put the veil over her eyes. That doesn't sound very intuitive. We should break the laws. We should put a veil over liberty. What is going on here? Machiavelli, Locke, now Montesquieu. Here's Rousseau. No one, therefore, should seek to strengthen political institutions to the point of losing the power to suspend their operation. No one should seek to strengthen political institutions to the point of losing the power to suspend their operation. That is to say, in a free society, you should still be able to make all the laws go quiet. You should be able to have a dictatorship. How is it that so many different political theorists of so many different stripes all came to a similar conclusion, all the way from Machiavelli through Locke, Montesquieu, Rousseau, on and on the list goes? Hey, dictatorship served a purpose. It served a purpose of protecting liberty in a republic. What the hell? Let's talk about what dictatorship meant to all of these different political theorists. Sorry, I just made a cut so I could write a couple dates on the board. Can you see that okay? Some of the light was coming in from the window. I didn't want to blind you with a reflection. Let's go back 2,000 years. 753 BC is the date we are given most often in legend as the founding of the city of Rome by none other than that famous Romulus. No, not the planet from Star Trek, rather the legendary Roman figure who was fed by a wolf with his brother Remus, who killed him and eventually founded the city of Rome. Now, is any of that legend true? Did he really go in 753 and start a magnificent city? Probably not, but this is a point in time where history and legend intersect together, when we have to rely more heavily on things like archaeology, and when we get written history, it's from people who came further on, and so we just have to take everything with a much bigger handful, not just a grain of salt, but a handful of salt. We have to be extremely careful. However, in preparation for this video, I did revisit a book that I have found useful. It's a pop history book, but it's still written by someone who knows their stuff. SPQR, Mary Beard. It's just looking for, from an expert, when archaeologically do we think Rome was founded? And she says that around the year 1000 BC, we do have evidence that people were living around the area of Rome in what would become the city proper. And if we want to date it to about 750 as its proper founding as a city, sure, why not? The same thing goes for its founding as a republic a few hundred or 250 years later, in roughly 509, 508 BC. We are told that the Romans overthrew their monarchy to become a republic. What do we mean specifically by that? Well, the monarchy in Rome at the time was known as the Tarquin monarchy, Tarquin. According to legend, there were 7 Tarquin monarchs leading up to the Roman Republic. If you do the math, that would mean that each of them was serving for a very extraordinary amount of time, so it's probably also not true. Nonetheless, Rome was a monarchy, and at some point around the year 500 BC, the Romans overthrew their Tarquin monarchy and became a republic. And when we say republic, what do we mean specifically? We mean a system of government without a king or queen. We do not mean a republican or a representative democracy, as we would expect the word to mean today. We might mean a mixed constitution in the Aristotelian sense, but let's not get too far down that rabbit hole. For the moment, let's just say that Rome overthrew their monarchy, the Tarquin monarchy, around 509, 508. Let's call it a nice clean 500 BC, and became a republic for the first time. And it was very soon after that moment, when Rome became a republic, that Rome had its very first dictator. So here we are, 15, 20 minutes into this lecture, and we are now ready to see the very first Roman dictator. That was in 498-ish BC. So either a decade after becoming a republic or just a couple years after becoming a republic. Remember, the date that we are using to say when Rome became a republic is a little squishy. But within the first years or so of Rome's republic, it was met with an existential threat, or at least what the ancient historians who are going to tell us about this moment considered in retrospect to be an existential threat. We do not have any people from that exact moment to tell us what exactly was going on. So, what is the story about how the first dictator came about, and what was the dictator's purpose? Well, according to the stories, after the Tarquin monarchy was overthrown, it's not as though the Tarquins were super chill about being kicked out of their city, of being demoted from king to exile. And so we are told that the Tarquins went about to the Latins looking for allies, and they started to pose a threat to the city of Rome. Simultaneously, we're told that another group called the Sabines were also threatening Rome from outside. So there's external threats to the city of Rome. Oops, dropped my mic there for a second. There are external threats in 498. There are also internal problems going on in this early Roman Republic. We are told by the ancient historian Livy that there were also internal threats to Rome. And what were those? Well, it basically boils down to this. There were people in Rome who did not want to be drafted, or conscripted is probably the better, more historical word, to defend Rome, because they feel like they didn't have any business or any stake in this new Roman Republic. They were either in debt, and at this period you could be put into bondage, like a form of indentured servitude to pay off your debts. We're told the youth were in a frolic. That's an actual quote from Livy. The youth were in a frolic, aka the youth didn't want to participate in the military. What is going on? Well, how are you supposed to defend a city, or let's be realistic here, probably something more like what we would call a town, or maybe in the ancient Greek sense, a polis? How are you meant to put up a military defense against the Sabines and against your old monarch allied with the Latins if nobody wants to take part in that defense? And so for the very first time in Roman history, there was a decision made that extraordinary powers needed to be given to one single individual in order to resolve this crisis. Now, in the past, and we're really talking about just a matter of a few years, the Roman political system evolves to have two consuls. Now, it's easy to shorthand the Roman consuls as the two chief executives of the Roman Republic, and to just say, okay, these are kind of the equivalent of like a president or a prime minister. And that's sort of true. However, this separation of powers, judicial, legislative, and executive, are not quite so clean in ancient history. We really get that clean separation around the time, the late 1600s with Locke, and then in the 1700s with Montesquieu, who gives us our very famous three divisions. At this moment, especially in this early moment when we don't have a very clear picture, but even if we talk about the middle and late Republic of Rome, we're talking about two offices in the consuls that had some judiciary responsibility. For example, they were escorted around with 12 lictors, 12 people with what we would call today fasces, bundles of like twigs, sometimes even with an axe on top, that would be used to dole out punishments to people. And in fact, the axe would be the representation of the fact that the consuls had the power of life and death after a fair trial or a fair assessment of a crime. So the consuls weren't just executives of the law, executors of the law. They also had some other functions, but for the sake of this conversation, let's not dwell there too much. They are tasked, of course, these two consuls, when Rome is threatened, with dealing with that threat. And at this time, we are told they were not ready. They were not ready to face this external threat. The internal divisions were too intense. And because it is a split thing, it is two consuls who kind of have to work in concert, you can see how they might tend to disagree on certain things. So, what are we told by the ancients had to happen next? Well, let's start with that very famous orator and Roman statesman Cicero, who was present at the time of Caesar's death and said, our tyrant deserved his death. We're going to get there a little bit later. Caesar carried the title dictator several times before taking on the title dictator for life. Dun, dun, dun. Cicero says, indeed, in wars of serious import, our people have preferred that all power should be granted to one man. Polybius, ancient historian, a Greek actually, writes, the state of affairs of impending peril demanded the appointment of a single general with full powers. So again, we're in this crisis. We have two consuls, but what we really need to face the Sabines, to face the Latins, is one man with supreme power. The historian Appian, who comes pretty late in the timeline after the year 0, so he's writing like 500-600 years after the fact. Nonetheless, he writes, officials used to be called dictators in the most perilous emergencies for 6 months only. Plutarch, they had often chosen a single commander with the title of dictator to be of one mind in paying obedience to an authority which is absolute and holds the scale of justice in his own hands. Finally, Livy, who we already mentioned earlier, while the city was perplexed amid this expectation of such important events, mention was made for the first time of nominating a dictator. I'm sorry to just inundate you with quotations, but the point is that all of the ancient historians tend to agree that around 498 BC, 499, 500, 495, who really cares, somewhere in this range of time, a decision was made to create for the first time the office of dictator. So I just made a cut so I could write down a few details of what it meant to be a dictator according to all the ancient sources. So in 498, it was chosen that a man, most likely it was a man named Larsius, who was made the very first dictator. Now I say likely not because he was likely a literal man. I don't mean it that way. I mean, he was named Larsius. We don't actually really know the name of the first dictator. Livy tells us it was either someone named Larsius or Lartius, or it might have been someone named I want to say Valerian, though that is a T. I think it was something a little bit different. The point is that we are still in a period of time when, again, legend and history are mixing together, archaeology and history are mixing together. We don't know exactly. And we are going to talk about what the implication is to have a piece of history here which we don't know to actually be true, and what really we can glean from that. I would say quite a bit, actually. We'll discuss why as we go along. The point is that somebody named Larsius was likely made dictator in this moment of external and internal crisis inside of Rome. Now, Larsius, we're told by Livy, was a former consul, so he had executive experience. We're told that he also had a certain disposition that made him good for the office. And we're going to talk about what that means in just a moment. But let's talk about some of the mechanics here, because we've been kind of skirting around the office of dictator for long enough. I think it's time to actually get into the meat of this. The dictator is appointed by a consul. So in the moment when everyone decides this issue, whatever it may be, whatever crisis might be threatening the Roman state at any given period of time, it is the responsibility of one of the consuls to choose who the dictator should be to resolve and bring Rome through the crisis. So the dictator is not elected. The dictator is not necessarily chosen by the Senate, though I'm sure in later periods they had plenty of influence in that matter. It is a choice of the consul. The second thing you should know about the dictatorship and the dictator was that they were chosen to resolve a very specific thing, to deal with a specific crisis. They were not given the powers to do all things in the state. The dictator was literally told, this is the causa. Anyone who's familiar with Latin-based languages, including a Germanic language like English, should know that causa, that might have two S's. Oh my goodness. Come on, marker. Show me. Can you see that? It's causa, C-A-U-S-A. There is a cause. There is a reason for the appointment for the dictator, right? You are made dictator, Larsius, for the causa of facing the internal reluctance to be conscripted in the military and the external threats. You are basically made the military general over all of Rome to figure out this crisis, and you can do whatever it takes to make that happen. Larsius was not told, you are now in charge of all of Rome to do all sorts of things, to cook up whatever projects you might like. In other words, the office of dictator was for a very specific task, for a very specific thing. Generally, in the early republic, that thing was to face a military threat. As we get to the Middle Republic, we will start to see some very unique uses of this dictatorship, but let's not get too ahead of our skis. I think we can all see why this might be useful. If you're in a moment of crisis and you need one person to step up to save the state itself, especially when we're talking about a little, village, town, quasi-city in this ancient period, threatened on multiple sides, it might make sense to not split it between two consuls, but to say, hey, you one person take up the project, make it happen. We can return to a normal situation a little bit later. So I do want to cite one of my sources here, Mark Wilson's 2021, or maybe it was 2022 book called Dictatorship. I think the subtitle was like Evolution of the Roman Office or Evolution of the Roman Dictatorship. And it is there where I found the original Latin that said that usually in this early period, a dictator was appointed for re gerunde causa, and I've just now seen that I was indeed wrong. There are two S's. So let's call it re. I'm going to make a cut here. So it's causa, we all understand. Sorry, I made a cut because I wanted to write this out without you having to watch me write it out. The Latin here basically translates to dictator for the purpose, for the cause of resolving the matter is one translation I've seen, for the conduct of the matter, for the purpose of taking charge of affairs. So early on, it was about taking on external foes and dealing with the internal frictions that would allow Rome to take on its foes, right? Take care of the matter, take care of the charge, conduct the business. That's the basic function of the dictator here. Okay, so why should somebody who's not listening to the consul when they say it's time to go to war, why would they listen to the dictator? Well, it's because the dictator is given powers that are unique and unchallengeable for the duration of that dictatorship. The dictator is escorted by 24 so-called lictors. Now, a consul is originally escorted by 12 lictors. Okay, what is a lictor? A lictor is a guy who is some sort of mix of the enforcer, almost like, think about like a mob boss with like dudes following him around with like a violin case and a gun inside or something, right? The lictors followed the consuls around in groups of 12. They follow a dictator around in groups of 24. They are basically the helpers of the magistrate and the representatives of the magistrate's power. And what they carried were called fasci, these bundles of sticks. There were even axes on top to represent the power of the power of the consul or the dictator over life and death. So the dictator gets 24 of these as opposed to the 12 for the consul. So the reason it's 24 is because the two consuls and each of their 12 are now combined into a single human, a single representative of the full power of the state. That's why they get the full 24 lictors. But there's more to it than that, because the lictors, the 12 lictors that followed the consuls around in normal times, when they entered the city proper, they would take the axe off the fasci, off this bundle, to represent the fact that within the city of Rome, that all citizens have the right to appeal decisions of the consul. So if the consul were to say you are to be put to death, it is your right as a Roman to say, actually, I challenge that decision. The removal of the axe is then an acknowledgement of that power that each individual citizen has, that non-arbitrariness of life and death that the consul holds. By taking the axe off the fasci of the lictors that escort the consul, it's a way of saying, we recognize your right to appeal decisions that we make. That is formally known as provocatio. You'll see that it seems to be related to the English term provocation. And I think any Latin-based language might replace that T with a C and maybe put an accent somewhere over the O, and they would also have their word for provocation. So the idea, though, is not to provoke the consul or the dictator, but to appeal their choices. That is possible with a consul, that provocatio, that right to appeal choices. That is not a right of Roman citizens when a dictator is the one bearing the 24 lictors. And in fact, when the dictator enters the city of Rome with his 24 lictors, they do not take the axe heads off the fasci. They keep them on as now a visual representation of the dictator's power over lack of death and the lack of appeal to those decisions. The dictator can theoretically say, you're not signing up for war, you're not being conscripted to fight the Sabines and the Latins, you are an aider and abettor of the Tarquin monarchy's return to the throne in Rome, you die, right? And the lictor goes and chops off the head. I mean, I'm sure I have no evidence of any of that sort of thing happening, but the idea is that was what was being represented by these lictors. And you can imagine it's pretty intimidating to watch a man with double the number that you're accustomed to of escorts, and all of them actually have deadly weapons attached to the top of their little fasci. Now, you might be saying fasci. That sounds familiar. That sounds a bit like a word called fascism. And isn't fascism represented by that bundle of sticks with the axe on top? Is there any connection there? Yes, there is. We'll talk about this. It's not just fascist, though. You'll see these representations of the fasci in lots of different places. There's a lot of meaning that doesn't have to be necessarily so associated with like the moral depravity of fascism, to say like, bundle of stick, nice and strong, hard to break, right? We're all stronger together. That's sort of the more innocent interpretation. But yes, actually, we are later going to look at a book called, or more of a pamphlet called The Doctrine of Fascism. I believe it's from 1931. I need to double check that before I actually tell you by looking at my notes later on. But there's an explicit reference in there. It's a pamphlet written by, reportedly by Mussolini, the Italian fascist dictator. That's not necessarily true. The first half was written by someone else. We'll get there. But the point is that there are explicit references in there to the Roman fasci to say, actually, that symbol is our symbol. We like that symbol for what it stands for. So we'll come back to that. The point is, in this moment, in this crisis moment, when the Romans are facing down the Sabines and the Latins, when they need one man to take charge, they pick Larsius, one of the consuls appoints him, and both sets of lictors of the consuls then join into the 24 lictors of the dictator to march through town and to look scary, to tell the people you have no right of appeal. And this is effective. This is effective. Rome obviously did not cease to exist, so the details aren't so important, other than to say that Larsius was clearly at least partially successful in his task. Were it really Larsius who took on the dictatorship? He, or man whose name starts with a V, was victorious. Again, we're dealing with a bit of legend here. Rome continued to exist. Did Larsius then remain dictator of Rome? Because when we think about dictatorship, we think of someone who serves for life, who maybe picks their predecessor or dies peacefully in their sleep without having picked a successor, like Chairman Mao or Francisco Franco, the fascist dictator of Spain, or Joseph Stalin, the premier of the Soviet Union. Dictators don't just walk away, right? Well, this is part of our exploration here, is to start to see that early on in the process of having an office called dictator in the Western tradition, in the Roman Republic, the tradition is actually that a Roman dictator should leave. And we're generally told that that is a maximum period of 6 months. Now, I do need to put a big star next to this because we're going to be talking about why that number is a little bit fudgy. But the point is that this was not envisioned to be a permanent office. This was an office that was envisioned, or at least came to carry the tradition as it has come to us, of an office that leaves after a certain amount of time. How much time? Well, generally speaking, traditionally about 6 months, but the very first dictator, Larsius, leaves after a matter of weeks. Maybe it was months. We don't, at least none of the reading that I did gave a specific number of days for Larsius. We will get specific numbers of days with some of the more famous dictators like Cincinnatus. This first dictatorship, Larsius, though, we are told, gave up his dictatorship before the end of his term, presumably before the term of 6 months were over. So Larsius came into the city. He intimidated everyone with his 24 lictors with axes atop, said, "Youth that are frolicking, cease your frolicking. You are not Padman Anakin." in Attack of the Clones, you may not frolic and discuss the relative merits of sand. You must instead face the Sabines and the Latins. Get off your arses. Let's go. Or my lictors are going to at least beat the crap out of you with their bundles of sticks and perhaps even threaten you with the axes that we have left atop as we have entered the city. If it sounds a little bootleg and goofy, it probably was. It was probably basically a one-man intimidation campaign that allowed Rome to survive this threat. But that's kind of the point. The Republic was, quote unquote, saved, and the institution of the dictatorship was thus invented for the first time. The precedents were set. Now, I did want to mention a couple other precedents that are going to come over time that we need to understand, because in our modern political parlance, we like to talk a lot about the separation of powers, right? The legislature, and like the Congress, the Parliament, whatever, they make the laws. The executive branch, which in American political tradition is a separate entity completely outside of the legislature. Some parliamentary systems, the prime minister is the executor of the law, but remains in essence a part of that sovereign parliament. In any event, we consider the execution of the law a separate procedure from the creation of law. And that's important also, funny enough, in the Roman Constitution, by Constitution I mean the Roman legal tradition and how the state functioned. This is an important procedure here because we are told by tradition that the Roman dictator could not make laws and cannot remake the Roman Constitution, cannot amend there's no paper document here that we're talking about, but amend the way that the state is actually constructed. That is not within the purview of the dictator. Neither is it within the purview of the dictator to make new laws for the state during the term of his dictatorship. And why is that the case? And what does that actually mean? Well, it means that the dictator is there to enforce laws. It is the implication that there is some sort of a logjam that the dictator is resolving, that there is a need for speed, not just I can't lose my mind this early. We're not going to talk about video games. There is a need for rapid execution of the law, but there is no need for new laws, right? In the case of Larsius, we're told there is a conscription that's going on and people aren't abiding by it. What is not needed is a new conscription law. What is needed is someone to come in and enforce the existing conscription law. You see? And so the dictator is limited in that way. The dictator is told, you're not there to reinvent the state in your image. You're not here for a long time. You're here for an effective time. You're here to get things done. You're here to execute the laws that already exist. You're not here to change anything in any permanent way. And when you leave, the state will be returned to a normal state of affairs. A normal state of affairs. There is a political theorist that we're going to be exploring together that was writing in the 1900s that is going to be talking about the quote-unquote normal state of affairs. And so we need to just keep a pin in that concept, the idea that the dictator is there to face a non-normal state of affairs. And in the case of Larsius, to return the state to that normal state of affairs so that Rome and its republic can go back to having two consuls, to intermingling with the Senate and having assemblies and all of the normal functions of the state, because they are no longer threatened from the outside. They are no longer beholden to the whims of those inside the state. They have faced their crisis. The dictator is a crisis manager, and the dictator leaves once that crisis is resolved. This is the precedent set by Larsius, at least as it has come to us through several ancient historians, which is what I need to touch on next with you. You've heard me hedging my bets a few times with Larsius and with some of these ancient stories, saying things like, we're mixing archaeology and legend and real history and blah blah boopity bop. And I do not say those things as a means to simply escape criticism or something. Or, if I get a factual error and somebody says you're wrong, I'll say, oh, well, I wasn't wrong. It was a question of history and legend. That's not what I'm doing here. The reason I'm being so specific is because a lot of these traditions that come to us, whether or not they literally happened as described, came to be understood as literally to have happened to people who would come later and then act based on that understanding. What are you talking about? What I'm saying is that when, for example, Abraham Lincoln came in the 1860s to the presidency and was faced with a dramatic crisis, the secession of 7 different states of the Union, and took on prerogative powers, namely, he took on what would look like to any reasonable observer, not afraid of the word, dictatorial powers to resolve that crisis. And Abraham Lincoln was aware, when he did those things, when he took on those dictatorial powers, of the tradition of the Roman dictatorship, which had limits, couldn't make laws, couldn't remake the entire Constitution, didn't last forever, right? It was an extraordinary use of powers that Abraham Lincoln then used to save the Union. And presumably, if Abraham Lincoln had survived his assassination, he would not have sought to be president for life. Therefore, the tradition of Rome came to influence later traditions, things that came 2,000 years later, 2,300 years later, if my math serves. George Washington was aware of a Roman dictator named Cincinnatus, we're going to explore later. He leaves office after a while. Part of it's just because George Washington is old at this point and wants to leave office, but Alexander Hamilton, writing his farewell address, the general vibe around George Washington at the time would have been aware of the precedent being set. Things were done deliberately to try to emulate this old Roman style of leadership. And what is the ethos that is being implied here? The ethos that's being implied here is that people who wielded extraordinary power in the Roman Republic don't actually want it or don't want to keep it, right? They are, as Larsius is, brought in as former Republican officers, right? We're told that Larsius was a former consul before becoming dictator. He's brought in because he has the temperament to get things done, to enforce the laws strictly, but to not be someone cooking up his own projects, to borrow words from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, writing in On Social Contract. Larsius is coming in. He is a statesman first and foremost. He is a Republican first and foremost. He is not someone seeking power for its own sake. He is not seeking to remake Rome in his image and to stay forever and to leave his mark on it and to choose his successor or die peacefully in his sleep without a successor and create a chaos. He, the dictator, is brought in to resolve something and to go on home. In the case of Cincinnatus, to return to his plow. We'll talk about him in a second. The people who wrote about it, and actually on my Substack, Present Prologue History, I shared a lot of the research I've been doing on dictatorship and some of the accounts of these historians. And I uploaded this exact little index card with all of the different passages and excerpts from the ancient histories where the Roman dictatorship is talked about. WilliamCFox.substack.com if you want to see this. But we have people like Polybius, Cicero, Livy, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Plutarch, and Appian. Polybius is the closest. He's a Greek historian writing about Roman affairs. He's writing in the 2nd century BC. So again, he's hundreds of years after this reportedly happened, but he's the closest we get to the real thing. So you can see the issue here. Imagine learning about an event that happened 300 years ago from a historian, and that's like the only account that you have. Right. And one of the things, though, that is going on is that the extant literature, the Roman historians or the historians writing about Rome that get to us, they were also working from sources that we no longer have. So another really famous historian, Livy, who lived from 59 roughly to 17 AD, so after the year 0, Titus Livius, he was writing from sources that we no longer have. And the same thing with Plutarch and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Appian. These are folks that are writing way after these events happened. So some of them are writing about the late Republic, and they're writing about the late Republic like 100 or 200 years after the late Republic fell. Or we're learning about Cicero. Cicero was alive to see the Roman Republic fall, or at least to see Caesar get killed, the first person who kind of heralded the unofficial end of the Roman Republic before Augustus Augustus killed it for good. And Cicero was sad to see it go. He was sad to see it falling apart. And so Mark Wilson in his book brought my attention to the fact that when we hear from these men, when we hear from these historians about the ancient Roman dictatorship, we should also remember their context and their time. If they're writing about the great honorable behavior of people like Larsius, these legendary figures, how they didn't really want power, how they left really quickly, how they didn't want to make laws, how they were honorable Roman qualitied men, we should understand that people like Cicero, for example, were writing about these men in an attempt to distinguish them from the likes of Julius Caesar, from the likes of Sulla, another dictator we're going to talk about. They were writing basically to preserve the honor of the early republic, to set it up as an example that later Romans could then use to learn from, to return perhaps to that more honorable time. And that also means that they were framing things. They might have been exaggerating things a little bit. We have to take stuff with a grain of salt. But again, like I said, if everyone takes their manufacture to be truth and then applies that manufactured truth to the material world, as George Washington or Abraham Lincoln did later on, well, then it's no longer legend. It's now intermingling with the real world. And that's why we're going to be learning about this history going forward together, because it is that interaction between the land of legend and the land of political reality where things get exceedingly interesting to me, and why this video has actually been delayed a few times, because every time I thought I knew enough, I would dive back into another source that I thought was so damn interesting. And I even tried to record a couple times and found myself fumbling my words because I was just like, there's just so many things I wanted to say. I thought this was so damn fascinating. This is one of those places where stories and truth interact and mingle together, and it's just so cool. On that note, while I'm rambling about other things, I did want to say that in previous episodes, I have been told by folks that the YouTube ads that people are getting can be a little annoying and intrusive. And I'll be real, my first instinct to those kind of comments was to think, well, it's to resist a little bit. Because to be totally frank, I kind of need to run ads on my YouTube videos. I need it. I don't need to go into all the details, but if people are bothered by the ads, my first gut thought was like, well, I don't have much of a choice, buddy. Like, what do you want from me? But then I thought about it more, and I realized that, why the hell else am I on earth than to give free education? That's why I started a YouTube channel in the first place, was to try to put good information into the world. What am I even doing with myself if I'm not living up to my values? And so I decided to just say, screw it. I'm going to put this stuff everywhere possible. I'm going to get rid of a paywall if that's what the people want, because it's more important to me that people just get the content. So every single one of my lectures here on YouTube going forward will be available on Substack without a paywall. It will be available on all your favorite all your favorite podcast platforms, Apple, Spotify. I'm trying to get it other places as well. You find the experience that you think will let you watch these lectures, listen to these lectures in the background without ads in the best way possible. I leave it to you. Of course, if you're a paid subscriber on Nebula, the same thing is true. You can get ad-free stuff there. But I'm telling you right now, I'm putting it on Substack without a paywall. So this lecture will be on Substack without a paywall, williamcfox.substack.com. It'll be on Apple Podcasts. It'll be on Spotify. I don't really know those platforms very well, Spotify and Apple. So if there's random ads on there, you just figure out what worked for you and what's going to give you the least amount of ads, and don't worry about it. Okay. If that educational mission does speak to you, though, because I have been a little upfront in the beginning about how there's a reason I run ads on my YouTube videos. But nonetheless, if the values that would inspire you, I don't know. I'm not very good at selling myself and monetizing this stuff. If you would be so kind as to consider pitching in something as low as $1 on my Patreon, I'd appreciate it. I really suck at asking for money, but you get the point. If not, if you can't, no worries. If you want to just keep watching this without, if you hit skip a bunch of times because I was talking about something other than the lecture, also fine. Let's continue on with our discussion. So I'm just writing down, is it 1 or 2 L's? 2 L's for Camillus. So I wanted to just touch on two of the most famous Roman dictators, Cincinnatus and Camillus. Now, Cincinnatus is, I think, a word that if you've ever just like clicked on random history videos or took a class or something, you've probably encountered the name Cincinnatus. Of course, you'll know that the city of Cincinnati is named after this guy. I assume somebody in the comments will let me know if I'm wrong. Washington is often called the Cincinnatus of the United States. Can you see that? Is that cut off? There's his full name, Cincinnatus. All right, and he is the consul. Let me double check. 458. Yeah, because he's consul twice. 458 and 439 BC. We're told 458. 458 BC. He is made dictator, and the details of why he is made dictator aren't too important. Once again, we are in a situation in which people don't want to meet the threat that is before Rome, and there is a desire in the Senate and with the two consuls to have one person who's a little bit more decisive take charge and make things happen that need to happen. So, here's the story. And remember, the details are probably manufactured, okay? But here's the legend of Cincinnatus. We're told in one account, Livy's account, Cincinnatus is leaning on his plow on his small farm outside of town. In some accounts, he's like naked, okay? And the Senate or representatives of the Senate and the consuls come to tell Cincinnatus, hey, you've been appointed dictator. We need you to take charge. So Cincinnatus is working his land. He's plowing his small farm. You can see the metaphorical imagery already, this idea of Romans being yeomen, sustenance farmers, subsistence farmers. They're just there not to be rich, but to be a small farmer, to contribute as a citizen, not as someone who's building wealth, but as a participant in a community of other small landowners, right? Who can, when needed, be called upon to serve, which is what's happening to Cincinnatus. The story goes that either he was asked to, or as he saw these people approaching, decided to go change into his Roman toga, right? To match the outfits of those coming to visit him. And he's told, hey, there's some problems. We need you. We need you to be dictator. And Cincinnatus, when told, you will have absolute power, you will have 24 lictors, you will have the ability to silence the laws in order to enforce them. No one will be able to appeal your decisions. You will be the master. What does Cincinnatus say? He says, well, that crop's going to be ruined. I guess we'll starve. So you could see what's going on here. Cincinnatus is, we're told, slightly annoyed at the idea that he has to take on responsibility. Is it because he's lazy? No, it's because he is a good Republican, right? He's like, oh, power. Ugh, power. Oh my God, really? I have to take on power? Who would want power, right? What about the rutabagas I'm growing here on my farm, right? You can see why Cincinnatus, at least the legend of Cincinnatus, is something that's been brought to us over the generations. The story goes that Cincinnatus goes into Rome. He takes the commission, of course. He meets the challenge. He comes back into Rome triumphant, having met the military issues that were happening outside of Rome. He comes back triumphant. He's offered by the Senate and the consuls with all of the choice land he could ever want, with slaves, with wealth, and he turns all of it down. And in something like 16 days, he resigns his commission as dictator and returns to his plow. So he's given power. He's annoyed by power. He declines to accumulate power and wealth and all of the things and all of the trappings that go along with power. And instead, not even 6 months, but basically 2 weeks and some change later, he gives all of that back up, having achieved his mission, having faced the crisis, and he goes back to his plow and he returns to his life as a yeoman farmer plowing the land. And because he was gone for such a short period of time, hopefully that crop that he was so begrudged about actually did grow. But given that it's a legend, who really knows? So Dionysius of Halicarnassus, in recounting the story, tells us, hey, he being Cincinnatus, put on more becoming apparel and went to meet them, that is, the representatives of the Senate. He tells us that Cincinnatus said, "This year's crop too will be ruined because of my official duties, and we shall go dreadfully hungry." So this is where that account comes from, Dionysius of Halicarnassus writing much later than the life of Cincinnatus actually was. And we're told he's worthy of admiration because he did not take full advantage of the law. He abdicated, not in 6 months, but much sooner. He refused spoils. Livy tells us he was leaning on a stake in a ditch in which he was digging, right? And he went into the city and said, hey, everyone who's of military age, you should attend under arms and help us face the threat. And of course, then Cincinnatus laid down his dictatorship on the 16th day, having received it for 6 months. That is the legend of Cincinnatus. We get a similar vibe with some unique twists in the case of Camillus. It is during his consulship of 367 BC, 367 BC, that Camillus does a couple things. One, he faces the Gauls down. He goes and he does, once again, takes on a military threat. He saves Rome, and he is credited in the legend as being a second founder of Rome, a second Romulus. So though Cincinnatus is the dictator that we hear the most about in modern times, Camillus might have been the most famous in the past for the Romans themselves because he is considered as high-ranking as Romulus, the legendary founder of the city of Rome in 753 BC. Camillus is considered to be someone who apparently faced one of the biggest threats to the early Roman Republic, though we are starting to flirt with the Middle Republic here in 367 BC. He also is attributed with a decision of resolving some of what is called the conflict of the orders. So there is an issue from the very beginning of Rome, from the very beginning of the Roman Republic, that is, starting in roughly 500 BC, where, like we said earlier, Rome is no longer a monarchy. But that doesn't mean Rome is like super democratic like Athens was. It doesn't mean it's a representative democracy like we're accustomed to today. What Rome became once it removed its monarchy was more like an aristocracy. Okay, the Senate is a representative body of really wealthy people. The consuls are elected, but the voting that goes into electing the consuls is heavily weighted towards the rich. And this is a society in which normal people, we're told, are indebted quite a bit. And as we referenced earlier, are able to be placed in bondage in order to pay off their debt. They are basically able to be enslaved. This is a tradition that really continues long time into history. The idea that, indentured servitude or even debtors' prisons could become a thing later on. It wasn't that abstract. And yet, of course, anyone subject to such would hate it quite a bit. And they would hate the fact that the people who were creating the laws that would make such a thing legal, the laws heavily favor the wealthy and heavily favor the aristocrats. What does Camillus have to do with any of that? Well, there is a conflict that is rolling on from 500 to like the mid 200s BC, in which the plebeians, as they're known, the common people, are pushing for more political involvement, more political rights, more laws favorable to them. And Camillus, in facing the issue with conscription, realizes that part of keeping the common people happy and part of keeping people willing to defend a city is giving them a stake in it. And so for the first time, we receive a reform that one of the two consuls of the Roman Republic will be a plebeian from then on. We have other reforms. There's a set of reforms in this period about debt and land redistribution we don't need to get into, but the Oxford Encyclopedia of Roman History, or the Roman Constitution, I've cited all my sources below. It tells us that from then on, from this moment of Camillus's dictatorship and the series and packages of reforms that passed in this period, that one of the two consuls had to be plebeian. Now, a couple things are going on here. One is that this is part of that larger reform I was talking about. The second, you'll notice, is I've just described a dictatorship in being involved in a reform of the laws. Presumably, Camillus, as dictator, did not literally dictate that the law would be changed, but rather suggested this reform, and then it was implemented by the Senate and the existing consuls. Which brings me to the third question that comes up quite a bit when discussing the ancient Roman dictatorship, which is, while a dictator is involved, are other government officials still powerful? Are they still in office? Are the two consuls still the two consuls? Are the senators still senators? Or is all of that suspended because the laws are silent for the dictator? Well, in later periods, the answer is that most people who had offices stayed in offices. In the early republic, it's not clear, actually. And we get conflicting reports from the ancient historians. So Dionysius, in his Roman Antiquities, this is book 570, quote, consuls at the time should resign their power, and likewise any other person who held a magistracy. So Dionysius is telling us when a dictator, when Cincinnatus, when Camillus, when Larsius, when these people, what's another name? Albus is another really famous one. What did Albus do? Hold on. I wrote down, I have a whole page of like notable Roman dictators, right? And some of them are more notable than others. Albus, what did old Aulus Posthumus Albus Regilensis do? Well, the final surname there is a reference to the fact, I believe, that he won a great battle at Lake Regillus. He is known as the one who, in 496, finally stopped the Tarquin monarchs for good. So Larsius was the first to repel them. With a great victory at Regillus, Albus, in 496 BC, we're told, stopped the Tarquins for good. Is that true? I don't know. Military history? Don't care. But that's another name. So, okay, why was I bringing that up? Oh, because when these people, Larsius, Cincinnatus, Camillus, Albus, when they're in office, when they're brought in as dictator, when they're appointed by the consul, do the other consuls leave? Dionysius of Halicarnassus tells us yes. Yes, they do. But Polybius says all the magistrates in the Republic except the tribunes were ceasing to hold office. So we're told by Polybius that also they left. Livy said abrogating all other magistracies. So again, we're told by another source, yes, when the dictator's in office, all the other magistracies go. Cicero, though, writing later and writing somewhat aspirationally in one of his dialogues, says that it should be that the other magistracies not be suspended, suppressed, or vacated. So we don't know for sure. It sounds like they were. What becomes clear as you look... Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. It sounds like they were vacated, especially in the early Republic, or at least they were made subservient and kind of passive while the dictator was there. However, as we get a little bit later in the Republic, particularly the period after Camillus until about 202 BC, after 202 BC, there's going to be a big pause in the office of dictator. But in this middling period of the Middle Republic, what actually occurs is that quite often the reason a dictator is appointed is because the consuls are out and they're busy, right? They're away from Rome. Maybe they're on a conquest. Or maybe there's parallel crises happening all over the place and a dictator is needed so that the consuls can be more attentive at back at home in Rome. And so what we get in the Middle Republic is a mixed picture where it's not as if the dictator is appointed and then everybody just hangs up their hats and stops doing their business. It sounds like for teamwork makes the dream work kind of stuff in the Middle Republic as Rome is growing, as the battlefields are becoming more distant, as Rome is beginning to build something that looks like an empire, right? It looks like dictators are there to just share some of the burden, to enforce the laws ruthlessly, in some circumstances, but in other cases, just to take on bureaucratic burdens, which is why we need to talk now about something in the Middle Republic called the single task dictatorship. I almost said single-use dictatorship, like single-use plastic. I'm actually going to clear the board and we're going to talk about those single task dictators. Oh my goodness. So I cleared the board and I wrote down, we're going to do some rapid fire. I mean, really rapid fire, because these are all just more examples of dictatorships, but each of their individual stories are not worth diving into too much. But I did forget to mention one of the bigger reasons that Camillus is also important to our story, because Plutarch tells us that the Senate would not suffer Camillus to lay down his office within a year. So all of the sources, we have like ancient sources, we have a 19th century influential source by an older historian named Mommsen. We have Machiavelli, Rousseau, Locke. We're not historians, but theorists. But in any event, all of these people are really, they're really hooked on the idea that it was a 6-month thing. Now, we've already seen that most dictatorships lasted less than 6 months because the dictators themselves handed over that office before the 6 months were up, like Cincinnatus famously after 16 days. But it also goes the other way. Camillus, as you just heard in that quote, the Senate would not suffer him to lay down his office within a year. So that means that he was appointed, if it was a 6-month term, he was appointed once, twice, maybe thrice to be dictator, all in succession, right? Now, there are people, Cincinnatus supposedly one of them, who serves for more than one term as dictator, right? They're called upon maybe more than once. However, in this case, it's like you can't lay down the office within a year. It almost implies that it was for more than a year, as in like he wasn't told it's 6 months up front. It gets a little murky, right? This is part of the stuff that Mark Wilson's book on dictatorship pointed me towards, is like the inconsistency here, how the history and the legend kind of mix together. I just want to draw your attention to that again, because I do feel like it's super important to realize that sometimes when we talk too decisively about history, we run into trouble. For example, if Machiavelli is writing with such confidence that the dictatorship never did any harm. Remember in the example we had all the way back at the beginning, his discourses on Livy, Machiavelli tells us that the dictatorship never did harm, was generally good for the republic, and part of the reason is because it was always for 6 months. Well, okay, it wasn't always for 6 months. I mean, Machiavelli wasn't dumb. He knew sometimes it was for shorter periods of time, but he kind of skims over the fact that sometimes it was for longer periods of time, right? And so to base political theory, to base decisions about what we should and shouldn't do today based on the legends, right? It's not a safe bet. You have to also consider whether what we're discussing is more like ideal forms of what an office of dictator might look like. And when we're talking about ideal forms of a dictatorship, of course, in our modern parlance, that sounds like a very disturbing and difficult thing to talk about. And we're going to scratch that itch a little bit as we go along and talk about the difficulty of portraying this office as limited and, quote, good or virtuous. Authoritarianism is not good. Right? And we chafe at the idea that a dictatorship should be good because of our conceptions of what dictatorship is today. But presumably, and believe me, anyone who's watched me for a long time knows I am not an advocate for dictatorship, okay? At least not the way that we conceive of it today, right? But oh God, it's so difficult to say but on top of such a sentence. Abraham Lincoln, okay, trump card, Abraham Lincoln, okay. Abraham Lincoln is, an 1860s version of this Roman dictator. Abraham Lincoln breaks the laws to save the law, okay. And I think that we all understand, we're all adults here, that there are extraordinary circumstances when it might make sense for things to move faster in government rather than slower in government, where checks and balances, if you're being, for example, invaded by a foreign government, maybe we should keep the parliamentary debate to a minimum while we simply rally the troops and get them out into the field to defend our country. Just as a hypothetical example, right? We might want the president of the United States in this example, or the chief executive of any country, to have the ability to confront invasion even if the law in parliament is not immediately forthcoming because the parliament or the legislature has to, there's hundreds of members maybe, they all have to get together and pass that declaration of war, right? Do we really want to wait until they've done it? So an executive with prerogatives in an emergency, I think, is something that we can all understand. And of course we chafe at the word dictatorship because we know the history that's most fresh for us is 20th century, some of the absolute moral abomination, the horrors of totalitarianism, which we're going to talk about. But it's because of what we understand dictatorship to be that we fear that concept of dictatorship, rightfully so, because all of those dictatorships were terrible. Prerogative powers themselves, however, I think are what a lot of people understand. So we're gonna work on that more, right? Because you can already hear me struggling to get the words out in a way that doesn't make me sound like a fetishist for power and for dictatorship, and I am absolutely not. And so that's why I'm making this video, is to encounter these things together, to work through them together, to answer some uncomfortable questions. Okay, so let's talk very quickly about just some of the quirky little bits of this Roman dictatorship, and then we're going to get into some hard theory. We're going to talk about what this Roman dictatorship really means for us going forward and how the office transformed over time. And the first person we need to talk about is another CSS named dictator. It's not Larsius, the first one, but Lucius. His full name is ridiculous. Lucius Metellus Capitolinus Imperiosus. That's also the name of my cat. Where's my cat? She hasn't shown up yet. Okay. Why is he important in 363 BC? Well, this is a moment. So this is what, 140-ish years into the Roman Republic? This is a period of time when the dictatorship is going to change. Early dictators, as you've already heard, are facing a lot of military challenges, conscription. They're facing big upheavals. They're facing down threats to the state itself. Later dictators are going to be appointed for that reason too, but they're also going to be appointed for, remember our word causas, that are quite different. Caussus. They are going to be appointed for different reasons that are going to seem a little bit bizarre at first glance. Lucius is one of them. He was appointed for the purpose, the causa of the clavi vigendi. You don't know what clavi vigendi means in Latin? What are you, stupid? No, I'm kidding. I have no idea what it means either. Clave is a word for key in Spanish. I don't know what the word for nail is in Spanish, but the reason I'm deliberating this is because clavi is the Latin word, I believe, for nail, and vigendi is the word for driving the nail, I think. So it's clavi vigendi causa. I'm not going to write that down because you don't need it. This isn't a Latin lesson, okay? Lucius was made dictator for driving the nail. Huh? What do you mean driving the nail? Was he a construction worker? Was he made dictator, like speed up a construction project? No. There was a plague, and there was a religious ritual that you drove a nail into, I believe, the temple of Jupiter to assuage the gods. You did it in a ritualistic way so that the gods would know, or that Jupiter would know, that you're taking whatever you did to make them angry seriously. And please, if you wouldn't mind, Jupiter, help us to not have a plague anymore. Okay, so Lucius, in 363 BC, was appointed dictator during a plague to be the one to perform the ritual to drive a nail into the door of the temple of Jupiter. Okay, now that I've said it out loud, it still doesn't make all that much sense now, does it? We started this video with the premise that a dictator in our brains is an authoritarian person who rules for life in like the 20th century. Think of Stalin, Mao, Franco, Hitler, Mussolini, right? These dictators that they wear their leather boots or they wear their onesie jumpers if they're a communist, right? The communists love their pajamas. They tell everyone what to do. They dictate and everyone does it. Okay. And we've already learned through this video that is not quite the right interpretation, right? Of the ancient Roman dictatorship, the historical dictatorship, the one that would have been understood for 2,000 years by people like Machiavelli, Locke, Rousseau, Montesquieu, Thomas Hobbes. I think I named them all. The way that I'm at least going to be referencing in this video all of them understood this to be something different. The Roman dictator was appointed for a temporary period of time to address a specific crisis, something presumably existential to the state, to carry through the laws, to execute the laws in a way that is unappealable, that is unassailable, that has some level of absolute or nearing absolute authority, in which all the other laws that might constrain the power of the dictator to face that crisis would be silenced, right? Montesquieu said there are times when liberty must be veiled. Okay? So it still sounds like a pretty damn powerful office, even if it isn't exactly what we'd expect from a 20th century dictatorship. It still sounds like somebody with exceptional powers, albeit with a Republican veneer over the top, like Cincinnatus, who didn't really want the power. He was a little annoyed that his crop was going to be perhaps less than ideal because he had to take 16 days to go fight the Achines or the Aequins and repel them and save Rome. Okay, it's different than what we imagined perhaps when we first started this little conversation, but it's not like deeply foreign. But now we got homeboy here, Lucius. He is hired to use a hammer, and not to use a hammer more than once, but literally once. Do this ritual, stop the plague, Lucius, resign your office. What? And the answer is that the office of dictator is evolving in the Middle Roman Republic. There are things called single-task dictators. They are brought in to do one basic thing: hold an election, drive a nail, lead an investigation, fill some magistracies, maybe conduct a war, or maybe conduct part of a war. But be the absolute authority, cancel the offices of consul, bring the Senate to a halt while you're in. No, that's not what's going on here. Lucius famously wanted to continue to be dictator, or infamously wanted to continue to be dictator after driving the nail. Maybe he was just like, wait, you really just hired me to do this one thing and now you're firing me? Are you serious? I heard about other dictators. They got to do cool stuff like fight wars. I want to fight a war. I just drove a nail. I want more. People, the tradition, right? It's not that if that was illegal for him. Theoretically, he could have stayed his full term. He could have stayed his 6 months. He could have continued to act as dictator in other ways. In theory, there is no written constitution, nor is there any legal prohibition on his power. However, there is a cultural expectation from Larsius, from Cincinnatus, from other dictators that gave up their power early, like Camillus. There's an expectation that the dictator does what they're told to do and then leaves. And so Lucius was basically run out of the office through tradition, through expectations. So I forgot to mention, I got all my papers here, I forgot to mention what kind of numbers we're dealing with here. So first of all, oh goodness, hold on, where's my note card? It's chaos. I'm just trying to do my best here. You could okay. First of all, I've already mentioned a bunch of ancient historians. I've mentioned that one of my useful secondary sources was Mark Wilson's Dictator. Please buy his book. If I can also bring to your attention that a lot of the ways that we know about these dictators is also through something called the Annales Maximi and consular and triumphalist fasti, records of Roman families. That's three separate things. These are functionally primary sources. Lists of the government saying who was dictator and when, family records perhaps that said when someone in the family was in office, and then the consular and triumphal fasti, that's presumably a list of of people who held offices, etc., etc. So basically government records, okay? Now, William C. Fox, your lecturer today, did not go through all those those primary sources, okay? I went through the text of all of the historians that I've mentioned from ancient history. I've gone through secondary sources, and I used the old Google and the old Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, to compile this lecture for you. I am not a classicist, okay? I also read things like, SPQR, Mary Beard. I have this book here, The Death of Caesar by Barry Strauss. I used this when I was making a video comparing Shakespeare's Tragedy of Julius Caesar to the ancient Roman historians. I've got a full listing of sources in the description. I am not sitting here claiming to be a Rolodex, an encyclopedia of endless information. Okay, why did I bring all that up? Because according to all of the different sources that I compiled, and in this particular case, the Roman Empire by James W. Ermatinger, we have here that he tells us there were about 90 dictatorships from the year 500 BC to 200 BC. Specifically, 202 BC would have been the last dictator for a long while in Roman history. I saw I can't remember where I saw like a number like 80 something. Mark Wilson says between 351 and 202 BC, there were 57 dictatorships. So I think that it's safe to assume that the number of dictators in the Roman Republic was something approaching the number 100, probably closer to 90 than 100. After the year 202 BC, there's this big break. Then Sulla is going to become dictator. Then Caesar is going to become dictator a number of times. And then the office is going to be abolished. Okay, so there's a bunch of dictators at the beginning that are legendary. There are these middle republic dictators, of which between 500 and 202, there's something like 90, above 80, below 100. And then there's this giant pause, there's two more, and then the Roman Republic is dead. So there's probably something like 92 dictators, the exact number. Someone can with more confidence than I, can mention that in the comments below. So let's talk about some of these people really quickly. We talked about Lucius, who became the first of our single cause dictators, right? He tried to stay and tried to start a war afterwards. Everyone kicked him out. The tradition was the dictator leaves when their task is done. He drove the nail in the temple of Jupiter. His task was done. Time to go, buddy. Torquatus. That's also the name of one of my favorite characters from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Not really. 340 BC, Torquatus is known for wanted to execute his own son for military discipline. So again, we're getting these, it sounds awful, and it is awful, but we are also, the reason we're told such a story, whether it's true or not, is the idea that a man would kill his son for the state. That is to say that he would place the state above his own family, his duty above his own family. It is a piece of republican virtue or vice, depending on your perspective. Corvus, 342 BC. I don't know why I've listed him after. In any event, he gives clemency for mutinied soldiers. So kind of like Camillus, he is seen as someone who's mediating between the aristocrats, the elites, and the plebeians, right? Part of the aura of the dictatorship, part of the aura that they are farming at least 6 or 7 times is the idea that they are going to mediate between elites and the plebeians. That's part of what it means to be dictator, at least in the tradition that we have been passed along. Philo, 339, he is one that said one of the censors should be a plebeian. Cool. Cursor, 325, again, he is going to try someone for treason. And remember, he's unappealable, right? If he says, I think it's his second in command, every dictator had what's called a magister equitum, a master of the horse, basically the number 2. The first task of every dictator is to pick their number 2. His number 2 went around his back and led a successful, actually, battle, but he was angry, and he wanted this person to be killed and executed for disobeying his orders directly. And he's appealed to, cursor is, to give clemency, a demonstration of the unappealability of, at least the official and legal unappealability of dictatorial decisions. Nonetheless, on a personal appeal, his second in command gets clemency. And I believe the story goes that it had to be that the second in command admitted that he was like totally wrong and that he could be killed if the dictator had wanted him to be. Last couple I want to talk about, Hortensius, 287. This is also considered the official year of the conflict, the official ending year of the conflict of the orders. In 287, we get the Hortensius law from this Quintius Hortensius. The plebeian assemblies, there's lots of assemblies in Rome. And remember, I told you earlier that the way that the consuls are elected is via voting procedures that are heavily tilted toward the aristocracy. In general, the assemblies, the Senate, the consuls, even though by this period of time we're having a split consulship where one is a plebeian, there's still all this pressure that the plebeians, that is the normal people, should have more say in their governance. And it is through the lay Hortensius that the laws of plebeian assemblies become binding. Now, that is going to end the conflict of the orders in the official sort of encyclopedia iterations of this. However, it is something that is going to come up as an issue in the late Roman Republic when we have more populist, that is to say, more common people, leaders that link themselves to the common people to demand and acquire and build power. That I'm not saying whether it's good or not to have the common people inflict their will on the Roman Republic. I wasn't around. I have no idea what the context was, really. None of us really do. But we can say with absolute certainty that this back and forth between the elites and the plebeians, the patricians and the plebeians, is going to cause issues and be part of the disturbances that brings tyrants, not just dictators, but tyrants like Sulla and Caesar, to power in the Roman Republic. Hortensius is going to give us a law in 287 that allows for more plebeian power in the Roman state, as the laws of plebeian assemblies will become binding laws on the Roman Republic. Fabius is a famous name in the Punic Wars. He's going to lead a strategy that does not engage directly in battle, and that's going to help with the ejection of the Carthaginians from the Italian peninsula. This is going to, if you can tell I stutter a little bit when I talk about military history, it's just not my thing, but it's going to be called the Fabian strategy, and it's going to be utilized by someone like George Washington, who is going to utilize the Fabian strategy to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible with the British military during the American Revolutionary War. The Fabian strategy is apparently important to people who study military history. Sounds good to me. And then finally, I'm going to mention Pera and Buteo, great names, Marcus Fabius Buteo and Marcus Junius Pera. These are also people that are going to be in office, during the Punic War. And the reason that they're interesting is because you'll notice it's two dictators at the same time. And I think that just speaks, without going into so much detail, it speaks to the crisis that was the Punic War and the role of the dictatorship in dealing with crises. That the idea was just one, but now we have two, and that's because the consuls and the entire state is completely occupied with the Punic Wars, and so therefore the rules are being bent, the institutions themselves are being conformed to the crisis as opposed to the crisis being conformed to them. And so that comportment with tradition can be bent depending on the severity of the crisis. And here we have an example where there are two dictators at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, Buteo was brought in specifically to basically replenish the Senate, because the Senate itself had been so drastically depleted by the war. So many senators were out of the city, out of Rome, that they needed a dictator just to bring such a group of people back together. Finally, 202 BC, we have Geminus, Gaius Servilius Geminus, whatever. The reason he's important is because he's actually not important. He is simply the last. He is last. Maybe he's least. I don't know. The reason that he is last of these archaic dictators, as they're called, going into the Middle Republic, is because he is going to, first of all, he's going to serve for a year again. So it's not 6 months, it's a year. We're told it's because of bad weather. He was made dictator to hold an election. So he's not made dictator, again, to face a threat, to be a general, to be in a supreme authority. But hey, buddy, would you be the head election administrator? We'll give you the title dictator. A little goofy. But he's in office for more than a year. And after this, in 202 BC, there is not going to be another dictator for 120 years until the man named Sulla. Sulla. S-U-L-L-A. I'm going to clear the board. We're going to talk about Sulla. Okay, so I've just written down a very elaborate Roman term, so I don't have to write it out while you're watching me scribble it down on the board. I've just cleared that off. Now, we have established that the dictatorship is an office that is imbued not only with a limited time and a sense of not really wanting to have that power that comes through Cincinnatus. Someone like Lucius, who wanted to keep the office of dictator, was ejected very quickly. We have this idea that the dictator can kill whomever they want, but that, their republican clemency can be appealed to, but that theoretically that power does exist with them. We've seen that generally speaking, they serve less than their 6-month term, if that indeed was an official term that was prescribed. But sometimes in extreme circumstances, we might have 2 dictators. We might have 1 dictator serving for more than a year. There's flexibility there, but I think we're getting the general vibe of the office. And therefore, it matters to us because what comes next in Roman history is different. And because it's different, it stands out, obviously. And it also gives us a sense of what dictatorship is. It's perhaps the first dictatorships in the Roman context that look a lot more like what we would expect a dictatorship to be today. And those are the 2 dictatorships that come after 120 years of no dictatorship, the dictatorships of Sulla, beginning in 82 BC, and the multiple dictatorships of Caesar, beginning in 49 BC. Sulla, whose full name is Lucius Cornelius Sulla, fantastic name. I think anyone who's got a child named Sulla, who's got a child named Lucius Cornelius Sulla, please do leave me a comment below. Sulla is, we're told by Appian, who remember is writing much, much later. Appian tells us that Sulla was a ruler by, quote, force and violence, quote, unlimited and so absolute tyranny, quote, doctoring one evil with another, made himself the sole master of the state. Ooh. Plutarch gave great offense, Sulla did, quote, the first and only to govern with harshness and cruelty, tells us Dionysius. So what we've gotten from the dictatorship so far is a group of people who are perhaps stern, right? They're brought in to tell people join the military or get something done, right? But they are chiefly portrayed as having these republican virtues, these abilities to take the power and not be intoxicated by it. What we're given with Sulla from, again, people writing about him later who maybe had an interest in making him look bad, but nonetheless, what we're getting is the story of a dictator who looks far harsher, who ruled perhaps for the sake of ruling, who wielded power for its own sake, who was harsh, who was a tyrant. And this is a good moment to bring in that word, tyrant. Because when I said at the beginning of this video, when is it dictatorship or what is dictatorship? I think what we all really had in our mind more than a dictator is a tyrant. A tyrant is, and there's different opinions and different spins on this, especially from people who are specialized in Greek democracy and Greek tyranny. But generally speaking, a tyrant or a tyranny is the product of a person who is seeking power for their own personal gain, for their own sake, not for the sake really of the state. They are building something that is for themselves and themselves alone, to perpetuate their own power. Now, there is a distinction between, and this is going to sound weird, a good tyrant and a bad tyrant. We're told the ancient Greek tyrant Pisistratus, sometimes I see it written as Pisistratus, which is just a silly name to speak out loud, Pisistratus, okay? But we're told that he, who ruled before Cleisthenes and ruled after Solon, we're told that Solon, the lawgiver of Athens, was unable to stop this tyrant from taking power, who came to the Acropolis with clubs. Okay, this is like the mid 500 BCs. This is before the Roman Republic exists. We're talking about Athens in ancient Greek, the Hellenic world. So this is also a place where, legend and history kind of mix together. But in the 550s BC, we have the tyrant in Greece, Pisistratus. But we're told by people like Aristotle, but maybe one of his students more likely, in the Constitution of Athens, that Pisistratus was actually a mild and moderate tyrant, that he was gentle and ready to forgive, or I can't remember the exact phrasing, but he was a good tyrant, okay? And we're told, though, his son, who came after him 17 years later, Hippias, was a mean, bad tyrant, okay? Because he was cruel. Pisistratus was nice. Hippias was a bad tyrant. He was mean, okay? But they were both tyrants because they both ruled for the sake of power itself, for their own personal gain. The portrayal here is that they manufactured their power. They built it up for its own sake. They did not have what would come later from the Roman dictators, these republican virtues. Okay, so what combines a good and bad tyrant is that they're ruling for themselves and building power for themselves. Whether they be truly nice or mean, the idea is that it's power for its own sake. A dictator, up until this point, has been defined as someone who takes power to save the state from a crisis, who does not seek power for personal gain. In fact, as with Lucius, we saw that if you try to keep the office to put on personal projects, to whip up other ideas, you're going to be thrown out. You're going to be opposed by the Republican tradition. That is not the expectation of a dictator. So now we can see, here we are. My clock says it's been about maybe like maybe an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. We're now seeing that there is a difference between tyrant and dictator that is deeply important, because the ancient dictatorship was not power for its own sake. It was power for a specific causa, which brings us to Sulla. Now, Sulla was the dictator of the Roman Republic from 82 BC. We're told until about 79, I think. Sorry, I just had to sneeze. Sulla was dictator from 82 BC to 79 BC, roughly speaking. So more than a year, maybe even something more like 2 years. So we've had dictators before that served for longer, but we're also told by all those historians I just quoted that he was a tyrant, that he was doing it for his own personal power, that he was in fact a bad tyrant. He was wielding power to be cruel, to be mean, to be, the stereotypical thing that we see in our head when we think of like a mean, bad ruler, right? Draconic ruler, that someone from even deeper in ancient Athenian history, right? In the, 600s BC, who was a harsh ruler, to where we get the term draconic laws, right? Bad laws, mean laws. Sulla, we're told, was himself dictator, but also tyrannical. So now we know what that means. He was seeking power for its own sake. At least that is the story that we are given. Here's a little more subtlety for you, however. First, this comes in a turbulent moment in Roman history. There has been what is euphemistically called the social war, not because it was a war where everyone hung out together afterwards or during, like that soccer game in World War I. It was called the social war because the group of people being fought by the Romans were called the socies, not the socios, not the members of FC Barcelona or Real Madrid football club, but the socies, a group of people, a tribe perhaps, that opposed Rome at the time. Hence we get the name social war. But what broke out after that was an actual civil war between conservative forces and the so-called populares within Rome that went through, I believe it's 88 BC until around the time that Sulla marches into Rome for the second time, the victorious winner of the civil war, under the banner of, well, not the literal banner, but as a conservative. So Sulla was a conservative member of Roman society. And so this is where we start to get the strange paradox of Sulla's dictatorship, because if you are conservative, small c conservative, try to wipe your brain of what conservatism might mean today. If you are conservative in this ancient sense, what you are is you are a traditionalist. You want the laws to move slow, right? Aristotle, if I'm not mistaken, wrote about the laws being slow, that people respect slow and old things more than like radical and new things. The law has more stability if it is slow to change. This is part of the reason we have things like stare decisis in our legal system today. The idea that precedent matters is so that people need an expectation that the law that is existing today will be the law that exists tomorrow. Even if it's perhaps a non-ideal law, it might be better to keep a non-ideal law for a long period of time so that there's stability rather than to disrupt the legal system with a new law. Because first of all, you don't know if it's going to be a good law, but second, because it creates disruptions. It ruins or damages stability. In the civil war in Rome, in which Sulla comes out as a conservative victor, the opposition is the populares. These are people that are going to the plebes. Remember, the plebeians now have one of two consuls by law through those reforms in the Middle Republic. We now have the plebeian assemblies being able to pass binding laws, and we get a snapshot from our ancient historians that in the period of time leading to the Civil War, we have conflicts within the Roman Republic around what would be more popular issues, right? Appealing to the masses, early versions of mass politics that cause such disruption that there is a civil war. All of the details don't matter as much as what happens once that civil war is concluded. Sulla rolls into Rome not once, but twice, and in 82 BC begins to operate in a manner in which he is quite cruel. Before taking the office of dictatorship, he oversees a group of massacres of the opposition in the Civil War. Perhaps no big surprise, but when we look a little bit later at Julius Caesar, who also wins the Civil War, he's far more accommodating to people who opposed him in the war, perhaps learning from the reputation that Sulla acquired for being quite harsh. Apparently, the mass executions that happened at the end of the Civil War were quite bloody and quite bad, at least according to these ancient historians who had a reason to make it seem as bad as possible. What also happens is that there is something called the interrex. If anybody's ever heard the name or the term interregnum, you'll understand what this means. Interregnum is like a time between the rulers, right? Regnum, reg, is where we get like regal for monarchs, right? So interregnum would be between the kings, so to speak. Interregnum between the regimes. Interrex, rex is the king, the literal like ancient Latin term for king. So interrex is between kings. And so there is an interrex that Sulla has appoint him dictator, and he is appointed dictator without a time limit. So that's the first big violation of tradition that Sulla goes for. Now, we've had dictators that served for more than 6 months before, but that seems to have been the demand of the Senate. What we're having with Sulla is a man who's orchestrated. So a consul hasn't selected him. Rather, Sulla has orchestrated himself into the Roman dictatorship to be the dictator for the cause of making the laws and redoing or making the Republican Constitution. Dictator, legibus, laws, faciendis, I think is doing, like hacer, related to. Republicae, you understand that's probably republic, and then constituende, so the constitution, the construction of the state. So he orchestrates himself to be the dictator for the making of laws and the redoing of the Constitution. Now, earlier on, we talked about the fact that Roman dictators had all sorts of powers, but there were two powers they didn't have. They didn't have the power to remake the laws, especially not in their own image as a tyrant, and they certainly didn't have the right to remake the entire Roman Constitution. The idea was you face a challenge, you don't change everything about how society operates, you leave and we go back to a normal situation. Sulla is doing something different. He is changing the laws. Specifically, he is given the power of the dictator for the cause of changing the laws and redoing the Republican Constitution. This is the real source beyond his cruelty of Sulla's controversy. But here's the thing. He is a revolutionary in a sense because he's remaking the Constitution, he's remaking the laws. But in what sense is he remaking the Constitution? What are the purposes of his new laws? Well, some of it is like the power of like redrawing borders and naming new magistracies. That's like the second time I haven't been able to say that word today. He is also doing what we might call conservative things, going back to the way things used to be before the conflict of the orders resulted in more power for the plebeians and thus created populares, political forces, populist political forces. Sulla is a conservative. He wants to go back in time. How does he do it? Well, he makes it so that if you serve as the people's tribune, That is an office that is created to represent the plebeians in the state. If you serve as the people's tribune, you can't take on another office afterwards. Basically, neutering the office of tribune. Second, he expands the Senate. I think he doubles it in size. The Senate is a fairly aristocratic institution, and the idea is to strengthen it against the plebeian assemblies, which he weakens. And the idea is that the aristocrats, the patricians, the real old wealth and the real old power of Rome reasserts itself over these common people who have been causing so much trouble, who are the source of our civil war. Of course, being the victor, he gets to blame them for all of the problems, and he gets to decide what direction the state will now take. He does this apparently quite harshly. There's things called proscriptions where he's banning his enemies from holding office. He's obviously choosing people he wants to run things. He's mean, we're told. That's the basic crux of all the criticisms from Polybius and Dionysius and Appian and Plutarch. He was a meanie boy. And then he leaves office voluntarily. Sulla resigns, 79 BC. He does the Cincinnatus thing of going to his farm. He dies pretty shortly thereafter. Now, did he leave office because he was old? Kind of like George Washington, but it just kind of comes out sounding like he was a honorable man because he resigned voluntarily. Who really knows? But the story goes really that Sulla took on some personal risk. He resigned the office of dictator and then walked out of town. And theoretically, if you are a dictator, this is a big part of the tradition, the Roman tradition, part of what reins you in your exercise of power as dictator is the realization that when you leave power, you will be a normal citizen again. And you will therefore be maybe not answerable to the crimes that you committed because they're not crimes, the decisions you made are legal because you are the dictator, and they are unappealable because you were the dictator. But nonetheless, if you are particularly cruel and then you suddenly are a normal man, people might be out to get you, right? It might not be legal for them to be out to get you, but they might be out to get you if you're harsh, right? The idea is that if you rule, you must also be ready to go back to being a normal citizen who is ruled. You are ruling and you are being ruled eventually. That is the dictatorial tradition in the Roman Republic. Sulla resigns the dictatorship after being a meanie boy, after killing people, after... I don't mean to downplay massacres. The histories are that he was super harsh. Okay, so... forgive my joke. Poor taste. He does all these really rash things. He takes the dictatorship in a direction it's not supposed to go, reforming laws, reforming the Constitution. And then he walks out of Rome. And this is a moment of personal risk because he was harsh. That risk is there. He's now subject to the laws just like everyone else. He's subject potentially to personal revenge. He's subject to the people who he ruled over harshly. In a way, he fits into this narrative pretty nicely because he resigns his office just like every other dictator before him, and he fits into the Republican tradition in his own way, despite being called a tyrant and seeking power for its own sake. Was he really seeking power for its own sake? Was he really a tyrant? Is that actually true? Is this construction that we've received? Or was he enforcing the laws in a perhaps harsh way, but in a necessary way because we're talking about a civil war? Where things are brutal, things are terrible in war. I'm not saying it's ethical or moral, just things are bad in a civil war. Was he really a tyrant? He gave up power. Would a tyrant who's seeking power for the sake of power really just give up that power? Right? Now, we're still in the land of a little bit of legend here, where even our historians here, like Appian would have been writing about this a couple hundred years later. Cicero, who writes about it, would have been writing about it, 100 years later, or 40 years later, excuse me. So we're missing details is what I'm trying to say. We don't know for sure, but it's an interesting thought experiment. Was Sulla really a tyrant, or was he just one of the harshest dictators to ever be in Rome? And the undisputable part about it is the fact that he did something innovative, and not in a good way innovative, but just different. He was there to make law and to reform the Constitution. And it is this aspect of Sulla that is going to make him interesting for political theorists going forward, particularly the most difficult political theorist that we are going to deal with today, Carl Schmitt, who is a name that is quite popular on the right today. He coined the phrase, I think he coined the phrase administrative state. I was looking at some of his work in the Library of Congress, because I didn't want to purchase his book. I don't know if the Library of Congress pays dues to the Schmitt estate or something. I think he died in the 70s. Anyway, in his political theology, one of his lectures, he uses the term administrative state. So I think he's part of that terminology. If you've heard that term in reference to right-wing desires to let's say trim back or demolish the federal government here in the States. He's also the one that coined the phrase, the sovereign decides the exception, or the sovereign is he who decides the exception. Carl Schmitt would also go on to join the NSDAP, aka the Nazi Party. So he is a difficult person to work with. We are going to work with him a little bit today, and we're going to do that in a very serious manner because of the fact that his political ideas led him to supporting a moral abomination in the Nazi Party and Adolf Hitler. But his contribution to political theory is, at the very least, worth grappling with, because it speaks to a lot of people, and because what we're going to be working with today is something he wrote about 10 years before he joined the Nazi Party, and it's politically, theoretically cogent. We'll get there. But the reason I'm bringing that up is that you can stick a pin in it right here. When we're talking about the dictator that changes the laws and modifies the Constitution, we're talking about something that I will argue, because others will argue, is a fundamental shift. And it's not just a fundamental shift in theory like we're discussing, it is also a fundamental shift in the perception of what dictatorship is. It is probably the origin of the pejorative sense, the bad connotation that the word dictatorship has today, where the dictatorship morphed from something that is meant to save the republic to something that might change the very nature of the laws and constitution of the republic. And this is a precedent that is going to be relevant for a very brief discussion, and the last stop on our journey through the Roman Republic, the dictatorship of Julius Caesar. Well, I'm clearing off the board here. I think I forgot to mention. So 202 was that last dictator, whose name escapes me at the moment, who was appointed for the election, right, to hold the election, and then he was supposed to give up his office after the election, which he did, and then we have 120 years with no dictator, and then suddenly there's a civil war, and we have Sulla, who's a tyrant. Like, what was going on for that century? Why did the archaic dictatorship and then this middle republic, why is there this gap? What happened there? That's above my pay grade, to be completely frank with you. And like I said, I've cited a lot of sources below. This is a lecture on political theory. I'm not a classicist, but I can tell you some ideas about why there was this break. Let's talk about some of the more obvious things that just, it might have been a case. And this is, I'm riffing a little bit off of Mark Wilson's book here, which I'm now citing so that you know that I'm not presenting this as like original research that I've done myself. Excuse me. So after 202, there's this break, right? Until Sulla in 82 BC. Now, I've read that part of the reason this might have happened is because Rome was just more stable, and that the threats that came from outside Rome occurred even further outside Rome because it's building an empire. And so without an existential threat, there's not a need for a dictator. And because the conflict of the orders was resolved for the moment. Remember, we had these reforms in the 300s BC and then the mid 200s BC. That's going to be basically resolved until the Civil War between the conservatives and the populares. Because of that, we have political stability and we have an expanding empire that might be contributing to the material benefits of the states. That is then, basically eliminating the need to have some sort of single executor of the power. We also have, according to the sources that I read, a larger general bureaucracy. So a dictator in a town, a polis, right? Like Aristotle, when he was writing about constitutions and when he was imagining what a polis might be, Plato as well, they probably were thinking of something in the Greek Hellenic world that probably wouldn't go above like 10,000 people, right? And in early Rome, we don't really know. I'm certainly not an archaeologist to tell you, but we're not talking about a massive society that when we think of ancient Rome, right, we think of pillars, we think of the big chamber of the Senate, we think of like famous paintings of Cicero giving discourses and speeches, right? We think of the baths and the aqueducts, and like, we can't think of the glory of Rome quite yet, okay? A lot of that is a creation of the Roman imperial period that's going to come after particularly, it's not going to exist in like the early archaic time. However, in the Middle Republic, in this gap between 202 and 82 BC, what we do see is that Rome is growing, right? I've already mentioned it's expanding. It's gonna fight wars of conquest. And so there might be just a larger bureaucracy. There might just be a more efficacious ability of government to govern. That might be another reason why we don't need another dictator until we have a civil war. And then finally, there is a mechanism, and it has an official name according to history, but at the actual time in which it was used, it did not have an official name, and that was the SCU. The SCU. Let me go back to black so you can see what I'm writing. SCU. It stands for Senatus Consultus Ultimatum. Senate Consult Ultimatum. The final decree of the Senate might be the best way to translate that into plain English today. The final decree of the Senate. So what is the final decree of the Senate, the Senatus Consultum Ultimatum? Well, first of all, the Senate never, as far as the sources that I've consulted, the Senate never like put up on a document like, today we invoke the ultimate decree of our institution. Here you go. That never happened. Okay. But what the Senate did do was functionally empower specific consuls of the two consuls that we've talked about before to, quote, see to it that the state come to no harm. To see to it that the state come to no harm. That is to say that the Senate gave powers to the consuls to do some of the things that a dictator would do without actually having to appoint a dictator. Because if you're a big institution, I mean, just think about this in terms of like power dynamics. If you're an institution, why would you seek to have an office that usurps all appeal and is more powerful than you, unless you really have to, right? So the Senate is going to start to opt to not do that. The Senate itself is becoming a stronger institution in this period. Perhaps we could chalk it up to simply an institutional change within Roman governance. So I have a few writers here. Carl Schmitt, who I just referenced, is very problematic. We'll get to it. From 133 to 40 BC, he writes, the Senatus Consultum Ultimatum appeared as a means of combating domestic opponents. The consuls were there to ensure the security of the state. In Aulus Gellius, Attic Nights, this is 14, chapter 7, or section 7, quote, instead, in the last century of the Republic, the Senate had recourse to a new device, the ultimate decree of the Senate, SCU, which declared state of emergency and ordered the consuls to take appropriate measures for the defense of constitutional government. Rousseau is going to write this in the Social Contract, chapter 6. The SCU was employed by the Roman Senate, in which it charged the consuls with providing for the safety of the Republic. And finally, Machiavelli, later periods, the dictatorial authority to the consul instead of the dictator to see to it that the state takes no harm. So the idea here, as you've heard now 5 times through different quotes, by the way, I'm trying to add as many, like more quotes in this. So let me know if that breaks up the flow for you or if it still feels pretty good. In any event, the idea here is that the dictator is unappealable, right? The Senate doesn't want to create someone that's that powerful, or at least it seems like they don't. So they started using other mechanisms to basically tell consuls, there's a crisis, go deal with it. We want you to go deal with it, right? What the Senate is not giving them is that legal immunity, right? They're not giving them the power to be unappealable. And so that's going to have consequences. I think Cicero ran into some trouble when he was under the orders of the Senate to deal with the Capitoline crisis. He's actually going to be prosecuted for some of the things that he did in the role of consul because he was not dictator while meeting a crisis. So it's a less effective way, or it is a more dicey way of enforcing laws and getting through crises, because the person who carries out this order of the Senate is not invulnerable to the pushback that might come from exerting great powers, because they are not given that dictatorial role formally. You can start to see in the years building up to Sulla's dictatorship between 121 and 49 BC, this SCU, remember, it's not like a formal thing. It's just like the Senate was called upon consuls to see no harm come to the state 10 different times. And between 49 and 40, so this is 49 is the first year that Julius Caesar is dictator. 40 is 4 years after he's killed on the Ides of March of 44 BC. The SCU is invoked 5 times. So just in the number of times that it's invoked, you can see that there is clearly disruption coming to the Roman state, which of course also begs the question of whether Sulla and Caesar were actually such great innovators. Were they really such great providential men, as they will later be portrayed? There are people who wish for Caesarism today. And generally when somebody says, I want a Caesar, what they want is a providential great man to come in and unblock a logjam or resolve a situation in a society. So I don't want to be too presentist, but there were people that were advocating for a red Caesar in 2016 during the election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. The idea was that it's better to have a Caesar than a Hillary Clinton. It is kind of like, okay, I'm being too presentist. Let's just say that Caesarism is associated greatly with great man theory of history. That is, that the movements of history are a list of the achievements of individual people. So one of my favorite books I have on my shelf right here, it was War and Peace by Tolstoy. And Tolstoy, this is, if you've never worked through War and Peace, I really recommend it. So towards the end of the book, Tolstoy starts to give basically like direct analysis of the historical profession. It's kind of funny. He interrupts his work of history to be like, and historians, they kind of suck. All right. And why is Tolstoy doing this? Well, he's doing it because a lot of War and Peace deals with the campaigns of Napoleon the first Napoleon. Napoleon III was also super relevant, but everybody knows Napoleon Bonaparte, right? Napoleon the first. Well, Tolstoy's Russian. Spoilers. Napoleon invaded Russia, right? And it was repelled from Russia. And what Napoleon is and what he represents to a lot of people is an iteration of Caesarism, Bonapartism, which we might discuss a little bit later. But the idea is that Napoleon was a mover and shaker of history. Is there truth in that? Probably. I mean, Napoleon was a person with some form of agency, unless we get like truly, hair splitting and be like, is there really free will or whatever? But like, if we assume that there is some form of free will and that humans have some form of agency, we must attribute some of what Napoleon did to he himself as an individual actor. However, the conditions by which Napoleon became Emperor of France and destroyed its republic under the auspices of saving it, the conditions that led to Napoleon, someone from Corsica, right, who comes and is placed as the first emperor of France after a massive revolution. Well, there had to be a revolution in France for someone like him to rise to that power, right? The king had to be beheaded, right, during the Terror. The king had to be removed from power from the National Convention of 1792. The General Assembly needed to be called by the king in 1789 and have that disruption, and then to have the March on the Bastille and the August 10th uprising in the Tuileries Palace, right? All of the circumstances that led to the political vacuum that Napoleon stepped into were not created by Napoleon Bonaparte, right? So Tolstoy in War and Peace writes a lot about the idea that men don't make history, history makes men. And not for their own sake, but just like history does things and men are just part of it. People are just part of it, if you prefer that sort of phrasing. But Tolstoy would have used, the he pronoun. In any event, if we're talking about the Roman context here, Sulla and Caesar, right? Sulla did not pass the reforms centuries earlier that gave more power to the plebeians, but he was around when some of the consequences of that political conflict resurfaced and then acted. Now, if someone other than Sulla had taken power, would history have been different, et cetera, right? These are the metaphysical questions that no one can really answer. These are the alternative histories that historians so desperately try to avoid, and with good reason. And we can't obviously solve that problem today, but we can consider as a narrative balance, right? When we say Sulla changed everything, Sulla changed dictatorship. He was the dictator for laws and remaking the Constitution. He did this, he did that. Sulla, a man of agency. We have to also contend with the fact, one, that as we've just discussed, maybe history just moves on its own and Sulla is simply carried away by the riptide, so to speak. We also have to consider the fact that we have historians here like Cicero, Livy, Dionysius, Plutarch, Appian, Polybius. They're all giving us their history with their own perspectives. I am giving you this history with my own perspective from my own moment in time. There's no escaping that. Now, I make a lot of efforts to try to give you the story as non-biased as I can, but I have political opinions, I have bias, and I openly state that I want the world to be a better place, and I have a vision, I guess, in my mind of what better means. And all historians and all people who tell you stories of the past are going to have that conflict within them. And it is in the act of admitting that and considering other possibilities that we do the best job that we possibly can as intellectually honest adventurers in the past. And especially someone like me with more of a political science background rather than formal degree in history, I think that's extra important. Okay, now let's talk about a great man, Julius Caesar. Not really. But he is, if nothing else, important because of the stories we've constructed around Caesar, whether he was the true mover and shaker of history. Caesar, of course, being the source of the word Kaiser, Tsar, right? When we think about power today, we think of Caesar. When we think of the month of July, we think of him because he was, during his period of time as dictator, involved in remaking the Roman calendar and creating a month of July with his namesake, Julius, attached to it. Part of the power that ultimately led to Caesar being assassinated in 44 BC on the floor of the Senate, to which we have so many different accounts. I have a whole video on it, but let's just name the historians really quickly. Plutarch, Appian, Cassius Dio, Nicolaus of Damascus, Suetonius, and Cicero. And I'm using, again, Mary Beard's work and Barry Strauss's Death of Caesar as secondary sources. I probably missed something, but whatever I've missed, I've listed it down in the description below. Caesar first becomes dictator to hold an election. So he's one of these single-task dictators who was named in 49 BC and holds the office kind of like previous dictators for a very short period of time. I want to say it was like 19 days, 20 days. The specific number doesn't matter. He is dictator in 49 BC to hold an election, but there's a twist to the story. The election he holds involves him being elected consul. There's another wrinkle in the story in that he is elected dictator to hold this election and becomes consul in the midst of civil discord. Caesar is going to fight a civil war with Pompey, which he is going to ride into Rome victorious in 45 BC, the winner over Pompey, Julius Caesar. In the ensuing 4 years, 49 to 45, when he is victorious, Caesar is going to be named dictator a number of times. I think he's named dictator a total of 5 times. The fourth time, he is named dictator for 10 years. The 5th time, he is named dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. So I think it's 45 BC. Dictator perpetuo. Related to, of course, the English word perpetual, the perpetual dictator, the dictator for life, probably more precisely translated. And this is when Caesar is going to start to get his reputation as a potential tyrant, because he is going to do a few things that are very kingly and perceived poorly, at least according to the stories that come to us through the ancient historians and through Caesar's contemporary Cicero, who will say of his assassination in 44 BC on the Ides of March that our dictator deserved his death. Our dictator being Caesar. So what did Caesar do? Well, after winning the Civil War and being named dictator for life, he holds a triumph. You've heard of the Roman triumphs before, I presume. This is when a general comes back to Rome after winning in some distant foreign land, and they have a parade. Okay, they have a big parade, and they put in front of the general, perhaps the leader of this conquered tribe, right? So it's a bit of a spectacle, right? They have cages maybe with animals in them from this foreign land, right? And they have the leaders of the foreign lands that they've conquered, or they're made to wear their traditional clothes, right? So it's like a way of showing off the specter and the power of Rome and the general. Caesar has a triumph. But over whom has Caesar triumphed? He's triumphed over Pompey in a civil war, and therefore we're told by these ancient historians that there is a sense of distaste and sadness when the triumph happens, because it is not victory over foreign leaders it's not a victory over someone else. It's a victory over Romans against Romans. Why shouldn't we be a little bit more reticent about celebrating victory over, our fellow citizens, our fellow Romans? So that's one. Second, Caesar does some populisty things and some not so populist things. So I think he reduces the grain ration, the number of people who get to have the grain ration in Rome. But at the same time, he splashes his personal wealth on games and feasts and events, and basically tries to make himself popular by splashing his cash around. The third thing Caesar does is he takes some of the people that were opposed to him in the Civil War, and he does a nice thing, the thing that's different than Sulla. He forgives and actually brings them into his inner circle. Brutus is one of those people, Mark Antony. But then there's some things that become a little outrageous, right? That we're told by these ancient historians push things too far. One is that he does, beyond forgiving people, he does bring a level of personal preference and corruption to the office of dictator and to the Roman politics themselves. That, if you are close to Caesar, you're going to get yourself up there, and that Roman politics is corrupted in this way. Now, Rome is already a pretty aristocratic place, so presumably this is more the jealousies of other aristocrats, sad to see the power concentrating. But you can see that, if the power is concentrating around Caesar and it's perceived as power for its own sake, then we are moving from a place of temporary dictatorship. We've already moved to a dictator perpetual, and now we're moving to someone pursuing power for its own sake. We're starting to flirt with the concept of a tyrant. He changed the calendar. He also, I think, is named, basically, he's named as a god by the Senate. This is when things get a little bit crazy. He starts getting all these honors and superlatives, these superlative titles to put on his name. And there's this really interesting and kind of funny incident where Julius Caesar is approached by the Senate, some representatives of the Senate, and the story goes that he's at his study, he's working, and the senators come to basically blow smoke and to give him some new award, and that he doesn't rise to meet the senators when they arrive. I think of it like that Publishers Clearinghouse. They knock on the door with the big check, and Caesar opens the door, and he's like, "Meh, I don't need a check." Slams the door. Bad joke. Okay. The point is that the Senate comes to give him some new honors, and he's like, no, thank you. Right? We get different angles and different versions of the same story. I think it's Suetonius who gave the version of the story that actually the reason Caesar did not get up to greet the senators is because his bowels were upset. Forget what the exact phrasing was, but it's basically Caesar had IBS, and so he couldn't stand, and it was all just a big misunderstanding. He wanted to receive the senators in their glorious honor, but poor guy, he just needed to poop. It's a great little anecdote there, Suetonius. Finally, and most importantly, there is a fear that Caesar wants to become king. And he is offered the crown in a very dramatic ceremony that may have been staged. There is an anecdote from almost all of the historians that tell us about the life of Julius Caesar, that he was offered the crown in front of a crowd 3 times in succession and turns it down 3 times in succession. That the crown goes on his head. It's offered to him, I believe, by Mark Antony. He rejects it. It goes on again. He rejects it. Oh, I don't want to be king. No. But you can kind of see you want to hear that story and say, okay, well, he's turning down the crown. What's the problem? Well, you could also see the other side of the story where it's like he is putting on the spectacle of like, no, I don't want to be king. No, please, no crown for me. Right? I just want to be a god and change the calendar and be a dictator for life, but king, no, thank you. Right? And it's like, does he really not want to be king? Maybe he really does want to be king and he just wants to look like he doesn't want to be king. He has to stage it first so that when he does become king, then it looks like he didn't want it, to appeal to that Republican thing going all the way back to like Cincinnatus and Larsius, right? That you don't seek power. Maybe it's false humility, or maybe he just wants every other power, but not the title of king. That's going to be something that his successor Augustus is going to do, is basically take supreme power, but hide behind a bunch of titles of the Republic. That's also going to be emulated by Napoleon Bonaparte many, many years later. Take power presumably to protect the Republic, but in practice to end it. In any event, however you spin the story, Caesar is acquiring titles, honorifics. He is throwing his weight around, and there's a conspiracy to have him stabbed. The dictator Perpetual is stabbed on the Ides of March, 44 BC. The historians tell us that he was warned beforehand, beware the Ides of March. That's not something invented by Shakespeare for the play. That's actually something, if it's invented by these ancient historians. He's then passed a piece of paper, we're told, on his way into the Senate meeting, which is not in the center of Rome, as popular stories would want us to believe. Nonetheless, somebody passes him a piece of paper that's like, yo, be careful. There's a conspiracy, and he's too busy to read it. There's tugs on his toga, which gives the signal that everybody should start stabbing him. And then the famous line from Shakespeare, Et tu, Brute, you too, Brutus, when Brutus gives the final blow, may not have been true, probably not have been true. Our ancient histories say that only 1 or 2 of them say that anything was said between Caesar and Brutus. And if there was, Caesar did not say Et tu, Brute, but rather, you too, my child. Whatever the truth is, I'm sure it was very dramatic. We have a civil war after, and Caesar's chosen adopted son, who's really like a first nephew once removed or something, Octavius or Octavian, ends up winning the civil war and becoming the first emperor of Rome, Augustus. And what title does Augustus take in 27 BC? Does he take the title dictator? Does he take the title king? No. In fact, Augustus is offered. There's this story that Augustus in I think it's 27, it might have been 22 BC, somebody can fact check me there, that Augustus is approached by people, representatives of the Senate and the plebeians, who are like, please, Augustus, since Caesar died, we've had nothing but disorder. We've had a civil war. You're so wonderful. Will you be dictator for life, just like Caesar was? And of course, Augustus knows that Caesar was stabbed to death as the dictator perpetuo. So Augustus is like, hell no, I'm not going to be the dictator. You can call me something else. You can call me, first of all, Augustus itself is an honorific. His name is Octavian. Augustus, it's, related. It's the precedent setting for the terms that we would call today august, as in dignified, right? It's an honorarium. He's also going to take the term instead of dictator, princeps. Now, princeps in Latin means first. And my understanding is it means only that. First. First what? Well, it comes from princeps senatus, an ancient republican term, or it might even date all the way back to the Tarquin monarchy when the Senate I'm led to believe did exist. Romulus created the Senate, according to legend. In any event, the Princeps Senatus, the first of the Senate, was the most senior member of the Senate. I think literally the most senior, as in the oldest. It might have been the longest serving, but I think it probably works out to both things. The oldest and longest serving member of the Senate was the first to be able to speak. So when Augustus or Octavian takes on the term princeps as opposed to dictator, what he is saying is that I am the first citizen, really, the first among equals. He's using the phrasing of the Republic, Princeps Senatus, to imbue himself with a Republican sentiment, a Republican power that he is actively destroying by becoming the first emperor of Rome. And this is all very interesting, but this is also where our discussion of Roman dictatorship must come to a close, because the final dictator, Julius Caesar, takes on the term dictator for life, dictator perpetuo, and of course, between him and Sulla, have now created a new precedent for what dictatorship means that is different than the early Roman Republic and is more in line with the dictatorship that we would expect to think of today. Ancient dictatorship, Republican values, short-term, single task, be it a true existential crisis or just driving a nail or holding an election, uninterested in acquiring power and amassing it for themselves, passionate about keeping the system of government and bringing it back to normal as the crisis calls for. Sulla and Caesar are innovators, and they're innovators in history. Maybe not great men, but they are innovators in our idea of what dictatorship is, and they are going to affect then political theorists and the concept of dictatorship itself for centuries and centuries and centuries, up until the term dictator is going to get a little bit of a revival. It's going to get a little bit of a revival. Sorry, a car was going by, or a motorcycle was going by. The term dictator is going to get a revival through the political theory of Machiavelli, through the social contract theory of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, who we're going to talk a little bit about. It's going to become a word that is not necessarily used in a bad way during the French Revolution, though it's going to come to represent the excesses of that revolution. And of course, dictatorship is going to be morphed by a couple different political ideologies that are born in the 19th century and come to fruition in real power in the 20th century, and that is fascism and communism. Through the concept of the dictator in fascism is going to be very, very different than the Roman dictator. We'll talk about why. And the dictatorship of the proletariat, the concept from utilized most notably by Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks in 1917 to take power in Soviet Russia. These concepts of dictatorship are based in some understanding and in contrast to Roman dictatorship. And that's why we need to talk about it all together in one go. It is those differences, however, in political theory that are going to create the space for us to have a productive conversation about what dictatorship means, what it means to have an emergency, and really what it means to have sovereignty. Now then, to bring us full circle for this section, because we started this discussion with something that might have felt like a really early detour. And actually, when I was talking, I was like, oh no, will this be perceived as a giant detour? Will people be like, hey, I thought this was a video about dictatorship. Why are you talking about Niccolo Machiavelli? But I want to go back to Machiavelli. When Machiavelli was talking about the dictatorship, and he said, experience shows us that dictatorship was always a useful institution. It was among those institutions which were the source of greatness of Rome. We now know what the hell he was talking about. Niccolo Machiavelli was talking about Cincinnatus. He was talking about Camillus. He was talking about Larsius. He was talking about the early Roman dictators that lended their name to an institution that was, again, quote, to protect liberty. It's according to Machiavelli, to protect liberty, not to destroy it. They are there to save Rome and to bring it back to a normal state of affairs. That is what dictatorship is to Machiavelli. Machiavelli, this is again, the Discourses on Livy, not the Prince. And the reason that book was written, Discourses on Livy, is because Machiavelli was influenced by the ancient historian Livy. He wanted to draw lessons from Livy's histories. Machiavelli writes in his Discourses, "It is the creation of magistracies and the granting of power by extraordinary means which harms republics, not those which are created by ordinary means." So, what Machiavelli is saying is if you create a system with the space for a emergency magistrate, a dictator who can come in and solve a problem in 6 months that is very specific, that has boundaries, both traditional and legal boundaries, that has a time limit, be it precise at 6 months or something else, but with the bare minimum of a cultural expectation of being time limited. If you create space for that within your constitutional order, you have nothing to worry about because you've created good laws, and you've created laws that can be suspended in a crisis to get through the crisis to save the state itself. Machiavelli then, in praising dictatorship as good, was not praising our conception of dictatorship, but the ancient conception of dictatorship, an emergency magistrate, as good. When a republic lacks such a procedure, it must necessarily come to ruin by obeying laws or break them in order to avoid its own ruin. So he's saying situations like this, situations of existential threat to a republic, are going to come whether you prepare for them or not. So you can either obey your laws perfectly while you're being invaded to wait for a declaration of war to do anything about it, and then you'll be ruined because you won't be able to respond to the crisis. Or you can create or you can break your laws. You can create a habit of breaking your laws, and then you'll come to ruin again because you will not have, you'll become habituated to breaking laws inside and then outside of crises. John Locke, 1689, second treatise, writing about prerogative powers in chapter 14. Many accidents may happen. Again, we touched on this at the very beginning of the video. Many accidents may happen wherein a strict and rigid observance of the laws may do harm. Many things there are to which the laws can by no means provide for, and those must be left by necessity to the discretion of him that has the executive power in his hands. John Locke, who is someone, if nothing else in the social contract tradition, is known for saying that the power resides with the people, that the ultimate deciders of things, the sovereignty is with those who are subject to the social contract, the people themselves, that power has limits. John Locke, in writing about prerogative power, is thinking about the ancient Roman dictatorship. He's saying you have to create spaces for things you can't anticipate, accidents that may happen, where any strict and rigid observance of the laws may do harm. He's saying you have to create space, right? And who is the quintessential example of this besides Cincinnatus? Abraham Lincoln. And it is in the Imperial Presidency, a book that I have referenced a bajillion times now on this channel, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., writing about Abraham Lincoln, who makes the case very compellingly. It is the Lockean tradition of prerogative powers that saved the Union during the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln is basically a dictator in the Roman tradition. You know, he is, despite the fact that George Washington is more often called the American Cincinnatus, the real one that was put to the test was Abraham Lincoln. Montesquieu. There are cases in which a veil should be drawn for a while over liberty. To defend themselves, the patricians were in the habit of creating a dictator, which succeeded admirably well for them. Montesquieu is the separation of powers guy, okay? He writes on the spirit of the laws. I think this is actually the quote from In Considerations on the Causes of the Greatness of the Romans and Their Decline, 1734. Whatever. The point is, Montesquieu is a aristocrat. He's a moderate monarchist, but he is a separation of powers kind of dude, all right? And he is saying, you got to put draw a veil on liberty every now and again. Dictatorship succeeded admirably well for the Romans, right? That sounded like foreign language stuff when we first started our lecture, but now you can see what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about Julius Caesar or Sulla. He was talking about Cincinnatus, Camillus, Larsius, Albus. That was the one we talked about. Yeah. Rousseau. Last one, I promise. I don't want to belabor this too much, but I think you're now seeing why I quoted them all at the beginning. So I want to bring this full circle. Rousseau on dictatorship. In a time of crisis, the laws can in themselves cause the downfall of a state. There are countless cases for which the lawgiver has made no provision. No one, therefore, should seek to strengthen political institutions to the point of losing the power to suspend their operation. And that is particularly true in a case when the safety of the state is at stake. So Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, even John Locke, though he doesn't name it explicitly because he's John Locke, all of these political theorists are going to look back at the Roman Republic and they're going to say there was something of merit there because there are circumstances that you just can't predict. There are crises that you simply can't write laws for. And when that moment comes, you have to make choices. Abraham Lincoln famously used the metaphor of hacking off a limb to save the body. What Abraham Lincoln did in 1861, in April of 1861, after the bombing of the bombardment of Fort Sumter and the beginning of the Civil War, he installed a naval blockade. He raised an army. He raised a navy. He demanded funds. And he suspended the writ of habeas corpus, that is the right to know why you're being charged and to appear before a judge. He suspended that writ of habeas corpus between Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. in order to stop people in Maryland from stopping reinforcements from arriving for the defense of D.C. He did all those things illegally, in theory. The letter of the law does not say that the President of the United States can do all these things, especially not behave as though there is a war going on, unless Congress, which has the Article 1, Section 8 power to declare war, does so. But in acting before that, and particularly in suspending habeas corpus, Abraham Lincoln took on the role of Roman dictator. Functionally speaking, he took on that magistracy, emergency, prerogative role, and it is because of that that the Union was saved. Now, could the Congress have legislated beforehand and said, if there is a civil war, or maybe even the founders of the United States, could they have written in the Constitution, hey, if there's an emergency, you got to do what you got to do, baby? They could have. They arguably did. If you look at the vested powers in Article 2 of the Constitution, the oath of office is in the Constitution of the United States, and it says the president shall take care to, I forget, the laws are faithfully executed, defend the Constitution, right? That's what Lincoln used to justify his behavior. So it's arguably in there vaguely, right? But there's no explicit thing in the Constitution that says if there's a crisis, you can just suspend the Constitution. It's an emergency. Do what you got to do, baby. That's not in there because of a very explicit reason, is that if you put that language in there, well, people are going to take advantage of it, right? If you say in an emergency, you can do this, well, people are going to be like, well, it's an emergency, right? Again, I don't want to be too presentist, but there's a lot of things happening as I record this video where the big justification for breaking the rule is, well, it's an emergency. So you can see how that is problematic. If everything's an emergency, nothing's an emergency. If emergency procedure applies outside of an emergency, then it's no longer an emergency procedure. It's just how things work. To use Machiavelli's phrase, if you get into the habit of breaking laws, you will lead to your own ruin, because you should be creating specific specific procedures to deal with exceptional situations that you cannot foresee, like the Civil War. Rome had such a thing. It had the dictator. It had the tradition of the Roman dictator, that when Rome was in truly existential bind, according to legend, they could have a consul name a dictator that would then take the reins, see through the conflict, and bring the normal situation back. To bring the situation back from what our theorist we're going to talk about next, Carl Schmitt, called a state of exception. A state of exception. I think it's time to move on to talk about that. And I want to warn you ahead of time, as I already have, this is a difficult set of things to talk about. When we talk about Carl Schmitt, I think he was at some point called the crown jurist of the Third Reich. He was personally vouched for by Hermann Göring. He was 100% a member of the NSDAP. He joined, I think, in the same month as Heidegger, the philosopher. And his legacy is therefore tarnished, and all of his opinions are forfeit, in my opinion. However, we're going to be working with a book that he produced called Dictatorship in 1921. It builds on some of his writings from the early Weimar Republic. And it is a work of history and political theory that is cogent and useful. And so, despite the fact that his personal convictions took him in dark places, and that it is probably undeniable that his political theory itself became a framework for him in understanding his turn towards Nazism, despite all that, the book Dictatorship itself is still useful. I don't know how to say it in a way that doesn't make me sound awful. And I think it's one of those things where, like, if you look up Carl Schmitt on like the Encyclopedia, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, they'll say, like, Schmitt had some interesting political theories, and the conclusions they led him to draw, prove that he was an asshole or something like that. I gotta agree. I also feel the need to bring him up because I think the point is, the reason I'm bringing him in is because I think his distinction of two types of dictatorship are useful, and I want to teach them to you. And I think they will help us to understand what Caesar and Sulla were, because they were different. Sulla was somebody who might have built something new. He was making laws, he was changing the Constitution. But he was conservative, he was giving power back to the patricians. But he also left the office behind after the situation was resolved, even though he technically could have stayed. He broke the traditions, he kept the traditions. He used the office, but he created something new with it. How do we think about Sulla? And how do we think about dictators in the modern sense because of that precedent that's set? That's what we need to examine. We're going to do it through the work of Carl Schmitt, and throughout we are going to say Carl Schmitt bad. Carl Schmitt idea, political theory, interesting. Carl Schmitt person, Carl Schmitt politics, bad. All right? Never forget it. I'm sorry to have belabored it so much. So I'm just finishing up clearing the board here. I did want to acknowledge that this video is titled, When is it Dictatorship, right? So presumably now you've seen there's subtlety to the question, because dictatorship in our modern sense is pretty easy to identify, right? It's like big bad man says what we should all do and we all have to obey, right? The apparatus of the state wraps around a single person, or perhaps in the dictatorship of the proletariat, like in Soviet Russia, right? It wraps around the apparatus of the state itself as the dictator, as an entity, and it tells everyone what to do and they do it, right? But there's some things that you might want to look out for. And I think that the lessons that we've gone through so far would help you to identify them. One thing that you might look out for is whether or not the extraordinary use of power that you see in front of you today is being sold to you as something perpetual or something temporary. If somebody, it's not to say it's either good nor bad, it will simply help you to identify what you're dealing with. When someone says, these are extraordinary times, this is an emergency, I must use power because the situation itself demands it, and I don't want to keep it. Now, unfortunately for us thinking people, usually when someone says, I seek power, but I do not wish to wield it, right? Like when they put on that facade, we see through it. So it's just to say that you should ask yourself then as the next question, if it's an extraordinary circumstance, is it really? Like, is it like if this person's saying, I need power, I need to basically be the Roman dictator and have the power to enforce law because there's some giant emergency that demands it, right? Your next question should be, what is the emergency? Is it truly existential? Second thing you might consider, remember that the early Roman dictators could not make new laws. They could not change the constitution, right? So the next question you might have is what I'm looking at facing a situation that will ultimately return us to a state of normality? And is the emergency being claimed justifying powers of just enforcing pre-existing laws and coming through a crisis, like facing invasion, for example? Or is the idea of the power being exercised that you're seeing being exercised to change law, to make new law, to change the structure of the Constitution? If so, it's violating that republican aura that has been handed down to us in the tradition of ancient Rome. It's a good moment for me to also talk about the reason why we might think that's kind of a dumb thing for me to even bring up. The tradition of ancient Rome. Like, who cares? My whiteboard is a little loose right now. I'm going to fix that next time I make a cut. If it's jerking around a little bit, that's why. Hold on, I'm going to make a cut and fix it. I'm sorry about the glare. I am recording in my living room, and honestly, like, I can't afford a studio. I guess I could turn the whole situation, but the best lighting for me, my face, comes from the sun and not from like box lights, which wash me out. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a solution here. So in any event, why should we care about the legend, right? We had all these different ancient historians, Polybius, Cicero, right? They all told us this story about the dictatorship, that we might see the ancient dictatorship as this great institution of ancient Rome that made it great, right? Machiavelli would buy this line in his Discourses on Livy. It'd say the dictatorship was one of the things that made Rome great. Okay, we're not Romans. Any link that we have to Rome is imagined, right? It's a bit like nationalism. It's an imagined community. Nationalism is an imagined community that tells us that even though we've never met someone from North Dakota, we still share an identity with them as Americans, right? Or if you're in Bavaria, your nationalism tells you that you have a relationship with someone in Berlin, even if you've never been to Berlin, right? Or more problematically, that you have relation to someone in Salzburg, right? In Austria. Maybe we should combine those two states, right? It gets problematic. However, those stories we tell ourselves, those identities we create, those links that we have, those imagined communities, those ideas from ancient Rome, some people are going to take them seriously. They infuse, nonetheless, our conception of ourselves because those are the stories we tell ourselves. And therefore, they have an impact on material reality. And if we ignore that, if we say, oh, I want nothing to do with that because it's all make-believe, you kind of seed the ground to people who are going to come in and say, well, I want to take the legend of Rome to advocate for Caesarism, right? They're not going to, like the baddies are not going to shy away from legends and the virtues or vices that they see. And so therefore, you should at least be aware enough of what these legends are, because you must know that they have their appeal to people. There is a depth of culture. There is a sea of human understanding of what ideas are and what material conditions are that I certainly cannot resolve for you today in this lecture. I can only tell you that it all matters. And if the story we're going to tell ourselves about ancient Rome is that it mattered to us and that we feel some form of connection with Rome, we have their pillars on our Capitol buildings, we have their statue styles, we use expressions, and we think of the Senate of Rome as being akin to the Senate of our country, or perhaps an upper chamber like the House of Lords or the Bundesrat in Germany. If there's no avoiding that these things are permeated in our culture, and you can try to go and erase them, or you can try to understand the legends, see where there might be truth in them, see where there might be virtues in them, and try to put them to good use. Right? The ancient dictatorship, whether it was literally true that Cincinnatus was a yeoman farmer who had no interest in power, who nonetheless got it and then gave it up, That's a pretty good story that we might want to spread around to people, as opposed to only the intoxicating allure of the tyrant of Julius Caesar, or not Solon, he's not a tyrant, Pisistratus, or Dracon in ancient Athens. Right? Stories are going to get around. Which stories do you want to tell? Do we want a universe in which Abraham Lincoln was told stories about Cincinnatus, where Cincinnatus held on to power and clung to it and used his power in extraordinary ways outside of the crisis? No. I want the Abraham Lincoln who read Locke and thought about limited government. I want the Abraham Lincoln who believed that Cincinnatus was real, not just a legend, and that the story of him giving up power is an example to good Republicans like Abraham Lincoln that will come later. And that is the legend of Cincinnatus that I would at least like people to think about. Now, do I think it's necessary for them to literally believe them to be true? No. Do I think that stories can have good lessons for us? Yes. And so I do just want to highlight the idea of the ideal versus the material. The land of ideas is where we're kind of existing with some of this ancient Roman stuff, right? But it's had an impact on the material world. And part of learning about it is also realizing that that human beings are story-based creatures, and we need those stories, and there might be reasons to take those stories seriously.
Hey, William, the lighting seems a little different. Your voice sounds a little different. Is it a second day of recording? Yes, it is. I realized yesterday that what I really wanted to do was focus for the rest of this video to make sure that we don't get too lost in the history or the theory only, but that we're using them to an actual purpose. And that purpose, in my opinion, is to try to explain the phenomenon of modern dictatorship. And so the next theorist that I want to speak about is someone who is, as I've already mentioned before, Carl Schmitt. He is a difficult person to work with because of where his politics took him. But actually, I think if you stick with me, you'll see that that's kind of the point. The flaw in Schmitt's logic is the flaw that led him to make terrible political choices. And that is, of course, the mistake that we'd all like to avoid, and we'd like our fellow citizens to avoid. And so I think that by looking at his explanation of what this Roman dictatorship was and how he builds to a more modern formulation of dictatorship, one that we would find more recognizable through the empire building of Napoleon, through Napoleon III, who takes over after the Revolution of 1848 in France. When we look at Vladimir Lenin in the Soviet Union, or the fascist dictators that take power in the early 20th century, because I think we intuitively know that there's something different about the rule of Napoleon I, or Napoleon III, or Bismarck, or the fascist dictators, or Vladimir Lenin in the Soviet Union, or Chairman Mao, or Kim Il-sung, so on and so forth. There's something fundamentally different about them than there is the dictatorship that we've been discussing so far from the Roman Republic. And it's not just a question of like, how long does the person serve? Is it temporary or is it for life? There is a question of sovereignty and of mass politics and of the complications of society as we enter the modern era. Becoming a dictator is a far more complicated affair. If you were facing down a threat for the Roman people in the early Republic, you might have been facing down a military threat like Cincinnatus from the Equins. You handle it, you're done. It's a pretty simple society. But of course, we know our modern society is far more complicated, that there could be multiple crises going on all at once, that even if there's not a crisis going on, that society itself is just far more intense, multifaceted, multi-layered. There's federal, local, state governments. There's issues that run the gambit from military threats to geopolitical grand strategy, but also something as basic as filling potholes in a road and having competent roadways. Snow plows is something that's been going on recently in my world. the influence of social media. I mean, you get the point. Everybody needs healthcare. These are things that, might have been in more infant stages just a few hundred years ago. If you go back to the Roman Republic, the idea that the Roman state would have anything to do with healthcare is a bit absurd, aside from if you were serving in the military and somebody bandaged you up after you got slashed with a sword. So I want to investigate that difference, that evolution now, and I think that Carl Schmitt is going to show us both a useful model for thinking about it, but in his own personal failings, in his own personal politics, where he made a morally disastrous conclusion about where he should go and join in, the early Nazi government, and joining the Nazi party, where he went wrong. And that flaw in his logic is also going to be quite illustrative for us as we go together. So that's my plan for today. We're going to look at what Schmitt calls the commissarial versus the sovereign dictatorship. And we're going to explore that word sovereignty a little bit together. Yes? Do you have an opinion? Yeah? Hi, sweet girl. How you doing? Oh, it is food time. That's why you came to bother me, huh? Do you have an opinion early on? Could you distinguish the commissarial and the sovereign dictatorship for us? Uh-oh. We don't have any opinions until we're fed, do we? All right, let's get some food and then we're going to record. Okay, I actually did need to feed my cat and just adjust the board a little bit. I also got myself some coffee, so now we are good to go to talk about dictatorship. So when I was describing the Roman dictatorship yesterday, I think that there was a problem that emerged that we now need to solve together. We have the original, the OG Roman dictatorship, that of Larsius, of Camillus, of Cincinnatus, of Fabius, of Roman dictators that fell into the legend, into the tradition. They served for 6 months. They had a specific challenge that they needed to face, be it driving a nail into the door, or facing down a threat from outside, or holding an election, or running an investigation. They had a specific task, and it was culturally expected, if not statutorily enforced, that they needed to give up the power as soon as their task was completed. Furthermore, they weren't to rewrite the laws, nor to amend or try to amend the constitution of the Roman Republic. And remember, it's not a literal paper constitution, but just how the state itself is constructed, right? They weren't supposed to remake the state. There's all these limits on them. And yet, towards the end of the Roman Republic, we have two dictators that break the mold. And Caesar obviously breaks the mold in the most simplistic way possible, in that he decides that his dictatorship is not going to be time limited, that it's going to be a dictatorship perpetual, a perpetual dictatorship. He begins to also behave as a tyrant or a king, right? And in this way, Caesar is a far more stereotypical breaking of that unspoken cultural agreement that existed in Rome around the politics of the dictatorship. But I think Sulla's a far more interesting case. Remember, Sulla served as dictator from about 82 to 79. He, though he was not time limited, he ended up giving up the office of his own volition and holding true to that tradition. He also, theoretically, depending on your perspective, did not innovate the office as much as you might think. In the reality of the situation, Sulla was a conservative, and when he used his dictatorial powers to strengthen the Senate, to weaken the people's tribunes, to weaken the plebeian assemblies, to strengthen the patricians and the aristocracy, to hearken back to a Rome that may or may not have existed in the legendary period, what he was doing, perhaps in his own mind, was taking Rome back to a normal situation. That is to say that Sulla decided there was an abnormal situation. Here's an important word we're going to use today, an exception, and he was returning the state to normal. And in this way, you can see Sulla more like a traditional Roman dictator. But of course, there's another way to look at it, the more common way, especially given the ancient historians who describe to us in great detail how bad of a man Sulla was and how cruel he was and how he used his power in vicious ways to go after his enemies. But it's not just the intensity of the person of Sulla or his retributive behavior that makes him potentially different. It's the fact, as we've discussed, that he changed laws. Right now, maybe in his mind, as we said, he was going back to a more conservative version of the Roman constitution. But in practice, what he was doing was amending the Roman constitution, the makeup of the Roman state. He was amending it to strengthen the Senate, to strengthen the traditional aristocracy, and to weaken the more popular elements of Roman governance. In violating that sort of unspoken contract between dictator and the political system and the people of Rome, Sulla became something new. Sulla became a dictator who is not returning Rome back to normal, but is instead creating a new version of normal. How do we reconcile that difference? Well, it is something difficult to rectify. And a lot of the writers that we've already spoken about, Machiavelli, Rousseau, Locke, Hobbes, Montesquieu, they don't really have a great answer. Their perspective in most of their writing is to simply describe the Roman dictatorship as it was originally and to treat Sulla and Caesar as something tyrannical, that is outside the concept of dictatorship. And actually, if I, Sophie, can I have my note here to cite some sources? Can I? Okay. All right. I guess we'll just do that later. And I think the best answer to rectify, so because some of these older thinkers don't deal with it, we actually end up waiting, I think, until about 1919, 1920, 1921 to get a somewhat satisfactory political science answer, political theory answer to the conundrum that Sulla poses as being someone who might be building something new with his temporary position. And that's when we need to bring in the concept of dictatorship from Carl Schmitt. Now, I've already said enough about Carl Schmitt, so we don't need to get lost in a discussion about him. I do want to just, for one last time, for all time's sake, to say that I do not endorse the person of Carl Schmitt. I don't endorse his politics. And we are going to be talking about his 1921 work, Dictatorship, and his 1926 essay on the topic of dictatorship as reference points to understanding the concept of the sovereign dictatorship. And of course, then we're going to do a little exploring of the concept of sovereignty itself and what it might mean to us today, looking at more modern forms of dictatorship and trying to decide what they are and what to do about them. Okay? Carl Schmitt wrote in his 1921 Dictatorship a history of the concept itself. And he begins, of course, in Rome. And he uses a lot of the terminology that all of our thinkers have used to describe that original Roman dictatorship. Time limited by tradition and custom, specific behaviors, specific tasks that need to be accomplished, perhaps absolute power to enforce the law, but no power to make new law and no power to amend the Constitution of Rome. And in fact, I just picked up my notes here. In fact, he's quoting from Machiavelli in a certain section, and just as Machiavelli in his discourses on Livy had said that the dictatorship was good, that it was in almost all cases great for the state, Machiavelli, Schmitt writes, for Machiavelli, the continuing existence of the magistrates was in fact a guarantee against the abuse of the dictatorship. And in describing this Roman dictatorship, Schmitt writes, for the Republic, that is the Roman Republic, the dictatorship was not a tyrant, and dictatorship was not a form of absolute government, but rather an instrument to guarantee freedom. And this is freedom for the state, the independence of Rome, not necessarily for the liberty of the individual Roman. Nonetheless, he is saying there that it was not an object of tyranny, but an object of preserving liberty. And so you can see that he clearly understands this original paradigm that we're dealing with. Just as we saw at the beginning of the video, when I said that we all expect dictatorship to just be one person who tells everyone what to do and everyone follows, that's a dictator.
Carl Schmitt says that's not the right way to look at dictatorship to truly understand it. He references actually an ancient definition by Varro, V-A-R-R-O, in an ancient Roman language encyclopedia, actually, about the Latin language. And he says that in that dictionary, there is a definition that dictatorship, or the dictator, is the one who dictates. Est qui dictat? Yeah, I got it right. So, dictator est qui dictat is who dictates, right? He says this is actually not the right way to look at it, and that this ancient definition is wrong. Now, you might say, what business does Carl Schmitt have disagreeing with a Latin dictionary from 2,000 years before he was even alive on the planet? Well, this is also a dispute that happens with the Roman historians discussing the origin of the word dictatorship. There is a question about whether dictatorship is, whether the word dictatorship, the etymology, is simply to say that the dictatorship, est qui dictat, is the one who dictates, or whether the origin of the word dictatorship is actually using the noun to name, and who is the person that names in the situation of a dictatorship? It's the consul. The consul, remember, nominates the dictator, names or chooses the dictator. And in this sense, there might be an explanation for the word dictator that simply means more like the one who is named, as opposed to the one who calls the shots, the one who dictates. Does that make a little bit of sense? It cuts a little deeper than that. It's not just about splitting hairs with the dictionary and old Latin dictionaries. It's about understanding the deeper essence of what the Roman dictatorship was in its original form. And for Schmitt, what the Roman dictatorship was, if you boil it down in its original form, it was commissarial, a commissarial dictatorship. I think you can see that okay. The commissarial dictatorship is what Schmitt is going to call the first kind of dictatorship. And it's obviously derived from the noun commission, or perhaps the verb to commission. Now, when I've been researching this, I kept thinking about when do we in modern parlance use the term to commission, or when is someone said to have a commission? And the only thing I could really think of is the world of art. For normal work out there, you contract with a freelancer, you hire an employee, right? You contract with an advisor, et cetera, et cetera. You don't usually commission, someone to tell you how to behave in the corporate world or to mow your lawn, right? It's mostly in the art world when we say we commissioned a painting. And what does it mean in the art world to commission a work, to commission a sculpture? What does it mean to commission a piece of art? Well, it generally means to bring someone on to do one single thing, right? To paint the Sistine Chapel. A rich person will hire an artist to do a custom piece of art that can then hang in the wealthy person's home. And the other thing that the commission aspect does is, and this is going to sound a little weird at first, but hear me out. It's going to make a lot more sense later, is you don't commission an artist to dominate your artistic appetites. You don't hire an artist to paint you one painting and also to replace all the paintings in your home, or to dominate what you will come to see as art in the future, or to change your taste and your perspective on art from the past. It is not a totalitarian contract with that artist, right? You're just saying, hey, artist, I need you to do this one thing. You don't own my home. You don't own the piece of art that you create. You don't get to change the layout of my house. Artist, please come do a painting for me. Okay, you're like, Will, why are you getting so specific in your contract about commissioned art? Well, I think Schmitt would argue, though that's not a comparison that he makes in the book. What Schmitt is saying, though, is that when the Romans called upon a dictator, and indeed, when the Americans called upon Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, what they were calling upon was a commissarial, that is, a commissioned dictator. And so now you can kind of see why I've drawn out this analogy. It's because, like the painter is commissioned for a single painting, a very specific thing, and really they're commissioned to stay within the bounds of that project, the commissarial dictator, for Schmitt, is someone who is commissioned, as the ancient Roman dictators were, on a temporary basis for a specific project. And what they don't have the ability to do is change the laws or the constitution. They are a temp. And what is the temp hired to do? The temp is hired to bring the state back to normal so that normal procedure may continue. So the challenge for the Roman state was to identify when a situation was bad enough to justify emergency powers, then to have that person, that dictator, named by a consul and commissioned to solve the problem. In a way, when you look at it this way, the dictatorship seems pretty chill. It's like, hey, we got an extraordinary thing going on here. Would you mind stepping in for a bit? And then as soon as you're done, it's ripped away. As soon as normal is restored, the normal functionings of the state are brought back. And so Schmitt gives us then a definition of dictatorship, of which I'm going to snip out a little bit because we're going to talk about the second part of this definition afterwards. Schmitt writes, a dictatorship is the exercise of state power free of legal constraints for the purpose of overcoming an abnormal state of affairs, in particular, war or civil unrest. So it is the exercise of state power free of legal constraints for a specific project. And I just grabbed my note card for John Locke's treatise here. He also describes the executive prerogative power as nothing more than the power of doing public good without a rule. Nothing more than the power of doing public good without a rule. I think Schmitt's definition sounds pretty similar when it comes to looking at it from a Lockean perspective. That is, that there is some need, there's some crisis, Rome is being invaded, the dictator is brought on to handle that specific situation. William, why are you belaboring this over and over and over again? Well, because Schmitt is now going to solve the Sulla problem for us, because Sulla is likely, I mean, the historical record's a little mixed, right? We can debate it, but it is likely that Sulla and then Caesar after him are not going to fit into the box of the commissarial dictatorship. First of all, both of them, to a certain extent, had the time limits removed. So if you hire an artist for a commission, you don't say, create art whenever you feel like it. Maybe even after I'm gone and buried, you could finish your artwork, Mr. Artist. No, you say, hey, do this artwork for me in the next 2 weeks. Do it for me in the next year. Do it for me when you get creative inspiration in the next 6 months, whatever it might be. And in the same sense, the commissarial dictatorship was told specifically, you do this in 6 months or whenever, like as soon as you can be done, hand back power. Sulla ended up kind of doing that of his own volition, but he wasn't required to. Caesar obviously got first multiple dictatorships of a single year. Then he got a 10-year commission, but then he got the dictator perpetual. And the project also expanded for both of these men. It went beyond just face the threat, drive the nail, hold the election. And it became, in Sulla's case, remember his official cause, his causa was to make laws and deal with the Republican Constitution, right? It was a much broader thing, right? Make laws, remake the Constitution. I mean, you could say that's a specific ask, but obviously, if you open up that little box, there's all sorts of other boxes inside the box of write laws and remake Constitution that aren't as narrow as defeat the Aquins, right? Drive the nail in the door of the temple of Jupiter. And of course, in the case of Caesar, we have someone who began to remake the state in his own image. He started to mess with the calendar. He started to throw lavish games, to use his personal wealth and influence to put his favorites into power, to receive honoraria from the Senate, to begin to make a state that was more in the image of Caesar himself. And Schmitt is going to give us a name for something like this. I also want you to consider before this is not a moment for dramatic effect. Let's just put the second type of dictatorship on the board. The second type is called sovereign dictatorship. Sovereign dictatorship. So in the case of sovereign dictatorship, what is happening is still temporary.
Schmidt says that the sovereign dictatorship, unlike the commissarial dictatorship, is not looking backwards to a normal state of affairs that we would recognize, but rather the sovereign dictator is building towards something completely new. When Sulla took the dictatorship after the Civil War, what Sulla was doing was changing the actual layout of the state, creating a new normal that then maybe in the future, if that new normal were threatened, a commissarial dictator could step in and restore that new/old order. Do you see where I'm going with this? A commissarial dictator goes back. A sovereign dictator goes forward and builds something completely new. So let me quote Schmidt directly. Schmidt says that a commissarial dictatorship is one which essentially remains in the framework of an existing constitutional order. The sovereign dictatorship is another in which the entire legal system has been repealed and in which the dictatorship serves the purpose of bringing about a completely new order. The sovereign dictatorship is exercised after a revolution, after the previous constitutional order has been abolished, and before a new constitutional order has come into force. So if Cincinnatus was a dictator who took the state back to the normal set of affairs, faced the threat, and then returned power, in this new formulation, Sulla is a dictator who took the power of dictator, built something new, and then stepped away. And in building something new, he created this second term for us, the sovereign dictatorship, the second type of dictatorship that we can now identify moving forward in history. So in order to see sovereign dictatorships, we need to look for situations where the pre-existing order has fallen apart completely or has been dismantled completely. Think, for example, of the English Civil War. So the mid-1600s, Oliver Cromwell, when a completely new order, a new threat to the English crown emerged, and there was a potential that UK or English politics would never be the same. The French Revolution in 1789, going into the Revolutionary National Assembly of 1792 and 1793 with the Terror. This is a moment when the French monarchy has collapsed and a new order is being built. We might look at 1848, when, again, in France, a National Assembly met to try to build a new constitutional order. We might look to the other 1848 revolutions, the Frankfurt Parliament, which met in Paulskirche in Frankfurt, which tried to build a new national project to unite German-speaking peoples into a single nation state. That was an attempt, at least, at sovereign dictatorship, an attempt to build a new order because, again, in 1848, there are these series of violent upheavals across Europe that then destroy the constitutional order. Another example that can come to us from Germany is the Germany after World War I. The creation of the Weimar Republic, 1918-1919, through the Weimar National Assembly, created a new constitutional order for Germany that would then be torn apart by a new sovereign dictatorship, the NSDAP, the rule of the Nazis, using the Enabling Act, the Ermächtigungsgesetz, to end functionally, or at least effectively, the Weimar Constitution, and make Adolf Hitler the new face of the state. That's actually going to be a great example for us to come back to later about some of the problems in the logic of sovereign dictatorship. But you get the point. The last one that I will reference as a sovereign dictatorship is the rule of the Bolsheviks. The revolution in October/November, depending on which calendar you're using, of 1917, which brought the Revolutionary Party of the Bolsheviks under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin to power in St. Petersburg. So we're going to get a little bit into the nitty gritty here because I'm not naming people necessarily. I'm not like I just named Lenin, I named Hitler, right? Or I could name Mussolini or Francisco Franco. I could describe individual people that bring about a new constitutional order. But for the moment, what you've heard is just a series of historical incidents: the English Civil War, the revolutions of 1848, the French Revolution, the creation of the Weimar Republic. These are are moments when the constitutional order itself of a country was gone and a new order was being built. A new normal was being built that could then be defended. The object of the French Revolution was not when Robespierre and the radical Jacobins through the terror in 1793, 1794, when they executed the king, right? They weren't being commissarial dictators. They weren't trying to go back to the world as it existed before 1790, before the Estates General in 1789. They were trying to build a new order. In fact, they were saying things like revolution until peace. That is to say that even the Constitution they created on paper, they suspended and then instituted the terror through the Committee of Public Safety to try to build the new future that would then allow for them to actually use the new constitution that they had created. And so I want to make sure that this is always practical for you. And so if you are someone out there that is thinking about whether they are experiencing the early signs or perhaps are in the midst of a dictatorship, you might want to ask yourself a question. You might want to use this framework from Carl Schmitt to examine the situation you're in. Is the person or the institution that you see wielding dictatorial power, what are they trying to achieve by wielding that power? Right? It's not going to be as clean as the political theory, but there might be a broad brushstroke direction in which they are going. For example, if you lived through the Spanish Civil War between 1936 and 1939, of course, you could argue a new order was being built by Francisco Franco and his Phalangists and his uprising against the Second Spanish Republic. And indeed, something different and new was built. But in concept, in theory, what did most of the Phalangists, what did most of the people in Franco's coalition think they were doing? There obviously were plenty of fascists in there thinking they were building some new revolutionary, constant revolutionary future. But most people in Francisco's circle thought that they were defending the monarchy, the Spanish monarchy, right? They were going to rebuild it and put was it Juan Carlos, the son of the whatever. In any event, the Franco regime then restored the monarchy, and so you could think of the Franco regime, if you wanted to, you could think of them more as a commissarial dictatorship. That is, that they were trying to go back to what they perceived as a normal situation. Remember, here we're using air quotes. We're speaking in terms of political theory. It's just as a helpful framework. You might see a sovereign dictatorship, though, in your current perspective, look around and ask, are the people who wield that dictatorial power that I feel threatened by, that kind of freak me out, are they trying to go back, or are they trying to build something completely new? Are they trying to create a new constitutional order that will then be considered the new normal at some point? So if you were a citizen of Russia, of the Russian Empire, if you were living in Petrograd/St. Petersburg at the time of the February or October Revolution, you would perceive at that moment in time when the provisional government took power and then the Bolsheviks staged their coup, you would come to the conclusion that something new was being built. Initially in February 1917, you might have perceived some sort of a liberal, moderate, socialist state that was being attempted to be built. You would see that start to fall apart over the summer, and then you would see the Bolsheviks making that very explicit that they're building something very new through the dictatorship of the proletariat that they would announce when they staged their coup and storm the Winter Palace in October/November of 1917. I do want to emphasize one aspect of Schmitt's sovereign dictatorship that I think is important and also quite flawed, and we'll get to why. But Schmitt still emphasizes that both commissarial and sovereign dictatorships, in Schmitt's estimation, are both temporary temporary states of affairs. So Carl Schmitt's commissarial dictatorship, I think it's really easy to see why that would be temporary, right? You are facing an emergency like they did in Rome. You're restoring a normal situation. Once it's resolved, you are no longer dictator. It's a little more complicated to see in the sovereign dictatorship why this would also be considered temporary. And the answer is that the sovereign dictatorship is building that new thing. And once the new thing is built, in theory, the sovereign dictator steps back. So I just pulled up my notes here. I wrote out And if I'm not quoting from a copy of the book, I'm quoting from quotes I wrote down while I visited the Library of Congress, so as to not purchase this book, even though I don't have anything against I think it's the Goethe Institute and its translators that did this work to translate Schmidt's work for English language audiences. I still think it's just something I don't want to put my money on. In any event, regarding this temporary state of affairs with the sovereign dictatorship, Schmidt writes, quote, "Dictatorial power is sovereign, but only as a transition. Only as a transition. From the sovereign dictatorship, the entire existing order is a situation that the dictatorship will resolve." So there's a couple things going on in these quotes that I want to hone in on. One of them is that Schmidt is very explicit that dictatorship, according to his definitions, is not mere absolutist authority in a state. For example, he is well aware of the fact that the most predominant form of government in the last hundreds of years before he's writing his work was not a sovereign dictatorship or one of these newfangled ways of having a statecraft by a nationalism or liberalism or communism or fascism or whatever was emerging in this period of time. I guess fascism was still a little nascent when Schmidt was writing. It won't be nascent by the time Schmidt is done with his political life. In any event, what has been most expected and most normal, what was understood by Rousseau and Machiavelli and Montesquieu, was monarchy itself. And Schmidt explicitly addresses this. Most people would see absolute monarchy that emerged, this is a quote here, absolute monarchy that emerged at that time did not find its legitimation in any consensus of the people. It saw itself as legitimized through God's grace. So he's aware of monarchy, and he's saying monarchy is monarchy. Monarchy is state power. State power is not automatically dictatorship. The concentration of separated powers in one institution is also not dictatorship, according to Schmidt. So when we think about some of the writers that he's explicitly quoting and working with here, one of them is Montesquieu. So in Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws, Montesquieu says there would be no dictatorship in the ideal case of a right separation of powers. So Montesquieu is writing that there's no need in a well-constructed state to have dictatorship because there will either not be an emergency that will need resolution, and there will not be a collapse of the legal system that will then require a sovereign dictatorship. And Schmidt is basically agreeing with Montesquieu here. He's saying that absolute power, monarchy, is not dictatorship, and that simply folding in separated powers is not dictatorship. So you of course know that Montesquieu in the Spirit of Laws gives us the idea that power should be meant to check power, that a well-constructed state will likely have the legislative, executive, and judicial branch separated. Locke has a little bit of an early version of this: legislative, executive, and federative powers. Montesquieu is going to, quote-unquote, perfect the concept, or at least innovate it into a way that's most influential, including for Carl Schmitt, who's thinking about dictatorship. He's saying that if you have the legislative and the executive power rolled into a monarch, for example, think of Hobbes' Leviathan, which we're going to talk about here in a second, you don't have separated powers. And in our modern context, if a president of the United States, for example, and I'm sorry for my audience who's not American, but I hope that you'll understand, I'm just using it as an example, it is concerning, it is a red flag, in my opinion, when the executive branch begins to behave like the legislative branch. I think that's a huge red flag. In fact, I think it's one of the answers to the question of the title of this video. When is it dictatorship? Well, in the American context, it is dictatorship when the president of the United States usurps some of the Article 2 powers of the legislature to make law, when impoundment of funds is normalized. So Nixon, back in the late 60s and in the early 70s, he did this. He impounded funds. That is, he took congressional funds that were by law set aside for, I believe, a new environmental regulation, and he said, I'm not spending that money. He didn't veto the legislation. He let the law pass and then just held the money and basically functioned as a second legislator, right? And said, I decide, right? Impoundment of funds. It happened a couple times with like some gunboats in the Jefferson administration. It's happened more recently. I think when you see the regular and normalization of impoundment of funds, you should see this as a restriction of the separation of powers and interference of the executive branch and the legislative branch.
You should be concerned. A second version of that in American politics is the war powers. I've uploaded and talked extensively about the fact that the war power that is explicitly given to Congress in Article 1 of the Constitution has been gradually moved into the executive branch of the United States, to the point where now one could argue it's somewhat constitutional by tradition for a president to start wars and to invade countries and to do whatever the foreign policy of the United States is going to be. It will start and almost end in the executive branch. But because that is explicitly meant for the legislature, the fact that the legislature and the executive are kind of rolled together in that instance is another case where you could be concerned about whether you are approaching a lack of separation of powers. And in our modern understanding, that is the understanding that we should have in the last 75 years or so, since the end of World War II, so after Carl Schmitt, I think this would be a sign of dictatorship in the United States. Here's another example for you. When the president takes those commander-in-chief powers and uses them, the commander-in-chief powers being the leader of the armed forces of the United States, when they take that commander-in-chief powers and then extrapolate that to suggest they have control over a lot of domestic affairs in the United States. A very famous case in 1952 with Harry Truman, Youngstown versus Sawyer, in which the Korean War was going on, and Congress had never declared a war in Korea, and never would declare a war in Korea, or for that matter, declare any war again up until the point of my recording. The last declared war in the United States was World War II. And amidst this, nonetheless, war that the president basically single-handedly declared alongside the United Nations Security Council to stop the invasion of North Korea that was bleeding down into South Korea, in order to make sure that the war machine continued to function, Harry Truman involved himself in industrial action in the disputes between labor unions and the owners of the steel industry. In fact, Truman intervened to confiscate private property and to confiscate steel mills in order to keep them running, to keep the war machine functioning for the Korean War. This is a usurpation of the legislative branch by the president. The Supreme Court famously would agree. Truman was told to knock it off, and famously by a concurrence from Robert H. Jackson, which I've spoken about quite extensively on this channel, so I won't belabor the point. Truman was told, you are mixing domestic and foreign policy together in a way that is not proper. There were other things going on. The Congress hadn't declared war, like I said. The Congress hadn't given the president a path to confiscate steel mills. But the basic argument here, the basic concern when such a court case comes up, as did in Youngstown versus Sawyer in 1952, was the idea that the presidency was experiencing a collapse of the separation of powers. Last thing, when FDR tried to use his allies in Congress to pack the Supreme Court that wasn't giving him the rulings he wanted, people were concerned because, again, the conspiracy of two branches of government to strong-arm a third branch, the judicial branch of government, is seen as a collapse of the separation of powers. The American system of government is very much based on the idea that there is a legislative and executive and a judicial branch of government. That is something that we have inherited from Locke and from Montesquieu. But Schmitt would disagree with the analysis that I've just given. For Schmitt, the separation of powers is not the kernel, is not the essence of dictatorship. The essence of dictatorship is whether you are moving backwards towards restoring normality, restoring a constitutional order, or whether you are moving forwards and building a new constitutional order. In both cases, you are doing a temporary thing. You are not having a gradual slipping of the constitutional order, as I've just described through all those examples of the presidency. What you have is perhaps a moment somewhere in the future where the constitutional order has completely broken down and a new order is being built, or someone is intervening to restore the previous status quo. But there's some problems in all of this logic. And that is, I think, actually on what we just discussed, this aspect of all of this being temporary. And the reason I think that this framing is flawed is because in practice, what a sovereign dictatorship is is almost never temporary. Or if it is temporary, it's because it collapses again into something even more chaotic. That new order is never built, or if the new order is built, the dictatorship does not end. The best example of this is, of course, Carl Schmitt's endeavor to join the Nazi Party. He indeed did join about 12 years, 1933, the same year as Heidegger joined, or the same month, in fact, as Heidegger, who joined the Nazi Party. About 12 years after writing Dictatorship, Carl Schmitt would join the Nazi Party. And, surprise, surprise, I don't know if Schmitt said, this is a sovereign dictatorship building a new order, I must join. I don't know or care what his exact justification was. But imagine if you are Carl Schmitt and you see the Third Reich being built. I mean, it's in the name, really, especially when they called themselves the 1,000-Year Reich. You can already see the problem. You would think that what we're talking about with the Nazis, perhaps what Carl Schmitt thought he was talking about with Adolf Hitler and the NSDAP, was a sovereign dictatorship, a temporary state of affairs where a new order was then imposed on Germany to rectify the fact that the constitutional order had broken down under the Weimar Constitution in the wake of World War I, and that at some point that new order would simply function, and perhaps that dictator, aka Adolf Hitler, would step back. And the emergency situation that was announced via Hindenburg, that was announced via the Ermächtigungsgesetz, the Enabling Act, that situation of emergency would dissipate, and that new order would simply exist, that new normal would exist without the need for the sovereign dictatorship anymore. But of course, that did not happen. Part of that is specific to fascism itself, which is that perpetual revolution, this constant rebirth, this constant renewal is intrinsic to fascist ideology. But there's a far more simple reason as well why this continued, and that is because I think we can all agree, and I think we can all see from lived experience and from just our knowledge of history in general, that once power assembles, once a dictator or an authoritarian or a single institution or human being is given the power over life and death, is given the ability to govern by emergency in perpetuity for as long as it takes to get whatever the original pretextual task was done, they don't just give up that power. Power does not just step aside, right? That's part of what made the OG Roman dictators so extraordinary in the legends. It's why those ancient historians were so keen to tell you about the virtues of Larsius and Cincinnatus and Camillus, these men who took power and were annoyed by it and wanted to step back. I think it's because it's pretty obvious that that's pretty contrary to how things actually tend to work, right? That's not how they were working when all these ancient historians were writing. They were writing in the midst and the aftermath of Sulla, Caesar, Augustus, right? They were looking back with nostalgic eyes towards the past and trying to find what they believed to be, what they desired to be the virtue of their Roman society that had been lost through the centuries of civil war and the coming of the empire through Octavian/Augustus, the princeps, the first citizen. In practice, what happened after Carl Schmitt joined the Nazi Party and they took power? They never gave it up until the very end. And even then, Goebbels called for, when the Soviets were coming from one side and the other allies from the other, right? Goebbels, the propaganda minister, was still calling for totaler Krieg, total war, right? The power of the Nazi dictatorship did not cease until Adolf Hitler ended his own life in a bunker. Another example of how this plays out is the communist dictatorships of the 20th century. The Bolshevik Revolution 1917. The idea behind the dictatorship of the proletariat is to have a temporary dictatorship that then builds the communism, this utopia where everyone receives according to his need and gives according to his ability. Once that equilibrium is established, once everyone has what they need, once the workers are perfectly organized, the state can then fall away, right? I'm generalizing communist theory here, or Marxist theory here, but you get the idea. The Bolsheviks sold themselves as a temporary thing. the dictatorship of the proletariat, it's in the name, it is a sovereign dictatorship. It is a sovereign dictatorship meant to build that new communist order and then to disappear. The Bolsheviks did not exercise a commissarial dictatorship. They did not say there was some Russian past we want to go back to. We want to, revive Catherine the Great or Peter the Great and go back to a feudal society prior to the liberation in the 1860s by Alexander II, the Tsar. They didn't say we want to go back to an old political situation in Russia. They hated that situation. They hated that feudal society. They wanted to evolve Russia into the next stage of history. And they wanted to do that through, and they didn't say this explicitly, obviously, Lenin, I assume, never read Carl Schmitt, and even if he did, he would have read it after the Bolshevik Revolution by several years. Nonetheless, the Bolsheviks were exercising a form of sovereign dictatorship where they said there is a future we are trying to build to where the state will fall away. This is also the case of what happened in China, in North Korea, etc. All those communist states. But I think you know where I'm going with this. Those temporary sovereign dictatorships through the dictatorship of the proletariat, well, they didn't go away, did they? Stalin became the leader after Lenin, Khrushchev, Brezhnev, Gorbachev. It took me a second there. And then the state just collapsed, right? Mao won the Chinese Civil War in 1949, built the Chinese Communist state. Then you had Deng Xiaoping, all the way going through Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin, Xi Jinping. If it is a sovereign dictatorship, it's taken a while, right? Now, the Chinese state does claim that they're still building something, right? Xi's got its Chinese dream. He's building socialism with Chinese characteristics. The dictatorship of the proletariat is still probably at the base of the justification of the Chinese state. But I think you can see from that example that obviously this idea that these sorts of groups and individuals that claim I'm building a new order and I will go away as soon as it's built, it just isn't how things go out in practice. A far more recent and ongoing example in the world, I think, can be found in El Salvador under the presidency of Bukele. Is it Nayib or Tayyip Bukele? He was the governor of, the mayor of San Salvador. He became the El Salvadoran president. And one of the reasons that he was elected was because he said he was going to take on the gangs, the drug gangs and the violent gangs that dominated El Salvador. And not long, maybe a year or two after he took power, excuse me if I got my timeline a little bit wrong, I'm doing this off the top of my head, but Bukele faced a massacre that the drugs perpetrated. I want to say hundreds of people died in the streets of El Salvador over a extremely violent weekend. And what occurred afterwards is that the assembly, the legislature, the parliament of El Salvador got together. Perhaps they're called the Congreso de Diputados, just like the parliament in Spain, but I'm not totally sure about that. In El Salvador, what occurred, though, is that the legislative body assembled and declared a state of exception, un estado de excepción. And they gave emergency powers to Bukele to deal with these violent gangs. What they were doing then was instituting a commissarial dictatorship or perhaps a sovereign dictatorship. You could probably make an argument for both that said we want to go either back to an El Salvador where there were no gangs and the constitutional order was functioning, or we want to move forward through sovereign dictatorship of Bukele to build a new order in El Salvador that is far more peaceful. But here's the thing, and I'm not bringing it up to give you a nice little trivia answer on El Salvador, but again, was that state of exception temporary? Once the streets of El Salvador were quiet, did the state of exception end? No, it did not. To this day, I think, at least the last time I checked, the state of exception is still considered active in El Salvador. Bukele, who is wildly popular before ending the gang violence in El Salvador, is nonetheless operating still under emergency powers, which means that things like habeas corpus, free speech, these sorts of basic things that like Human Rights Watch would point out as being devoid in El Salvador are still missing years and years after the original state of exception was declared. Am I condemning a crackdown on gang violence? No, but what I am saying is that once power manifests, once it consolidates, it doesn't really give up that power very easily. And I think those historical examples and now that current example demonstrate the point fairly well. Which brings us to the answer that I want, to the question to which I want to provide you with an answer for this video, the real point of this video. Because I think you're moving towards a model in which you can say, I know when it is dictatorship. I can now see these like little subtleties. I can see the minutiae of the political theory. Very interesting, but it doesn't really serve me to understand the difference between commissarial and sovereign dictatorship. I mean, maybe it serves you a little bit, right? You're out and about, you see something you think looks tyrannical or authoritarian or dictatorial, and I think now you have some vocabulary to say whether it is or it isn't. I still think that we are missing the practical key to unlocking all of this. First, I think that you can see that by just talking about temporary situations with commissarial and sovereign dictatorships, the answer about what is dictatorship or when is dictatorship remains a little unsatisfactorily answered through the information we've received so far, especially when you consider the fact that when we consider dictatorship in the last century and our century, since Schmitt wrote Dictatorship, even in his own experience in Germany, that his version of sovereign dictatorship in practice, just as we've described, just isn't actually how things go. That the word dictatorship, even if we wanted to go around just being snooty and correcting people, right? Someone's like, this is dictatorship. And you say, oh, but pardon me, this is not a temporary suspension of the rules to accomplish X, Y, or Z. So therefore it's a different word. It is authoritarianism or total, like you don't want to be the smarty pants, right? It's not satisfying to go around just arguing with people based on dictionary definitions of political theory, right? And that's not what I've set. Well, so far that might be what I've set you up to do, but that is the missing piece of the puzzle. The last thing we need to do together to resolve this. And I think the real key to expanding on Schmitt and to resolving this issue for us to identify and in fact to consider how we might combat dictatorship is to examine the word sovereignty or sovereign, because Schmitt is known for his theory of dictatorship, but he is more famous on the right today for his definition of sovereignty, for his definition of the sovereign. And I think that the basic definition of his sovereign dictatorship really doesn't include much about sovereignty. And I think by honing in on that word, we can actually understand dictatorship in the holistic fashion that we need to. Remember, the definition of dictatorship according to Schmitt is the exercise of state power free of legal constraints for the purpose of overcoming an abnormal state of affairs. So you don't hear much in there about sovereignty, right? A commissarial dictatorship is to address an abnormal state of affairs to go back to normal. Sovereign dictatorship is to address an abnormal state of affairs to build something new. But like, why is the word sovereign there? So I am going to now clear the board and write the definition of Carl Schmitt's sovereign on this board. We are going to address it. We're going to take it seriously as a political theory. We're going to tear it down a little bit by the end. And I think by tearing down the concept of sovereignty a little bit, by questioning some of the presuppositions of what sovereignty is, I think we can find the key to identifying dictatorship, to identifying its flaws, but not just to put it into like an encyclopedia, a codex, a Pokedex of dictators with your Mao and your Pol Pot or whatever, but rather to identify it in order to combat it, to think about where its flaws might lie, and to think about the tactics that such lofty vocabulary might be placing upon us to distract us and to make us scared or to confuse us in certain ways. So if you'll stick around this last little bit with me to examine the concept of sovereignty itself just a little bit, I think the key to unlocking this whole situation will become clear. We'll wrap it up. We'll call it a day. Can you see that all right? Carl Schmitt says the sovereign, just hit the mic with my nose. The sovereign is he who decides the exception, is what Schmitt says. This is a very popular quote on the right now, especially when you're talking about vested executive power and what can and can't the executive do. A lot of people will just drop this line, like, the president is the law, l'état moi, said Napoleon. The state is, I am the state, right? And in the American context, you might say Article 2 says the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States. Therefore, The president is the sovereign who decides the exception. The president can't break the law. That's the sort of things that people derive from this term, and it sounds very intimidating. And intellectually, you're like, "Ooh, that's if you're into that sort of thing, you're like, oh, that's very cogent. It's very deep, cool." And it is thoughtful. We're going to get there, how Schmidt builds this term. But I did want to dip into the original German just for a second, not because you came here for a German lesson, but because I think the original German from Schmidt can give us a slightly better understanding. The German is Souverän ist, wer über den Ausnahmezustand entscheidet. You get all that? You got it? Good. Just kidding. I'm going to write it down, and then I'll tell you what it means and why you should care. Okay, so I've written it down. Souverän ist, wer über den Ausnahmezustand entscheidet. The sovereign is he who decides the exception. Now, why have I just written it down in German? Is it just to impress you with my horrific pronunciation? No, it is to point out that there is a word in the translation that does not appear in the original German, and that word is he. Now, is this about to become a gender studies course? No. Follow me here for a second. In German, the term for he would be der, D-E-R, right? You have three. You have der, die, das. Der is the masculine, the he, right? You might end up with some declensions and stuff, but that's not why we're talking about this. Now, the word he is der, D-E-R. Do you see the word D-E-R on the board right now? Souverän ist, wer über den, D-E-N, not D-E-R, Ausnahmezustand entscheidet. Do you see der in there? No. The word der, the word he, is not in the original German. A transliteration of this would be sovereign is who, not he, who, over the Ausnahmezustand, the exception status, decides. Sovereign is who over the exception status or exception status decides. So the reason I've belabored that is because the term here is wer, who, not he. So could it be she? Sure, but that's not the point here. The point here is that wer, who, could be more than one person. It could be an institution. It could be a parliament. It could be a set of people together. It could be, in the Rousseau tradition, the group of citizens that meet together in an assembly to decide the law. So in the case of the French Revolution, the 1792 National Assembly that met together was elected by universal male suffrage. Participation rates were below 10%, but that doesn't matter. The point is that the assembly itself, the Revolutionary Assembly that ended up instituting the Committee of Public Safety, drafting a constitution, carrying forth the terror, eventually executing both the king and then the institutor of the terror itself, Robespierre, dissolving itself and instituting a directory, right? All of that was done by a sovereign, but that sovereign was not a man. It was not a single person. The sovereign was an institution, a group. When the Bolsheviks took power under Vladimir Lenin in 1917, you could describe Lenin as the dictator. I think in a honest interpretation of what took place after the Bolsheviks take power, particularly once you get to Joseph Stalin, right? You're talking about a one-man dictatorship, right? But in the theory of that coup in Petrograd, what you have is a group, the Bolsheviks, who institute the dictatorship of the proletariat that is sovereign. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the state apparatus of the Bolsheviks. It is the Soviets, the workers' councils, etc. It is not to be found in one person, but it is found in a single group, acting as a body. When fascists, let's get away from Germany for a second, when the Italians under Mussolini marched on Rome to put the Duce in power, were the individual people marching in Rome aware of all this theory and thinking about it? No, of course not. But the idea behind the Duce is not that let's put it this way. Mussolini's will was described as the general will, that and we're going to get onto that term in just a second, but Mussolini was described as the true person that knew the general will, that is, who knew what the masses wanted and needed were they to all convene in an assembly. In a fascist dictatorship, the sovereign is the leader, but it's also the leader transmitting sort of the wishes of the past, present, and future people of Italy. I know that sounds a little confusing. I don't want to dwell. I am going to belabor the point a little bit as we go along. I'm giving the examples now that seem confusing so that we can resolve that confusion together in our last section here. The point that you need to have for now is that the sovereign in Schmidt's description is not a he, it is not a she, it is a who. It is an open term that could describe a single person or a group of people. And that is because Schmidt is writing in the social contract tradition. And to find out what sovereignty really is, to examine sovereignty and the concept of sovereignty up until Schmidt, and that's where we're going to kind of stop. But to get up to Schmidt, to understand his concept of sovereignty, is going to allow us to think about how to combat dictatorship, which is why I want to belabor the point. To think about sovereignty as it came to Schmidt from Hobbes, from Locke, from Rousseau, to think about the big three, so to speak, when it comes to social contract theory, and to see what sovereignty is, we can think about how we might want to oppose that view of Schmidt today, where we might see the flaws in his logic, and therefore how we might think about dictatorship in our own time. Just finishing up clearing the board here, I realized I forgot to say, Schmidt says sovereign is he who decides the exception, and he uses the term sovereign dictatorship in distinguishing between the commissarial and the sovereign dictatorship. But why the word sovereign? Why not just call it, I don't know, we had the commissarial dictatorship, why not just call it the building a new thing dictatorship? Why even use the word sovereign there? And the answer is that for Carl Schmitt, in order to build a new order, how can you build a new order and decide what will be the new normal and decide when the new normal has been arrived if there's no previous reference point to work from? If you're a commissarial dictatorship, you return to a normal state of affairs, you have something in mind about what you're trying to build back to. And there are other powers that will presumably come back in 6 months that will be able to say whether you've satisfied the agreement or not to return to a normal state of affairs. Your extraordinary powers are not ultimate power. And that's really what we're talking about when we talk about sovereignty. We're talking about the ultimate source and decider of power, of right and wrong in a state. That is what Schmitt is thinking of when he thinks of sovereignty. If you are building a new order and you are building a new normal and there is no point of reference, in order to do this, in order to achieve this task, you must be an ultimate power. You must be a decider, because you are the one that is going to decide when normal is arrived and give up your power. And so Schmitt says the decision that an exception exists cannot therefore be entirely derived from the norm. In the intro, so this is not Schmitt, but this is George Schwab writing in the intro to Political Theology, which is a 1922 work by Schmitt. But in the intro, this writer says, which authority in the state is competent to conclude that order and stability have been restored? Which authority can say, okay, the exceptional situation is now concluded? In El Salvador right now, who can decide whether or not the war against the gangs is won and whether or not either the old situation of El Salvador was restored and gang violence is over, or a new constitutional order is indeed placed, and therefore Bukele can go back and just say, okay, in the normal situation, the new normal is here, I will step away. So who in the country can say whether normal is here, whether the new normal has arrived? In such a case, you have really if you are the one making that decision, then you have the ultimate power. And that is what the sovereign is functioning as in Schmitt's conceptualization of dictatorship. The idea of sovereignty dates back before Thomas Hobbes, but that's where we're going to begin. And I think it's sufficient just to say that sovereignty, in one of its first formulations, I believe in the 1500s, was placed into Latin, because everyone loves Latin, as summa potestas. Potestas being powers or power, summa being the sum of all or the supreme. So we have the supreme power. Where is the, shorthand, where is the ultimate authority in a state? Earlier in my lectures, we did a whole episode on democracy, and we looked at the Athenian version of democracy, a place that where the demokratia, kratos being that ancient Greek term for power, demos being the ancient Greek term for the people, the power was with the people, or with the adult male citizens in Athens in its democracy. And if you looked around the assembly, that was chosen by lot. If you looked at the executors of the law, chosen by lot. The judicial, the people's courts, selected by lot, as in selected at random, right, among male citizens. If you looked at all of those different offices, what you had is a supreme power being distributed into the demos itself. And if you wanted to try, in theory, to find the ultimate source of power in Athenian democracy in its height in the 300s, you would find it among the demos, which is why we call it democracy, why they called it democracy. Now, obviously, there are lots of historical caveats about that power. If we looked in the era of Pericles or Cleisthenes, well, Cleisthenes was pre-democracy, but if we looked at the era of Pericles, we would find perhaps the ultimate sovereignty lied with him as the general leading Athens in the Peloponnesian War, right? So again, we're speaking in theoretical terms. This isn't going to perfectly match onto reality. But the question that I had for you in that video is to identify in your own society where sovereignty lies. Where does the power in society ultimately lie? Does it lie in the oligarchy or aristocracy, in the few? Does it reside in the one, like a king? Does it reside in the many, like the people? Or is it some sort of a combination of those things? What Aristotle would have called, in the best order, constitutional government, what Polybius would have called a republic, that mix of the few, the one, and the many, to find the source of power in a society. In the mid-1600s, during the English Civil War, Thomas Hobbes, he wrote a book called Leviathan, Hobbes did. I'm sure you've heard of it before. If not from me, then from maybe your poli-sci class or your basic civics class. At the tail end of the English Civil War in 1651, an extremely disruptive period in English history. And so what Hobbes was looking for in his motivation, his personal motivation, we can't really remove the man from his times. What Hobbes was likely looking for in a political theory, in his ideas of what sovereignty is he was looking for an ultimate power, a summa potestas, that could keep order in society, that could prevent the chaos and the bloodshed that he had just witnessed through the English Civil War. And so what Hobbes described was a theoretical state of nature. Is it, in comportment with the theories of biological anthropology, and like would a scientist look at Hobbes's state of nature and say, oh yes, this is what human beings were like prior to civilization? No. And that's also not what Hobbes and future theorists of the state of nature are actually aiming for. What Hobbes is trying to describe is the basis of the state, the basic premise upon which political power is made from the origins of human society and up. Right now, Aristotle had written about the family being the basic building block of the village, which is an assortment of families, which then builds into the polis, maybe 10,000 people, right? So you build society up from building blocks. Hobbes wants to take a different tact. He writes about a state of nature, a human condition in which it is war of all against all. He writes that in Latin, which I will not do. And he says that when humans existed before the state, it looked a lot like maybe what he experienced during the English Civil War. It looked awful. It looked violent. It looked like a place in which only the strongest prevail, and only for the period of time in which they are the strongest. And God forbid they go to sleep and are vulnerable, and someone who is weaker but nonetheless awake can then be the, quote, stronger and kill them and take their stuff, right? What you own is not really owned by you. It is simply in your possession because you are physically capable, right? And Hobbes says in this state of nature, life is nasty, brutish, and short. That's the famous line from Hobbes' Leviathan that most people know, referring to the state of nature. Nasty, brutish, and short. It sounds pretty miserable, doesn't it? Who wants to live in a complete and total violent anarchy in which the only thing that matters is how much muscle mass, how easily you're able to connive, defend yourself. If you build an alliance, it's only temporary to survive. It's just the war of all against all. What's it? Bella omnium contra omnium, something like this in Latin. Hobbes, therefore, and again, remember, we're thinking like the state of nature, but it's also kind of an analog for the reality that he had just faced in the previous years. He says, how can we build a political order where we feel physically secure? It's basically the premise of Hobbes. He says the state is there to help us feel physically secure. That's not a direct quote, that's a paraphrase. But the point being that Hobbes is saying, how do we make the chaos go away? Okay. Leviathan is a very sophisticated work. It's hard to just boil it down into such banalities, but I have to do it in order to get to the point. Hobbes says when we are in the state of nature, when we are in a life that is nasty, brutish, and short, we might desire a new situation, in which case we might all theoretically come together. Remember, we are living here in the land of ideas. We come together, and for a split second, we are all together in an assembly, able to decide, to sign, again, metaphorically, agree to a social contract. So for Hobbes, everyone comes together in this nasty, brutish, and short state of nature and agrees a social contract. And what does the social contract say? Well, the social contract is an agreement between everyone to give up all of their natural rights and to pass something and to pass all political power to a sovereign, to give the power of life and death, of right and wrong, of foreign policy, of domestic policy, of all affairs of the state, of all social affairs, goes into the hands of an basically all-powerful sovereign. And really, someone like Schmidt will later point out that this is like a secularization of the idea of the divine right of kings, right? The divine right of kings, God blesses the monarch with the ability to rule, and his right to rule comes from above. Thomas Hobbes is rightfully accused of being an absolutist. He's certainly someone who has some form of liberty in mind that maybe doesn't comport to our version of liberty. His version of liberty is that the state withholds all the violence basically that would threaten our lives, and then we can get on with it as long as we obey. But I'm getting off the beaten trail here. The idea here is that the sovereign, this secular great, basically monarch, this unassailable absolutist monarch, will be given all the supreme power, and in exchange for what? In exchange for the physical safety of the people. Rousseau will later say that it is like having a lion guarding over all of the sheep in all these different principalities. Or maybe it was wolves. In any event, he's saying, hold on, I'm going to grab my copy of The Social Contract. Here it is. Okay. In Hobbes' opinion, says Jean-Jacques Rousseau, we find the human race divided into herds of cattle, each with a leader who keeps watch over it in order to devour it. Ooh, scary. Okay, but we're not to Rousseau yet. We're still with Hobbes. Hobbes is saying that the sovereign is the supreme power. He is given that supreme power by social contract through the people who agreed to give the supreme power to this sovereign, the ultimate power, the summa potestas, to the sovereign, a non-divisible power. You can't share it. There is one ultimate sovereign in order to feel safe, in order to live in physical safety from fellow citizens and from outsiders who might invade your principality, your state, your monarchy, right? And if you look at the original cover art or from one of the publishings of Leviathan, you will see that there is this supreme sovereign, this Leviathan, this monarch towering over the land, looking over the hillscape, his body composed of the people who have agreed the social contract. Is the social contract revocable if the king, if the Leviathan, if the sovereign is bad to the people, if he's a tyrant, if he executes bad laws? Is there any recourse for people who have given up their sovereignty, who have given up their nasty, brutish, and short life, their life of freedom nonetheless, full ultimate freedom, but danger via social contract? Is there any recourse for them if the sovereign is bad? No. No, Hobbes does not give a means by which to reclaim sovereignty. And so in a way, what Hobbes is envisioning is that when everyone comes together, they are sovereign. Rousseau's going to play on this a little bit later on in 100 years or so. When everyone comes together, they have the sovereign power. They give it up, and they give it up to the sovereign, the Leviathan, who will then rule over them. He will have the summa potestas. He will be the sovereign. This is of the big three, the OG social contract theory. And this is the first one that is referenced by Schmitt when he is discussing social contract theory in his book on dictatorship and when he is speaking about the state of exception in political theology. Schmitt quotes Hobbes in Dictatorship, and he says, quoting Hobbes, "It is authority, not truth, that creates law." It is authority, not truth, that creates law. This is pretty darn cynical, but the idea here is that it is the power of the sovereign to end the state of nature that is the basis of law, that is the basis of the states, and not any sort of ideal idea of what is true and what is false outside the state. In fact, Schmitt goes on to write, "The sovereign decides about what is mine and what is yours, what constitutes advantage and disadvantage, decency and indecency, right and wrong, good and evil." I think that's chapter 19 of Leviathan, actually. Hence, no private conscience exists in a state. So previously, before the state, before the sovereign, in the state of nature, you have absolute freedom, but it's chaotic. You have all your possessions, but it's temporary. You have your own sense of right and wrong, but it can be countermanded by someone else who has their own sense of right and wrong. What the sovereign does is they intervene as the ultimate power to decide all of those things for you. You give them that authority through the social contract. There's no takesy-backsies. And from then on, power, authority itself, decides what is truth, what is right, and what is wrong. Not some independent authority, not even God outside of the state. This is an early version of like a realpolitik, where truth and fiction, right and wrong, all exist within the state and not without. But of course, Thomas Hobbes is not going to have the final say on social contract theory. And if you thought Thomas Hobbes was a little bit of a dicey absolutist theory, just wait until we get back to Schmitt, and he molds Jean-Jacques Rousseau's writing into something new and scary, and wrong according to what Rousseau would have actually personally preferred. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The concept of sovereignty is going to get flipped on its head by John Locke in the 1680s. Now, Locke is writing in a different context. He's writing in the midst of the Glorious Revolution, which placed limits. First, it ejected King James, and when it brought in a new king to England, William of Orange, and put him on the throne with the daughter of James II, Mary. You have William and Mary. If you've ever heard of William and Mary University in Virginia, that's named after those two monarchs. The Parliament, in political theory and in some practical sense, in those eras, put conditions on the monarchy and thus flipped the script to a certain extent on the idea that Hobbes had, that the king, the sovereign, is absolute and there's no questioning the power of the monarch. Well, the Glorious Revolution very clearly questioned that ability. People ejected a king and installed a new one and put preconditions on it. The elites in England placed a list of demands on William and Mary and basically said, you're subject to Parliament and to some limits. And from then on, in political theory in the United Kingdom, we have the idea of the sovereign Parliament. That is, that the ultimate sovereignty lies with the representative body, the Parliament, which over time democratizes until today, in which the House of Commons, not the House of Lords, far fewer elites, etc., wield the ultimate power in the United Kingdom democracy. But in this moment, for a political theorist like Locke, what he is seeing is that sovereignty did not really reside with James II. He was ejected from the throne. Where did sovereignty in the English system ultimately reside? We could be cynical and say it resided with the elites and the aristocrats, but in political theory, what we are actually seeing, what Locke is going to see, is that sovereignty exists in the form of the people themselves, in the constituents that emerge from the state of nature with the social contract. So for Hobbes, the sovereign is the Leviathan, and it is an indivisible, non-revocable, permanent sovereignty. For Locke, the sovereign is really the people, and the people subject themselves to the will of the majority through social contract. They come together to give powers to the government to protect life, liberty, and property. I'm sure you've heard those big three before. According to Locke and his social contract theory, if the government fails to fulfill its obligations to protect life, liberty, and property, either from other citizens or, God forbid, if it becomes a tyrannical government and it starts taking your life, liberty, and property, if it violates your negative rights to those things, what is the recourse? Remember, in Hobbes, there is no recourse. There's nothing to be done. Your king's bad. If your sovereign is abusive, you're stuck. There's nothing to be done. In Locke, there is something to be done. There is the quote-unquote appeal to heaven. What Locke is saying is that if the government violates the social contract, if it doesn't uphold its end of the bargain, the people can revolt. The people can have revolution. The people gave the sovereignty. They offered it to the new sovereign. They passed that sovereignty along, right? But they can always take it back. Now, what are the conditions specifically for violent revolution, etc., is to be determined by the time and the place. But the basic equation stands that under Locke, the social contract has evolved into the ultimate authority being placed in the people. Now, if this sort of language sounds familiar to you, you will likely find it in the fact that Locke is probably the biggest political theorist who influenced modern liberal democratic constitutions. First and foremost, the American Constitution. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson wrote about the fact that the role of the state is to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thomas Jefferson was a big Lockean dude. And the idea, of course, behind the American political project and its founding was that the British king had violated that social contract, that the life, liberty, and property, the arbitrary laws, the abuses of the crown, etc. This is the orthodox history of the American founding that would have been legitimately believed by the founders, even if they didn't always live up to their ideals. This is the Lockean perspective, that the social contract was broken and that therefore the American people had a right to create an independent form of government, or an independent set of 13 states that were no longer under the yoke of the British monarch. Imagine if all of the American founders were Hobbesians, and they really subscribed to the Leviathan social contract theory that comes from Thomas Hobbes from the mid-1600s, if maybe Locke had never existed, and all of the founding fathers were ideologically committed. Sorry, the founders. I don't like to infantilize Sunday school ties the American founding. I do think the founders were brilliant and flawed humans. I have opinions about them, but anyway, I try to avoid silly sort of baby language like the founding daddies. Like, I think that's weird. Okay, Hobbes. Imagine if all the founders at the American Constitutional Convention, or sorry, at the American Continental Congress that declared independence, if they were dedicated Hobbesians. Well, they would have said that at some point back in time, our forefathers agreed this theoretical social contract with the sovereign, maybe metaphorically, not literally, but the point is, it is irrevocable. There's nothing to be done. If the British king is abusive, if the British monarch is bad, tough luck. There's no going back. You just hope that the next king is more enlightened. The end. There is no American independence. It is the political innovation of Locke to say that the ultimate sovereignty lies with the people, that the appeal to heaven exists for the people, that creates the conditions, or at least the pretext, for which a country like the United States can build a Lockean liberal democracy and declare its independence from the British crown. And earlier we were talking about the prerogative powers, right, that Locke had proposed when he had said that there are accidents that may happen wherein a strict and rigid observance of the laws may do harm. The prerogative power is nothing more than the power of doing the public good without a rule. So Locke's theory provides space for someone like Abraham Lincoln to come in and temporarily break the social contract. In a way, he's saying they're not breaking the social contract, but by using dictatorial powers to face a unforeseeable situation, Locke is creating space for a commissarial dictatorship like the one we saw under Abraham Lincoln. And you'd say, well, if there is such a thing as an ability to exercise a supreme power like the sovereign of Hobbes within Locke's contract, isn't that sort of a backdoor to tyranny? But Locke argues no, that there can be no judge on earth in such a situation of prerogative powers. The people have a liberty to appeal to heaven, appeal to heaven. So there's that language again. Locke is saying that if a monarch is a monster and violates the social contract under the pretense of an emergency and doesn't behave like Lincoln, but behaves like a tyrant in an illegitimate emergency, it is the power of the people to nonetheless revoke that power that they've bestowed with an appeal to heaven, aka with a revolution. But while Hobbes is influential on Carl Schmitt, while Locke is at least explicitly referenced in Schmitt, though Schmitt doesn't agree with him, and really going back to the 1500s, though Machiavelli is very influential on Schmitt in his idea of where does power really reside, how does power really function, that realpolitik idea that we get from Machiavelli, power for its own sake. In those circumstances, we don't see the influence on Schmitt nearly as strongly as we do from our last social contract theorist that we're going to talk about, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who wrote on social contract theory in the 1700s. So Jean-Jacques Rousseau, is Swiss. He's from Geneva, and he's living a big chunk of his life in France, and he works through his political theory in chunks, and his sort of obra de vida, his masterwork, his magnum opus, the thing that he's known for the most today, I believe was published originally in 1762, his work on social contract. And Rousseau is so damn interesting. If you've never read On Social Contract, or if you've only read little bits of it for school, or maybe more likely undergrad, if you've only encountered Rousseau in little bits and pieces, I highly encourage you to read On Social Contract, read some commentary on it, explore it a little bit. It is a piece of work where it's a bit like a Rorschach test. Depending on your perspective and what you desire to see from the text, you can draw a lot of conclusions about it. A lot of people misinterpret, I think, what Rousseau wanted, but they apply the logic of Rousseau in arguably cogent ways and come to quite disturbing conclusions. And Carl Schmitt, I believe, is one of them. Well, it's not on all Carl Schmitt. As we'll see, Rousseau leaves the door open in some of his wordings without context to draw some pretty scary conclusions. So Rousseau is coming in later. He's coming in after Locke, and he is going to agree ultimately that Locke's paradigm that the people hold the ultimate sovereignty is correct. What Rousseau doesn't agree with is the idea that the people can pass that sovereignty and pass it along and divide it and say, you can have some little sovereignty for now and then we'll take it back if something goes wrong. Rousseau has a different model. Rousseau actually goes in his social contract theory to the sort of inciting event of Hobbes' Leviathan. Remember, in Hobbes' Leviathan, everyone's in the state of nature, and for a single moment in this theoretical period of time, they come together and give joint sovereignty to the monarch. They pass sovereignty away from themselves, and they make the sovereign, the Leviathan, the sovereign. They make the monarch the sovereign, right? But for a split second, you can imagine that when everyone was together, they held the sovereignty. They can't pass it to the sovereign, to the Leviathan, unless they have it to give, right? And so Rousseau's political theory, his social contract, stays right there, right before the sovereignty is passed along. Because for Rousseau, it's non-transferable, it's non-divisible, it can't be given away, and it only exists in this exact moment when all of the people are emerging from this theoretical state of nature together as a legislature, as the sovereign. They possess sovereign, they are the sovereign in this exact moment when they make decisions together. They never, in Rousseau's estimation, pass sovereignty along. That is metaphysically impossible, theoretically impossible, and obviously, were it ever to be a literal situation, literally impossible in Rousseau's formulation. All government officials in Rousseau's world are commissarial commissions. They, like, everyone from the executive to the random person assessing fines on the street are temporary, are given temporary powers from the sovereign, from the group of people together. So I'm going to clear the board. Let's examine this in a little bit more detail, because you notice the word commission is suddenly present. You can already start to see how Rousseau impacted Schmitt just in that single word choice. Where did the concept of a commissarial dictator come from, right? It came from this Rousseauian paradigm for Schmitt. So let's clear the board and talk about that. So I just want to point out where we're headed. I realize this is a massive detour. So like when you clicked on this video, you saw one thing, and now we're suddenly in the midst of social contract theory. I promise that this is going to result in something that's going to make everything we've been talking about click. And if it doesn't, people will let me know in the comments, and you can go down to the comments right now and check. And maybe someone will have said he was telling the truth or he was lying and he was full of it and you wasted your time. Or they'll say he did an okay job bringing it all full circle. It all clicked for me. I'm cool either way. I'm happy to have at least tried to make a bigger point here, and I hope that it pays off for you. I hope you will find listening to me worthwhile. 1762, you'll notice, for Rousseau. So Hobbes was in the 1600s, the mid. Locke was in the late 1600s. We're now 60, 70 years after Locke. We're 3 decades before the French Revolution. And Rousseau and his political theory are most often associated with the French Revolution. Remember, French Revolution, 1789, 1791, 1792, up until Napoleon's coup of the 18th Brumaire in 1799, when the French Revolution is considered to have come to a close, a victim of its own chaos. Rousseau and his political theory are going to undergird some of the things that happen in the French Revolution. In fact, quite a bit of the people that participate in the French Revolution are going to use Rousseau to justify their behavior, use his words to justify the social contract that they are envisioning after the French monarchy is gone. Rousseau, remember, is contrasting with Hobbes and Locke. How does Rousseau do that? Well, you've already heard me say that Rousseau imagines a different state of affairs that brings people out of the state of nature. And the first thing to know about Rousseau is that his version of the state of nature is not really as nasty, brutish, and short as Thomas Hobbes' version of the state of nature. So regarding the first societies, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, this is chapter 2 of On Social Contract Theory, says, the oldest of all societies and the only natural one is that of the family. So Hobbes wrote about this nasty, brutish, and short reality, right? He's like, everything is terrible. Everyone's trying to kill each other, right? Rousseau's state of nature, his earliest state versions, are just familial relations, right? You, as a child, you have obligations to your parents until you're old enough to be autonomous. And then you kind of decide for yourself whether you want to continue those relations with your family. It doesn't sound nearly as dark as what Hobbes was envisioning. Indeed, Locke's version of the state of nature isn't as awful and nasty, brutish, and short as Hobbes either. But we're talking about Rousseau. Rousseau thinks the basis of the state is not a group of people coming together in absolute misery to protect their own lives because they're so desperate and to escape this hell that they're living under. For Rousseau, the theoretical state of nature, the inciting incident for the state is more like all the small forms of cooperation have run their course. So individual families, they could probably cooperate. They might pursue their own. Everyone has their natural rights to at least attempt to do whatever they want. So I like to think of it like the Dungeons and Dragons when you tell the DM, I want to jump 20 feet in the air. It's like, well, you're a barbarian wearing heavy armor. You can try, go ahead and roll, right? And unless the character rolls a 20, and even if they do roll a 20, they're not going to defy the laws of physics, right? You can try whatever you want in Dungeons and Dragons. You can try to seduce the dragon, right? Go ahead and roll for it. It's probably not going to work, but go ahead, says the DM, because it's imaginative storytelling. To link that to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, it's your natural right in the state of nature in your family to do whatever you want to try to do. Try to collaborate with the families near you. But the point is that eventually all this the society will be formed and the state will be formed when things just get a little too complicated for people to just handle one-on-one or as small groups. When the state is needed is when there are group needs that defy the small little interactions that we can have. And Rousseau says to overcome this barrier, this ceiling functionally on the level of our cooperation, we need to create civil rights and a set of general laws. And how do we do it? Well, I already told you a little bit earlier that everyone gets together, and Rousseau explicitly uses the word assemblies or assembly. When all the citizens come together in an assembly, then and only then is it possible to make law. Rousseau says that when all the people come together, what we have in that very moment, and only in that very moment, is the sovereign. When every single person or every single citizen of a state comes together on a semi-regular basis to decide general things about how society should run, what we have is the sovereign. The sovereignty is never transferred to a king. It's never transferred away from the people. Rousseau says it cannot be represented. He says, I just picked up my book, sovereignty cannot be represented. It consists, it is either the same will or it is different. There is no middle ground. So what he's saying is that when the people get together, they are sovereign. When they make decisions as a group of people, they are expressing their will. We'll get on to a second what their will might mean or how it might be defined. But the point is that if they were to try to have someone in a representative government represent that will, like they vote at the assembly to have representatives, and then the representatives go to some sort of central government and then represent the interests of the locality as best they can, Rousseau says this is not proper. This is not possible. That as soon as it's separated from the assembly of people, the sovereignty is dissolved. It does not exist anymore. So this sounds a little extreme. It sounds like the only way to create law is through a legislature. And the only way to have a legislature, the only thing that really exists then as a legislature is the sovereign gathering, the assembly of the people. And therefore Rousseau says, and this is important, there is no separation of powers as Montesquieu and Locke and others envision. There is no executive, legislative, and judicial separation of power for the purpose of the sovereign. The only power, the only real power, the ultimate power, the summa potestas, exists in the law, in the legislature, in the sovereign body, the sovereign assembly that creates general law. And when the people come together to create law, to assemble, to exercise sovereignty, and they express their will, what is it that they are expressing? Rousseau says they are expressing the volonté générale, the general will. Let me write this out. I think I've put the accents in the right place. Volonté générale is the general will. Now, it is tempting to say that the general will is simply the sum of all of the desires and the interests of the people who make up the assembly, the citizen body that comes together in one place to act as the sovereign and create law, to perhaps commission the state, the government to do things on their behalf as a commission, but not to be sovereign. The only sovereignty exists in the assembly, but when they get together and they assemble all their private interests and all their wills together in one big blob, you have the general will. That's actually the wrong way to look at it. What Rousseau says the purpose of the assembly is to do is to create laws that apply to all citizens. It is the act of taking all of the individual interests and desires of all the people together and reducing out just the private desires of people and only being left with what is generally good for all. And when you do that, you have the general will. That is not to say that your private interests cease to exist, but that they are not relevant to the general will. So think about what will come later with John Rawls when he writes about the veil of ignorance. So the thought experiment from Rawls, and someone can correct me down in the comments if I butcher this a little bit, but basically the thought experiment is that when devising the social contract before birth or before everyone is subject to the social contract, they are unaware of their station in life, where they will be born. They don't know whether they will be rich or poor or strong or weak. They don't know whether they will be smart or dumb. And so therefore, in devising the social contract according to Rawls, people will think of what is generally good for all, because if they happen to be born in a less fortunate circumstance, they'll want to have a set of laws that treats them fairly and treats them well. And therefore, the rich man will also have an interest before the social contract, because he does not know he will be rich, in making sure there is, for example, social welfare programs or universal health care, right? And going back then to Rousseau, which is obviously a big influence on that thinking, the general will is the idea that we create laws that will be in the general benefit to everyone and not to the specific interests of people who say, this is my property, protect my property, right? That's a specific interest. A law that says we punish this specific class of people or we punish that specific person, that's especially not allowed in the sovereign assembly and the general will. And when you join the assembly, when you join the legislature, when you make law as part of this body, right, you can start to hear the metaphysical implications of these things. When you join the assembly, you become one constituent part of the sovereign. So a person is a constituent part of this body, and they give up part of their natural rights. In fact, they give up all of their natural rights to trade them instead for civil rights. Civil rights. Does that sound familiar to you? And how do they go about determining what their civil rights will be, what the parameters in the law is? Through the mechanism of popular sovereignty, through voting and unanimity in the assembly. When the assembly decides, when the sovereign decides, that's it. The private property that you thought you had in your natural rights goes into the pile. All of your abilities to do whatever you want goes into the pile. Your autonomy, really, as an individual, goes into the sovereign, goes into the pile of the assembly. And it is there where it is, according to Rousseau, protected. Because if you work a plot of land, for example, and you say, this is my plot of land, this is my possession, this is my natural possession outside of the social contract. Once you enter the social contract and the assembly and the sovereign, of which you are a constituent part, is determining general laws together, it is likely, and Rousseau argues explicitly, that if you are using land productively, you got it. You don't lose your possession. You don't lose possession of that land unless the general will decides that you no longer are using it. But because the laws are general, because the laws are not specific in that way, because you will want to protect your ability to productively use land just as you will want your neighbors to do so, and everyone to have that little bit, Rousseau presumes that the General Assembly, or rather the general will determine that what people had previously productively is fine for them to keep for now. But you have to give it up. You have to put it into the sovereign. You have to risk the fact that it might be taken away from you in order to participate in this assembly. Now, you can already start to hear how Rousseau is being a little bit naive about human nature when he describes these things, right? When he describes the fact that we'll all get together and we'll all think about what's best for everyone. And you can also hear how it might have some logic to it that can result in some pretty terrifying things. Now, I'm going to tell you that Rousseau himself, I do not believe to be a grand authoritarian, right? When Rousseau talks about the assembly and the sovereign and the law and the legislature, he is thinking most likely about the small Swiss cantons, the places where he is from. Remember, he is Swiss living in France. He is thinking about teeny tiny little democracies, right? And you can think about like a small group of families who are part of a bigger village. They all get together on a regular basis in the mountains in Switzerland, and they determine on a semi-regular basis what the laws and what the affairs of their community will be, right? It's not this giant insidious state that is determining so many things for an entirely complicated society. And Rousseau is explicit in his social contract that his social contract theory is best suited to relatively small places, to places with relatively small disparities in wealth, to places that already have somewhat egalitarian societies that don't have giant disparities between rich and poor, right? He imagines pretty explicitly small places. And so you can imagine a pretty benevolent way that this might play out if it were indeed to be put into practice in a Swiss canton, right? let's imagine a community of like 3,000 people that come together from a village, and they meet on the mountaintop and they decide, okay, when there's a big snowstorm, we will shovel our sidewalks, right? When we need to get around, we will assign one of us a commission to be a bus driver, and they will be part of the state, but they aren't sovereign. They're just commissioned to drive the bus, right? When we meet together, we might decide on the rules of how land will be used, right? And arguably, or presumably, if there's just 3,000 of us and we're all thinking about what's good for each other, we're not going to be confiscating each other's properties, but we might point out that land that is unused is available to be taken by other people and to be used then productively, right? You can think about in a small community how this makes a lot of sense. If you've ever been part of like a condo board or something, of course, there's lots of interpersonal dramas. It doesn't always work ideally, but you can kind of see what Rousseau is going for. In smaller groups, it can be a little easier to come to decisions, and the decisions are going to be on a small enough scale that they're not going to have these massive implications for liberty. Where we get into trouble with Rousseau is when we start to talk about what happens when one person who's part of this constituent sovereign, who's given up all their natural rights to trade them in for civil rights, what happens when that one person, for example, someone who might make up the minority in a decision, what are we to do with that person who says, it's actually not in my interest to follow the law, or I disagree with the law? Well, there's a couple things here. One, Rousseau, in this situation where somebody is disagreeing, the assembly passes laws in unanimity. There is no dissent in the state. You can already start to hear the problems here. There's no, you don't actually disagree. You just forgot that you signed on to the social contract. So Rousseau uses phrasing that's quite famous. He says, in a circumstance where a person disagrees and doesn't act within the general will, he must be, quote, forced to be free. Anyone who refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to by the entire body. This means nothing else than he shall be forced to be free. So yeah, if somebody doesn't want to oppose the general, if somebody wants to oppose the general will, they shall be nothing less than forced to be free. Forced to be free. This sounds incredibly dystopian if you think about it in our modern age. Think about Rousseau's social contract applied to the relations within your country. If you are a dissenting voice, you do not participate in maybe even if there is some sort of direct democracy assembly, you participate in it. It comes to a decision that you deep down don't enjoy or don't like, you disagree with. Well, too bad. You will be forced to be free. So we can think of a more benign version of this. I mean, Rousseau uses some really harsh language, but think about like a village again, 3,000 people, Swiss canton, right? And if there's a big ice storm and snow, the general will says we will all clear the path so that our neighbors can walk, right? The reason I'm bringing this up is because at the time of recording, there's been a big snowstorm, and there's, for every block, there's a few houses that don't clear the ice and don't clear the snow. Now, maybe it's because they're not able to, or they're out of town and trapped somewhere else. I'm not passing judgment in such a harsh way, but you could imagine a scenario in a small village in a Swiss canton. It snows up in the mountains, and everybody but this one neighbor clears their snow. And the general will, the assembly had come together last month and said everyone will shovel their snow, right? And this one neighbor says, I won't shovel my snow. I don't want to participate in this law. I disagree with the general will, right? Well, the community has decided, and assuming this person is physically able and present to do the shoveling, Rousseau might say, well, this person signed up to the social contract. They were part of the sovereign that presumably decided unanimously last month that we'll all clear our snow. You are forced to be free, my friend. You must shovel your driveway. You will shovel your driveway. You will be punished or whatever. Right? We live in a society, damn it. We can see in situations where there are common laws that say don't murder, shovel your snow, don't speed, don't hit random people, don't steal from the store, right? These are, in theory, even though we did not come together in this like imaginary assembly that Rousseau has in his brain, we came together via our representatives in the government in a more Lockean paradigm. Nonetheless, we might argue that we have created some sort of general will. It is in everyone's best interest if murder is illegal. And if someone thinks it is my freedom, it is my natural right to murder someone, Well, no, you're in the social contract, my friend. You cannot just decide that murder is cool. We will force you to be free, aka we will stop you from murdering your fellow citizens and impinging on their civil right to life, right? They've given up their natural right to attempt to do whatever they want. They've taken on their civil rights in exchange, and through the collective, they have the right to live. There's a couple things here that you are hearing that sound disturbing. One of them is this idea that there is no dissent within Rousseau's paradigm. There's no dissent. You can't really disagree. Presumably you don't disagree because the assembly, it makes unanimous decisions. But you could see how someone who's reading this narrowly and not really paying attention to the context of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's life and times, who didn't see that he wrote a couple example constitutions for, I believe, Lithuania. He was contracted basically a couple times later in life to write law and to suggest law, to suggest constitutions as a lawgiver, as a Solon type, which is another aspect of the social contract we won't be exploring today. But Rousseau, when putting his theory into recommendations for laws in other places, does not recommend some sort of totalitarian nightmare state. He recommends small states. He recommends places that are far more modest than his words will be twisted into. Nonetheless, in the political theory of Rousseau, in the writing, in the literal words on the page, you can see that forced to be free often means that if you have put your interests into the assembly and we have compiled all the private interests together and if we have combined all of our interests together and subtracted the private interest, leaving only the general interest, the general good left, then you are no longer able to disagree with that because you have placed yourself in the sovereign. You are part of the decisions. If you think you disagree, you don't actually disagree. You agreed to it at some point, and we're going to remind you of that agreement. So in a Rousseau society, in a Rousseau social contract, there is no conflict. Conflict is seen as bad. What are we to think of this when we think about the bigger picture here with dictatorship? Because when we think of dictatorship, we think a little bit about this idea that dissent is not allowed. If you were in Rome when Larsius was dictator, and Larsius came around saying, I'm now the dictator, everyone sign up and be conscripted, and you said, I don't want to be conscripted, the lictors might threaten you with an axe, and they'd say, no, the law is the law, the dictator is here to enforce, there's no dissent. You're going to fight the Sabines or the Latins. In another commissarial dictatorship under Cincinnatus or under Camillus, Fabius, right? These same sort of dynamics apply. It is a moment for decisive action, right? It is not a moment for dissent. In the same sense, in the context of the French Revolution, when the Jacobin dictatorship took over and the Committee of Public Safety in 1793 started instituting the terror and said, we will have a revolution until the peace, until things are peaceful. There's different ways of translating it. But there is no room to be a dissenter in that space because we are now the representative of the general will. We are the sovereign dictatorship according to the Jacobins, and we are the ultimate arbiters of truth because in this theoretical framework, we represent the general will, which means we represent your will whether you know it or not. Rousseau starts with a really famous line, man is born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. The paradigm being set up is that the sovereign assembly is the path towards liberation. The general will is the path towards liberation. Joining the civil society, exercising popular sovereignty as part of a constituent community, as part of a conglomeration, amalgamation of human beings and their collected wills with the private interests subtracted, is part of getting rid of your chains. And it is, as I alluded to earlier, not long after Rousseau has made these writings that they will become, as I've just said with the Jacobins, part of the motivating force of the French Revolution. I have here a pamphlet written by Sieyès, who is very much involved in the French Revolution. He steps away from the assembly for a little bit, and I think this is the same guy that comes back as part of Napoleon's dictatorship. It doesn't matter for our purposes. What he writes is a pamphlet called What is the Third Estate? Now, In the French Revolution, the inciting incident was the calling of the king for the Estates General. And the Estates General, the first estate was the clergy, the second estate was the privileged aristocrats, and the third estate was everyone else. And when the Estates General met, each estate received one vote regarding public affairs. So the clergy and the aristocrats would each have one vote, and everyone else would have one vote. And lo and behold, the two estates representing a very harsh minority of the population did not have the same interests as the third estate. Thus, the third estate leaves, creates, the National Assembly. Thus, we have the beginnings of the French Revolution when the third estate decides to leave this Estates General behind. And Sieyès is writing here about that third estate. And he is saying that the third estate is a group of people with one arm still in chains. He is explicitly there referencing Rousseau. Man is born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. The third estate, Sieyès is going to argue, represents this assembly, this body politic, this general will is the will of the third estate. What is the third estate, he writes? It is everything. What is a nation? A body of associates living under a common law and represented by the same legislature. What is a nation? It is a body. A person is part of the constituent assembly, the sovereign. The nation is the body of associates. So all of the people are together, are associates living under common law, living under the only law that's even possible through the legislature, creating the general will under a common law and represented by the same legislature. So Sieyès if it wasn't for the fact that it was a political pandemic, you'd almost be like, is this plagiarism, right? This is really influential in the French Revolution. He is saying that the first estate and the second estate, they're nothing. They're not part of the sovereign assembly. They're not part of the general will. Their interests are particular. Their interests, these privileged classes that they think it's their rights to have these privileges, that's wrong. The only sovereignty that exists is here in this Rousseauian construction of the sovereign assembly. It is only here that we can find the general will. And it is going to be the argument of the revolutionary assembly, the sovereign dictatorship of the Jacobin assembly, that is going to write a constitution, then suspend it, then implement the terror, all in the name of the third estate, in the name of the general will. And to oppose them in this paradigm is to oppose the sovereign. Let me give you another example. I want to talk about the Doctrine of Fascism from 1932. The Doctrine of Fascism, written by Giovanni Gentile. Doctrine of... Hold on, let's fix this. Okay, I just fixed it. Doctrine of Fascism, 1932. At the point in which this pamphlet is written, it's a two-part pamphlet/book. It's very short. We'll call it a pamphlet. It is, at the time, attributed completely to Benito Mussolini, the Duce, the fascist dictator of Italy. However, the second part might have been written by Mussolini. The first part, which is far more substantive, is in all likelihood written by Giovanni Gentile, one of the political philosophers, one of the inheritors of a lot of the gestation that is going to go on with Rousseau's theory and with other political movements through 1848. Rousseau's theory is going to run into nationalism. You can already hear in Sieyès writing this language of what is the nation, right? In 1848, that question is going to resurface during a series of upheavals and revolutions across Europe. What is the nation? The Austrian Empire is this amalgam of like northern Italy and Austria and Hungary, right? Like it's very strange. It's not a assemblage of people who all share a common culture or share a common language. The nationalism of 1848 is going to say maybe our states should look like that. And it's not going to happen in 1848 in the Austrian Empire or in the German states. But the idea is going to germinate, and eventually you're going to have Bismarck unify Germany for the first time into a nation state. You're going to have, in Italy, you're going to have the Risorgimento that's going to unify Italy into a single nation state. And this is all of these, you have liberalism, I've been going a while, you'll have to forgive me. All these things combine together, and you end up with a fascist state in Italy in 1922. The reason I'm bringing it up is because about 10 years after they take power in 1932, there is an attempt to basically say, why did we do this? Why did we take power? What is the fascist state? And there's lots of things in the doctrine of fascism that are from Hegel and not Rousseau, but I want to point out the things that sound deep down like they maybe made their way through Rousseau and then through Hegel and then now into the mouth of Giovanni Gentile. So Hegel had the concept of the ethical state, and the ethical state was a state in which individual freedom and the collective were reconciled. And this is something that Giovanni Gentile picks up on in the doctrine of fascism. Someone is an individual in a fascist state only insofar as his interests align with the state's interests. Now, Rousseau creates a sovereign, and the state is a commission outside of that sovereign. The sovereign assembly decides what the state should do. Hey, we want public transportation. We're the sovereign. You, state, we hire you to hire bus drivers and to do all that stuff. And you can exercise power only until we, the sovereign, meet again. By the time we get to 1932 in the doctrine of fascism, this is advanced a little bit. The state itself is, in the fascist eyes, what gives the individual its identity. The individual only exists insofar as their interests align with the state. Quote, man is man only by virtue of the spiritual process to which he contributes as a member of the family, the social group, the nation. Quote, fascism is therefore opposed to all individualistic abstractions. Quote, accepts the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state. And here's something that's going to sound very Rousseauian. Quote, no individual or groups exist outside the state. Rousseau says no individual interest exists outside the sovereign. He doesn't use the term state to refer to that sovereign. The state is something different. But you can hear the influence there. And here's where some of the stuff is going to start to all click together. Giovanni Gentile, Doctrine of Fascism, 1932. Fascism, quote, has chosen as its symbols the lictor's rods, the symbol of unity, strength, and justice. The lictor's rods. Remember all those hours ago, the dictator, the commissarial dictator, represented the power, the unappealable power of his commission, of his dictatorship, of his task, by having the escort of 24 lictors with rods, with axes atop them. This symbolism of the unity and the indivisibility of the state and the individual from the state, it's impossible. The individual only exists as they exist as part of the state, is represented best, according to the fascist, through the lictor's rods, through that Roman symbol, because all of those pieces of wood bundled together can't be broken. And if you think it can be, there is an axe on top to make sure that there is no dissent. This traces its way all the way back to ancient Rome, very intentionally so. We get surprised to no one that the fascists were trying to find imagery in the past to represent their revolutionary project into the future. And if you don't think fascism has a revolutionary tinge to it, do watch my video on fascism to hear my opinion of these sorts of things. But where does that idea of unity find its place in the social contract theory? It's not found in Hobbes. In Hobbes, everyone gives up their sovereignty to the sovereign, to the Leviathan. And afterwards, I mean, you can be upset, you can disagree, you still have your private interests. In a way, in Hobbes' construction, the purpose of the sovereign by protecting your physical being is so that you can have a life outside of the state, so that you can be free to do whatever you want except what the sovereign says is illegal, right? To create boundaries to life. That is, in a sense, not as absolutist as it sounds at first. Is dissent effective in Hobbes' world? No. But is dissent allowed? Maybe. It depends on if the sovereign says free speech is allowed or not. But the point being, it's not as totalitarian. It's not as communitarian. It's not as though the entire being of the people in the state are one giant blob. Locke. Is disagreement allowed in Locke? Oh, hell yeah. Locke is where we get all these negative rights. The government can't infringe on your life, liberty, property, right? When you look at the American Bill of Rights and in the positive rights that are given in constitutions all over the world, freedom of for negative rights, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, right? These are origins of the Lockean idea that dissent is allowed, individual is allowed, the people themselves are the sovereign. The real political power exists in the people. They subscribe to the majority rule through the social contract, but it can be broken through revolution if it doesn't meet their needs. Another thinker that we haven't really got a time to dwell on, but Niccolo Machiavelli, writing in the 1500s in his discourses on Livy. Remember, he was talking about the dictatorship. But in other places in the discourses on Livy, Machiavelli notices that whenever there is conflict in the state, remember the conflict of the orders? Remember how the patricians and the plebeians struggled with one another, how there was reforms under certain dictatorships to actually give the plebeians more power, and then eventually Sulla and Caesar and everyone takes them away. Machiavelli notices something, that conflict can actually be productive in a state. We shouldn't be afraid of machinations of power when people disagree, when there's struggles, right? When there were struggles in ancient Rome, Machiavelli determines via his reading of Livy, the Roman historian, that actually it was those conflicts that led to greater rights for the plebeians, that led to the people's tribunes to be created, that made it so that one of two consuls were by law of the plebeian class, that eventually made the laws of the plebeian assemblies binding. It was the conflicts that led to those innovations. And so we might not be correct to always seek unanimity, to always fear conflict. And this is what Montesquieu is pointing out in his construction of the state and the separation of powers, judicial, legislative, executive, that when we separate the powers, when we create power to check power, in effect, sovereignty divided to check other pieces of sovereignty, that what we receive is some stability, slowness in laws, and the protection of the individual. And moderate government. Montesquieu was a monarchist, but he was a moderate monarchist. He wasn't an absolutist monarchist like Thomas Hobbes. Montesquieu, Locke, Machiavelli, they see that actually conflict can result in positive change. The American system then and liberal democracies in general are based on these places where conflict can happen. And you'll notice, if you're looking carefully at the conflicts of today, of your time, if you look at them and you look at the conflicts that have just passed, perhaps from 10, 20 years ago, you might ask, was the conflict unproductive, or was it needed to find resolution to issues? If you live in a certain state where there is no dissent, where the idea of the sovereign assembly, is transferred into some sort of a single party state, right? When the common general will, when the volonté générale is decided really without you, even though it might theorize to include you and then to force you to be free. But when you live in a place like that, where there is no conflict, what you also lose is potentially the ability to have resolution, healthy conflicts. Often when discussing government, it's a cliche for politicians to say, I don't know, like when they're talking about the budget, my family has to keep a budget, therefore the government can't run a deficit. Conflating government budgets with family budgets. They use that as an illustrative point. And I'm going to use an illustrative point to compare government to family, but I don't want you to take it too literally. But think about the fact that if you're in a relationship, if you're in a healthy relationship where communication is key, and now you're a couples therapist, communication is key. Talk to your lover. That conflict that just results in screaming and cutthroat and results in like a divorce where you're getting a lawyer involved to figure out how to split the family dog in two. That's not productive conflict. But sometimes an argument results in a better understanding, right? In ideas of a relationship, sometimes you come together and you say, hey, you're not as cleanly as I am. Could we find a way for us to have a cleaning schedule so that our space is much more livable? I have no personal experience with such a conflict in my relationships. Which one of the two in my relationships is the clutter bug? Thank God you can't see all around my living room right now to know the answer to that question. The point being, that's productive, right? You give a little, you take a little. You might even be really mad for a while, but conflict can bring resolution. And in our system of government, in our political theory background, it is not really Rousseau. It is not this collectivist idea. We're influenced by some of the language of Rousseau. You've heard of popular sovereignty. You've heard of civil rights. You know about the concepts of the general will, at least, right? It's not that Rousseau isn't influential, but the real liberal democratic basis is John Locke, is Machiavelli, is people who thought conflict might actually not be the nightmare that we imagine it to be, that conflict might actually be a good thing. And one of the challenges in modern society is that there are so many conflicts in so many places that it feels quite overwhelming, right? You have local, state, federal governments. They all have different objectives, led by different parties, led by bicameral legislatures with governors with veto power. And then you have the federal government that might want to do something, but it also has a divided legislature, judiciary, and executive branch in it. And the executive branch might not even have complete and total agreement within it, which is why people want to try to create a unitary executive theory that basically deletes all dissent from the executive branch. On and on and on it goes. It can lead you in a modern society to say, maybe we shouldn't have conflict at all. Maybe we should have a dictator, not a commissarial dictator, but a sovereign dictator that will build a new order where there is no dissent, where there is no conflict, where we don't have to feel uncomfortable about the things that we disagree with each other about, where when the general will, when the volonté générale says we should have X or Y, that it simply happens and the disagreement is not allowed. I am not talking about a specific ideology here. I am just talking about a general disposition. And I don't like to, but you've been with me for hours, so I feel like I can tell you that in my personal opinion, the healthier way to go about governance is to accept disagreement, is to accept that there will be conflicts, to actually look at conflict and say, okay, can we have basically a mechanized way to disagree that eventually does govern, right? We don't want government that's so slow that it can't respond. Where, for example, in the United States, I'd say in the past decades, there's been such gridlock that powers have moved over to the executive branch in disturbing ways. They're assembling basically over in another branch of government as Congress gives up a lot of its responsibilities. That creates a bad balance, right? Montesquieu would say the separation of powers have not been balanced properly, and now we have an issue, right? But in the ideal working of a separation of powers, you would have a legislature that functions where maybe the president vetoes when he has a constitutional concern about a law, where the judiciary comes in when these two other branches overstep their bounds. You have contained fights that then can resolve, yes, for the general good, for the general will, that can eventually move the ship of state in a positive direction, in the direction that people want. And it is about how you tinker that, and maybe even how you reform that deeply, that will influence government. But what I'm trying to say is not about what the specific structure should be, but just that conflict itself, right, is not something to necessarily be afraid of. When you get to the point of civil war, right, when you get to the point of divorce in your relationship or breakups or whatever, right, or what's the word you like stop estrangement with your parents, right, where it's completely gone, right, that's bad in your private life. In the life of a state, when you have a civil war, obviously that's a disaster. You don't want to get there. You don't want to have political violence or people are dying, right, and that's something that we're experiencing a lot more in a way that really we haven't seen since like the 1960s in this country. All of those things are bad, and they are symptoms of the conflict not resolving properly. But the answer to that is not to suppress dissent, is not to say that there is no room for disagreement. It is to find a system that can adjudicate those differences and create public policy in the long term that comports to the will of maybe not the unanimous whole, but that builds towards a positive general will for people. So you can see how I am influenced by all these different thinkers as well. It is impossible for me to talk about how I prefer a Lockean paradigm without also using a term like general will from Rousseau, even if it's not perfectly in line with what he would think. And so now that I've made the point about sovereignty, now I think you have an idea of what sovereignty is in the political theory world up until Carl Schmitt. We're not going beyond him. We're just going to stay right with Carl Schmitt and the world that existed about 100 years ago. Hobbes thought it existed in one person, one sovereign, one monarch, one Leviathan. Locke thought it existed in the people, and that it existed as a shared commodity that people agreed to and could end. Rousseau's obviously a little more complicated. He also saw that sovereignty existed in the people, in the sovereign assembly, in the legislature, in the only institution that possesses sovereignty and can pass law. And obviously, if you decide that you can have a single visionary leader, a Führer or a Duce or a Caudillo in a fascist state that can see what the general will is visionary, right? That's kind of the innovation of fascism. Then you can twist Rousseau's vision in some disturbing ways. You can use his logic to go to some bad places. I think that's pretty undeniable. If you look at the particulars of Rousseau, as I've said, if you read his entire work, it's pretty obvious that Rousseau is not some sort of scary totalitarian, but that's beyond the scope of this conversation. The sovereignty in Rousseau's political theory exists with the people as well. In a democracy, the sovereignty exists with the people. In an aristocracy, we might say that the sovereignty exists with the few. In a monarchy, the sovereignty exists with the one. In a communist state, in a Marxist state, where does the sovereignty exist? Well, during the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, with the vanguard party as imagined by Lenin, theoretically it exists with the proletarian, with the Soviets, with the structure of the state that is being used to optimize itself until it can just fall away. And therefore, ultimately, the sovereignty lies with the working class, with the proletarian, right? In Marxist theory, that's ultimately where it resides. It goes into a temporary sovereign dictatorship, as described by Carl Schmitt, when the dictatorship of the proletariat comes into force, as it did in Petrograd in 1917, or as it did in Beijing in 1949, or Pyongyang in 1952, 1953, after the end of the Korean Civil War. You can see different ways to imagine sovereignty. And you can see as well how dictatorship and Carl Schmitt's theory of dictatorship only makes the most sense when you attach the word sovereignty onto the front of his version of dictatorship. Because, to go back full circle, Carl Schmitt said that the sovereign decides the exception. The sovereign decides when the state of emergency exists. And so therefore, why does that matter? Well, in a situation where it is needed to be decided whether the current constitution, where the current state of affairs has fallen apart, only someone with the summa potestas, with the ultimate power, can make a determination that a state of exception exists and eventually that a new normal exists, and therefore the state of exception has concluded. That is not something you can take a vote on. It is an extraordinary situation. It is, as Carl Schmitt says in Political Theology, it is a concept pertaining to the outermost sphere. That is to say, it is, quote, a borderline concept. For a legal system to make sense, a normal situation must exist, and he is sovereign who definitively decides whether this normal situation actually exists. States of emergency, states of exception to Schmitt are what define sovereignty, are what define ultimate power. That crisis and extraordinary situations reveal truth, reveal power, reveal the truth of power. Remember Hobbes' quote that Schmitt uses, that power is based in authority and not some external truth? And what is below just being the ultimate power in a state? Or as one political theorist would later describe sovereignty, I think it is, here it is, 1832, Austin, a very famous definition of sovereignty, that sovereignty has the habit of being obeyed, has the habit of being obeyed, and does not have the habit of obeying. That's writing after Schmitt. Schmitt is saying that the sovereign is revealed by the exceptional situation, that the truth of where the ultimate power resides is only known really in those definitive crises, right? That in the French Revolution, the ultimate sovereignty was when the assembly was building that new political order. The only place where the sovereignty existed, the sovereignty was revealed in the Bolshevik Revolution when the proletariat dictatorship staged its coup in the Winter Palace under Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks. The sovereign was revealed in Carl Schmitt's time, in his opinion, when Adolf Hitler and the NSDAP took power. Do you buy it? Do you buy it? Do you believe all this? Does that all sound cogent to you? Are you currently a little concerned and thinking, is William an authoritarian? Am I an authoritarian? Do I think that states can be defined by their biggest crises? Is Schmitt correct that anything that really exists outside an emergency is irrelevant? That all of these thinkers, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, all of the political theoreticians, and then all of the politicians like Sieyès and Napoleon who usurped these concepts in order to wield power, as Carl Schmitt did in order to be the crown jurist of the Third Reich, to use what I think that his dissection of dictatorship is interesting, right? But is it correct? Is it a useful way of thinking? Undoubtedly so. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone this far and talked about it for so long. Is it fundamentally correct? Especially that word sovereign. I want you to decide for yourself, but I want to give you my take. And this is where our discussion is finally going to come full circle about what to do about dictatorship. The modern dictatorship is based in the psychology, whether intentional or not, is based in a psychology that looks a lot like the sovereign dictatorship of Carl Schmitt. The authoritarian, the totalitarian, and the doctrine of fascism is where, if I'm not mistaken, the concept of totalitarianism is coined. Totalitarianism in a fascist state is the idea that there is no private life. There is only the state and the life that you have interfaced through the state to build the nation. Is there private life in Rousseau? Maybe. You give up the right to a private life, at the very least, through the sovereign assembly, but presumably if good general laws are made, you will retain the vast majority of your private life. But in theory, it could be taken away from you if it is the general will that it be so. And a lot of modern states, and when I say modern, I mean states that exist today, where power is flexed, where people say, I decide the exception. And if you hear someone say something like, I am the law, I decide the exception, I am the state, l'état, moi, kind of Napoleon stuff, you are in a real pickle, all right? If you hear those sorts of things, you are hearing someone using the paradigm of the sovereign, imagining this concept of the summa potestas to be a literal, real thing. That, my friends, is where my criticism and where the hope for overcoming authoritarianism and overcoming dictatorship lies. I hope that now, after all this time, you can see the origins of the concept extremely clearly. I'm not going to repeat them. I think you now know, when is it dictatorship? So now I want to give you something a little extra, okay? When it is determined to be dictatorship, what shall we do? Well, first, I would say you should determine what kind of dictatorship is it and what kind of language is it using. Is it using the language of monarchy, right? Is it just saying, I am the supreme power, God has given me this right to rule, the end, right? Then you probably are not, according to all the things we've gone through today, dealing with dictatorship, right? If you hear someone say, I am going to return us back to the past through my use of extraordinary powers, you're probably dealing with a commissarial dictatorship. Everything's going to mix, nothing's going to be clean, but you get the idea. If you hear someone saying, we're going to use my extraordinary powers to build something new, you're maybe dealing with the idea of a sovereign dictatorship. And those are the ones that have caused the most pain and suffering in the 20th century. The ones that say we are building, we possess the general will, we possess the will of the people, we know what's best, we will build that new future. And in fact, if you Google the concept of sovereignty or the concept of sovereign dictatorship, from Carl Schmitt, you get like an AI synopsis, or even if you open the Stanford dictionary, I believe, Encyclopedia, which is a great resource, I'm not knocking it, or you look at Wikipedia, the greatest source of intellectual altruism in human history, oftentimes Schmitt's sovereign dictatorship will be tagged with claimed to represent the people. So the definition of dictatorship, I'll make a cut. I'm so disorganized now. I have so many papers. Definition of dictatorship exercise of state power free of legal constraints for the purpose of overcoming an abnormal state of affairs. That's dictatorship according to Schmitt. Sovereign dictatorship can be mixed in with a normal state of affairs, which is to be restored or brought about by the dictatorship. Restored or brought about. In the case of restored, we're talking about the commissarial dictatorship, returning to a normal state of affairs, or a state of affairs brought about by the dictatorship. We're talking about a sovereign dictatorship. You'll notice there that the idea that the dictatorship is the will of the people, is representing the general will or something, is not there in Schmitt's definition. This is the one he gives in his 1926 essay. It's also similar definitions to what you get in 1921 in Dictatorship. Carl Schmitt offers an option, and also it could also be one in which the will of the people is claimed by the person the will of the people is claimed by the person wielding dictatorial power, claiming to be the sovereign dictator, claiming to be the sovereign representing the general will to build something new. And the reason that he makes that distinction is, I think, and Schmitt argues that like Oliver Cromwell in the English Civil War was not a sovereign dictator in that sense because he didn't claim the will of the people. Right? But he is a sovereign dictator because he claimed to be building a new political order. Someone more familiar with the English Civil War can fact check me there. But a fascist regime generally is saying, as we learned in the doctrine of fascism, is saying we represent the general will. We represent this, what Rousseau would have called the volonté générale, but now mixed into the state itself provides it, and the people accept it and are individuals only insofar as they go along with the state. In the Marxist theory, right, the will of the people is transformed into the will of the working class, into the class struggle. The state is actually an existence. In Marxist theory, the state exists because of the conflict. It represents a state of history that is at a certain stage of conflict between the classes. So I wrote down a couple things here because I knew I'd butcher the Marxist theory, and I don't mean to get it wrong. And if I make any mistakes, or if another Marxist theory thinks a different way, you'll forgive me. But Lenin, in The State and Revolution, 1917, he writes about dictatorship in the context of the dictatorship of the proletariat. These are chapters 1, 3, and 5. The state is not for harmonious general will. This is not a quote, but this is like the point of chapter 1. The state is not there for harmonious general will, but a tool of one class to repress another. So this is not the ideal state that Lenin is trying to build. This is what he is describing as liberal bourgeois states that currently exist in his time and place. He looks at the state and he says, what I don't see is this Montesquieu ideal of separated powers to manage conflict and then come up with public policy in the general good. Lenin says, I don't see general harmony in the states. What I see is an establishment, a structure that is there for one class, the bourgeoisie, to repress and to wage conflict on another class. And so therefore, when the dictatorship of the proletariat comes in, the dictatorship of the proletariat is not there to respect separate powers. It is not to try to figure out what is executive and legislative and judicial. It is there to decide what is the will of the vast majority, nearing unanimity. And Marx was very much aware of Rousseau. Marx was very much aware of Hegel and was heavily influenced, often as he means to contradict Hegel. Lenin is also going to be aware of this concept, obviously, of the general will, of the volonté générale, but he's going to talk in chapter 5, section 2 about the will, and this is of State of Revolution, 1917, the will of the majority, the 90% against the 10%. The dictatorship of the proletariat, then, is there to be a sovereign dictatorship, Schmitt's words, not Lenin's, to be a sovereign dictatorship, to consider, to know what is the will of the 90%, and to govern in their name until the state can then fall away. In section 4 of chapter 5, the state without force, without coercion, without subjection, the communism is is basically the incarnation, the embodiment of the general will eventually, once the sovereign dictatorship is passed. So there's one way to formulate it and justify sovereign dictatorship. We already talked about Bukele in El Salvador. There's an emergency, right? There's a state of exception. We need to build a new order. We talked about fascism. I don't mean to repeat myself over and over again, but you can hear all these different justifications. But the one thing that seems to remain at odds with Schmidt's theory is that none of them are temporary. And then there is a second thing, is almost all of these political theories in some way, shape, or form buy into the literal idea of the sovereign, that there is in fact some summa potestas, that there is in fact some sovereign, that there is some sort of physical or metaphysical distillation of power that can be described as the sovereign, either in a single entity under Hobbes or under multiple entities in a divided, separated of powers government, or, temporarily given away by Locke to be taken back through revolution if necessary. And therefore, when a sovereign dictatorship comes along and says, we're claiming something new, we have the sovereign, we are the sovereign, we have the sovereignty, it is tempting to be intimidated by that. It is tempting to look at someone who claims to be the ultimate power, or an institution or a party that claims to represent the summa potestas, that claims to represent a new order that has decided that we are in the exception and therefore they are the sovereign. They've decided the exception, and they alone will decide when the exception is concluded. That's not true. That's not true. Don't let someone intimidate you with a theoretical concept. Now, let me give a caveat real quick. I'm not saying that there isn't power. Power is real. Power manifests. Power can amalgamates and has impacts. Power is a real thing. Sovereignty is very likely not a real thing. There is no ultimate power in politics. That doesn't exist. I'm not a libertarian. I think there is power. I'm not an anarchist. I don't think that power only exists at the smallest places. I'm being too indirect. Power is real. Sovereignty is a concept. Sovereignty is a construction. Sovereignty gets part of its power from your belief that sovereignty is real, that it is eternal, that it is building up to something new, and that eventually you'll get that sovereignty dispersed back again from the sovereign dictatorship. And this is one of the weird things about Schmidt. He seems to know that sovereignty is not a real thing, or believe, similar to I do, that it's more of a concept than an actual metaphysical reality. But he joins the Nazi Party. But he should know better, because he writes in his book, Political Theology, 1922, all significant concepts of modern political theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. The idea of the modern constitutional state triumphed together with deism and theology and metaphysics, which banished the miracle. All significant concepts of modern theory of the state are secularized theology. Now, we cannot get into the elaborate details of what that means, but what Schmidt is saying is that when Hobbes conceived of the sovereign, what he was doing was taking what used to be the divine right of kings, who claimed their power and their sovereignty from God and the blessings of the Lord, and he transferred it to a social contract where the people give the Leviathan, the sovereign, their sovereignty. God is then, by Hobbes, cut out of the secularized state, the constitutional state. This is the origin of these secular constitutional societies. And we can talk about how, if that, that's an interesting concept. We can talk about whether it's true or not, but Schmidt seems to think it's true. He says that all significant concepts of modern political theory are secularized theological concepts. Therefore, he should believe that when Hobbes and Rousseau and Locke were talking about the sovereign, the ultimate power, that it wasn't just this literal thing hanging out there. You can't actually grasp sovereignty. It's a Geist, it's a ghost, it's a spirit, it's a concept. Power is never fully assembled in one place in the human world, in politics in particular. Politics, and this is not an argument for or against God. This is not a theological argument. Politics is, I assume most people would believe that politics is a human affair and not a godly affair, or at least it generally is about flawed humans trying their best to do things, or being bad actors in trying to do things. But that secularized concept of the sovereign then is just there as a device to understand power's manifestation, to look at it and to watch it move around, to see it drain from one place to another, right? And in all of the examples that we've been listing, we can see that sovereignty wasn't actually this clearly defined thing. In the French Revolution, was the General Assembly, the Revolutionary Assembly, actually the ultimate power? The military had some power. It followed the orders of the assembly, but then the assembly realized they had gone too far. They created a directorate. There was also the aspect of, like, at the very beginning of the revolution, the king was supposed to come in as a constitutional monarchy. At any point in time, the people could have revolted again. Where was power actually based in the French Revolution? It was based in where people believed it existed. It was a relativistic concept. The power of the Revolutionary Assembly only went insofar as people continued to believe in it as a political project. A better example are all the revolutionary assemblies that came crashing down in 1848. Paris in 1848, there was a revolutionary assembly. Bavaria, the Frankfurt Assembly in Paulskirche, the Berlin in Budapest, right? In Italy, in the different city-states in Italy under the Austrian and blah, blah, blah empires, right? All these assemblies came together, and in Schmidt's theory, they became sovereign dictatorships because they were tasked with building something new. And they were the ones that had decided that it was an exceptional situation. They had decided it was the exception. And theoretically, they should alone decide when that normal situation has come, when the new order has been built, when it's time to hand the reins back. The 1848 revolutions were all put down in various different ways by big military strongmen. Napoleon III, who was elected president and then became emperor in Paris. The Austrian Empire got help from the Russian monarch to put down some of their the revolutionary assemblies that were breaking out all over its empire. In fact, certain nationalities were recruited by the emperor to put down other nationalities for fear that in a single ethnic state, they might lose their ability to be an independent identity. In short, all of those, and Frankfurt was put down with an actual, if memory serves, it was the Prussian king who was offered the crown by the assembly, was then the one that put down the Revolutionary Assembly. So was that assembly sovereign? Was it really sovereign? Was the power really concentrated with them to decide the exception in Paris and Frankfurt? No. Was the dictatorship of the proletariat sovereign in the Soviet Union? Give me a break, man. The Bolsheviks took power. First of all, they co-opted the state. They didn't fire the treasurer of the state coffers. They said, open the vault and you follow our orders now. So they took the Tsar's infrastructure and then started to remake it. They had ultimate power. And according to the theory, they had the dictatorship of the proletariat. But where did the sovereignty actually exist in the Soviet Union? It existed, especially by the time of Joseph Stalin. It existed in one guy, in the Comintern, in the party, in the, I forget what the name is, but the small committee of people at the top of the Communist Party that decide things, right? Who is the sovereign in North Korea? Is it the dictatorship of the proletariat, or is it Kim Jong-un, right? Who really was behind the Cultural Revolution, where the dictatorship of the proletariat went out and tried to find the reactionaries, right, and commit violence? Who was really in charge in that situation? It was Mao Zedong. It wasn't. He was one sovereign man, and eventually, when he died, because sovereignty is not actually a thing, it passed in theory to Deng Xiaoping. But there were lots of different factions within the government, conservatives and more liberals, and the government morphed, and sovereignty died as a lame flatulation, right? And it spread around, and there was a point in time in the late 80s, right up close to the 1990s, in Tiananmen Square, where maybe the people were going to take that sovereignty back, but the government pushed down, right? But had they been successful, then we might argue the people had the ultimate sovereignty, but they didn't. So we say the Communist Party has the sovereignty, but revolutions have succeeded in other places. The Iron Curtain fell just a year later in Europe, and the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. So another example where a different set of people were ultimately sovereign, right? What sovereignty is doing is it is a term, it is a concept that we were using to chase behind political power and say, oh, that's where the sovereignty was. Oh, that's where the sovereignty was. Oh, I see sovereignty there. Oh, sovereignty is split over here and there, right? Power itself is a metaphysical concept, but it has material consequences. It actually does things, right? We actually exercise it and we can see the evidence of it. And that's where we come full circle, because just as the ancient historians decided to frame the commissarial dictatorship, decided to frame the early republican dictatorship in Rome in ways that gave their ideas of what politics should be life evidence by making Cincinnatus an honorable republican, by making almost every single ancient dictator this honorable person who gave up power, who didn't really seem to want it. They created the image, the idea of a republican virtue that then someone like Abraham Lincoln or George Washington, Abraham Lincoln's the best example, picked up and actually made into material reality 2,000 years later. That's kind of cool. It's also a place where ideas and material reality begin to mix together. The ideas of the ancient historians became the reality of Abraham Lincoln, right? And that's the ultimate point I have for you. The ideas of the sovereign dictators, the ideas of those who say the sovereignty exists with me. To disagree with me is to disagree with the volonté générale, the general will. To dissent in this dictatorship, to oppose the manifestation of power is to oppose the manifestation of the general will. That is an idea that they are selling you. And they might have literal power, but they do not have summa potestas. They do not actually have sovereignty. You, my friend, all of us can decide where sovereignty is. We can think about where sovereignty is. We can build something. Where do you think sovereignty resides? Move it around. The power of modern dictatorship is the overwhelming feeling that you get that you are helpless, that you are just a small little minnow in a larger society that's too complicated for you to navigate. I am not saying that it is easy to manipulate where sovereignty is. I'm not saying that politics is simple. I'm saying that politics is not static. The sovereign dictator advocates, the people who believe in totalitarianism, who tell you they're building something and that you can't dissent, they want to give you the impression that they're building a mountain, that they are a mountain. And let me tell you that even in the world of geology, mountains are not permanent. Rivers break mountains. Geography shifts. Power shifts. Over the course of time, nothing is permanent. Everything is always changing. You can't step in the same river twice, they say. It's true. You can't climb the same mountain twice. You can't manifest power permanently. It will be broken by the passage of time. And so even if sovereignty is real, even if someone can come up with a long paragraph below arguing that I'm just splitting hairs and what I'm saying is silly, the reality is that the sovereign power of 100 years ago is not the sovereign power of today. The Roman Empire is gone, and we might consider their conceptions of sovereignty as useful ways of thinking about politics. We might upload lengthy lectures talking about the small hair-splitting details of what a commissarial or sovereign dictatorship is. But ultimately, none of this stuff is permanent. All of this stuff can change. The theory will develop. The theory of sovereignty has developed since Carl Schmitt. I just haven't gone into it to not add too many layers of confusion. You are not powerless because we are not powerless. If you are powerless, maybe your children won't be powerless. Maybe their grandchildren won't be powerless. This is not the world of the God Emperor of Dune, but even in that thousands of years in that fiction, right, nothing was actually permanent. The God Emperor died. Spoiler alert. So don't hang your head. Don't feel defeated. Think about the anatomy of the authoritarianism that you're scared of. Think about whether it's commissarial or sovereign. Think about what it's trying to build. Point it out. And also challenge its assumptions. If someone says, I'm the one that decides the exception, it's only true if we all buy into it. And so therefore, I'm telling you, don't buy into it. Okay. I think we did it. My cat's abandoned me. She came for food. Oh no, she's over there. Hi, Sophie. Want to come say hi? No. She's like, it's cold. It's really cold, actually. Maybe by the time you're watching this, it'll be warm again. I want to invite you to support me on Patreon. Even just $1, makes a big difference to me. I mean, $1 doesn't, but if a lot of you make the dollar contribution, it does. And I'm at a moment right now where I'm in a bit of a limbo, and I'm job hunting, but I'm making money from my creative work, and I don't expect to make a living from my creative work, but I'd feel in a better situation if I wasn't in quite such a precarious situation right now while I look for work. So if this has been valuable to you, consider pitching in $1. I know times are tough. Don't do it if you can't. But I'd appreciate it. And in exchange, I offer you, as part of my educational mission, access to these lectures in the future on Places Without Ads. So if that mission speaks to you, go follow me on Substack, williamcfox.substack.com. I will be uploading these lectures there ad-free. You can get them ad-free on Nebula if you pay. You can get them for free on Spotify and Apple. And the only ads there will be whatever they're putting there. I'm not like going to fight them or whatever. I don't really know how the systems work, but whatever you think will get you the best experience, go find it and go enjoy. And please be kind to yourself, be kind to your neighbors. Try to build a political world that doesn't rely on these melodramatic descriptions of raw power, and try to build a world where people are enlightened and thoughtful. And also, don't think in the big sovereign way. Think about how you can just be nice to somebody down on the street. You don't have to think about how we're going to build utopia. Just think about how you're going to be nice today. That's going to be enough. That's really going to be enough. There's not much more that you can really be held responsible for in this life. Okay. Heads held high. Happy warriors. Later, y'all.